No politics here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. 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 Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7th. You are Hamas. No politics here. What's going on, everybody? No politics here. I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Sunday. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It is Sunday. Super special Sunday. Under normal circumstances, I would say this is a Sunday fun day, but unfortunately, there's not a lot of fun to be had because the world is on fire. It's Sunday, fun day, kind of. It's Happy Father's Day, Sunday, June 15th, 2025. And we're here. We're live. And I hope everyone's having a great one. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news and about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And there's a lot going on in the world that I must tell you. As a matter of fact, no politique here, but all politique here as always, obviously. I'm going to tell you all about my personal news real quick. Last night, end of the broadcast after getting shot at, pepper sprayed, the full Monty, a little bit of mace, a little bit of tear gas. You already know what it is. That was the most jam-packed, like, news-focused day of all time. I feel like it was crazy, all the way from the Trump parade to Iran striking Israel. Truly a wild day. And then of course going to
officers want these
the protests as well. Linking up with my boy Jacob Soboroff. HasanAbi spotted live on NBC after meeting up with Jacob Soboroff. You know what's really funny? His line producer came up to me and asked for a photo for her 18-year-old son. But yeah, you know, Jacob and I used to work at a brief moment. We worked together. I believe he was at Pivot, Participant Media. And I think he was at Current TV when I was at the Young Turks, when Young Turks was also Current. I've known him for like 10 plus years at this point. And the only reason why it's so funny that we were able to link up is because people at TYT used to make fun of me and say I'm young Jacob Soboroff because we have the same glasses, I guess. I mean, he's very attractive man. He's more attractive than I am, obviously. But anyway, so what more to say? What to say? Oh, personal news wise. Anyway, I went back home. I had some Turkish food. I was bad. I've been bad on my diet. It's not good. I don't know how to fix it. It's summer. I need to get my summer bod, and I just have a belly. I'm thick. I can't get the six pack out again. Anyway, I ate poorly. Watched some Carême, Marie-Antoine Carême, with the family. Went to bed. Woke up early. Went out, played basketball, and the absolute worst thing that could have possibly happened to me while I was playing basketball. I'm getting guarded by a new guy. First game is fantastic. We destroy him 5-on-5 full court. Second game comes around. Playing again. I go up for a 3-point.
Dude sticks his foot under me. I step on his foot and I roll my ankle. I hear a fucking massive crunch and I don't know what's gonna happen. I wrapped it. Instantly I was like, I'm done. I can't even walk. It's fucked up. And it's so lame. I mean, he apologized for it. It's all good. It's swollen. Elevated ice it. No, rice doesn't work. Rice literally doesn't work. You're supposed to walk it. Okay, guys, you're supposed to compress it and you're supposed to walk it. Okay. Rice technique is outdated. I should have never started talking about this because I know everyone is going to say rice, but there are newer approaches to rice: rest, ice, compression, and elevation. Rice is rest, avoid using injured area. Ice, applying ice packs to the affected area to cool the tissue, relieve pain, and reduce the swelling. Compression, wrapping the injured area with elastic bandage to reduce swelling and provide support. Elevation, you do this every single time, I know. Elevation, keeping an injured area raised above the head. Rest is fine, but you're supposed to do load or activity management. Okay, you're not supposed to just not walk on it at all. As a matter of fact, I should be walking on it. There needs to be constant blood flow into the area. Compression is still good. Ice is not good. Compression is the only thing that's still good. Yes, compression is the only thing that's good in terms of the compression is the only thing that's good as far as like the old school injury treatment. Hey, I've been a long time fan. I plan on making some content about you this week. I want to know if you have some thought about doing a streamer university like Kai. I feel like we have only one Joe Rogan to the left. Has become frustrating. I know we can flood the same space. I'm not going to do a streamer university. That's like that classic Zaza foul, 1T and free 2. I know, but like there is no free 2 at that point. Bauer find brace for ankle. I don't know what that is, but I'm going to look that shit up right now. Damn, this shit looks sick, bro. What the hell? This shit looks crazy. What kind of tech is this? Brother, you got some crazy tech. I didn't even know shit like this existed. Hey, thank God we got some old ass fucking chatters in here. Bauer find. Shit's $100, dude. I'm getting all of that. Let's go. I'm going crazy with it. I'm going nuts with it, dude. Don't gatekeep. Bauer find. Bauer fiend. Look at my message. I'm begging you. Stop begging. Don't beg. Bro, you're lucky that was your worst injury as opposed to getting shot in the face. Don't get the plastic outer thing. I have serious ankle problems. Being hit by a car as a kid is the best. Yep, it's the best. I tried everything for my car accident shit. Don't get the plastic outer thing. Just get the ankle sports thing. I'm getting the knee one too. What do you recommend? Bauer find brace for ankle. Is it the Caliga lock ankle brace? Help stabilize the ankle or no? Or is it the ankle brace? We had a huge pro-Palestine march in Belgium today. Over 100K people marched the streets of Brussels. It was crazy. Open presents. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Don't Jedi High. Thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Open presents. Thank you for another 50 gifted subs. God damn, y'all are going crazy with the gifties. Ketamine administered under doctor's supervision is promising for healing and pain. I noticed muscle weakness actually improved a few days after. What the fuck? Ketamine? Y'all are fucking nuts, dude. I'm like, hey man, I got an ankle issue. I had a serious ankle injury. I rolled into it. It's a very common injury when playing basketball. Someone's like, yeah, you should do ketamine. The doctor should give you ketamine for it. Okay, thanks, man. Yeah, I'm good. Anyway, everybody's got their own twisted ass fucking takes on this. Anyway, listen. Happy Father's Day. As I am your father, and as your father, obviously I have a injury, which is classic. That's like classic Papa stuff. Papa will be nice today. Okay? Papa will be nice today. Did you see the video of the rubber around barely missing your head? Yes, I did. I did see it. You're not my real dad. You can't tell me what to do. I'm the father that stepped up, and you need to start recognizing that. You need to start listening to what I have to say. Okay? I'm not the father. I'm the father that stepped up. As you guys know, me and your mom, things have been getting quite spicy. Things have been getting quite spicy with me and your mom. Okay? Yeah, it's not Hasan, it's Hasan Baba now. What are these sizes, bro? What the hell? Size 4, size 5, size 6? I don't know what these sizes are. I'm gonna go with size 4. Fuck it. Bro, my mom just had a stroke. Leave her alone. Yeah, I was stroking, all right. I wish her a speedy recovery. To the corner. You doing okay? No. Anyway, listen. Iran is still striking Israel. No kings protests all around the nation as no one came to Trump's flop BDAY parade. What else? Minnesota lawmaker, far right Minnesota political assassin still on the run. Get in now. There's so much happening all the time. Holy fucking shit. There are endless amounts of things happening all the time. It's so hard to keep up. Why did Kai change colors? Good one. All right, folks, listen. I need to blast off meme. Do we got one? Do we got a sick blast off meme or not? Do we? Bro, you gotta watch Kai ASAP. Nah, it's cool. Okay, all right, we don't really have a good blast off meme. Never mind, I'm just gonna use this one. Fuck it, YOLO. All right. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Here it freaking is. Do you see XQC's dad's base takes? No, I did not. Is this like another Asman dad style situation? Where like their dads are low key, way more intelligent, and I mean not even low key than the content creators themselves? Because that's like the least surprising thing on the planet. Seeing the way some of these content creators turn out, as opposed to like the political perspectives of their fathers, makes me worry about the children I will have eventually and what kind of politics they're gonna have. They're gonna be like fucking fascists, I guess. Because like it seems like both Asmongold and XG have like fairly lived up dads, and look how they turned out. It makes me feel like if you have like a communist father, you're gonna come out like a straight up omega fascist, which is scary to think about. Anyway, here it is. Here's the blast off. Let the people know we're live. Let the people know we are also alive. The Parker Broadcasting Service is back. Nah, Giannis's dad was a socialist, Giannis Varoufakis. Yeah, but then think about Kamala Harris and Pete Buttigieg. If I have a child and he turns out like Pete Buttigieg, I'm putting it back in. I'm putting the child back in. We gotta do a second round. Shit needed to get fermented in there. It just came out wrong. You know what I mean? Go back to the lab. Yeah, I was on the MSNBC background. This was last night after hanging out with the homie Jacob Soboroff. Let's take a look.
These people to leave this situation. As you mentioned, the curfew begins in under 40 minutes now. Are they letting people know that? Are they telling people disperse now? Because at 8 o'clock, they're subject to arrest.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. And they're pushing people out, I think as quickly as they can, which is why I think these tactics,
so funny.
If you haven't been here, if you weren't one of the protesters that was out here over the course of the last week or so, are startling to a lot of people. People who watch KNBC, who watch NBC4 LA, understand that the LAPD and the Sheriff's Department and the CHP, engage in their crowd control and riot control and the tactics when they get into their tactical gear, when citywide tactical alerts are called, when there's a Lakers parade or a Dodgers parade or whatever. Sometimes they end peacefully, sometimes they don't. But this is an unusual circumstance because there are a lot more people out here than there have been recently. And I think that it's taken a lot of these folks by surprise.
Photo bombing at its finest. Yeah, I was trying to move away from the camera because I felt bad being in the background like that. What is this? Oh, I saw this one. This one was sick. This is my... dude, this is incredible. This photo is incredible. Youngest HasanAbi head out there in the game. Des Moines, Iowa. We're everywhere. We're out here. Youngest HasanAbi head ripping the old merch, the OG merch, the chicken tendy merch. That's the classic with the fattest Palestine flag out there. That's crazy. Cowboy hat, massive Palestine flag, OG merch, cool ass glasses, big old belt. Love it. Love to see it. Also, this is crazy. That's crazy. There are HasanAbi heads everywhere. For those with eyes to see is right. It's true. Also, what is this? Here's the Felix clip.
What do you think about the LA riots?
Okay, we'll look at this in a second. The LA riots. What is this? Here's the Felix clip.
What do you think about the LA riots?
Okay, we'll look at this in a second. The LA riots. Before we look into this, okay, let me show you. Let me do a quick recap. So we go out there yesterday, okay, and it's super peaceful as always. And this is like a lot of the people that were out there are. What is this? People just fantasize about an audience that watches me where they give me their last dollar instead of buying bread for their family because I told them I'd be arming the Revolutionary Vanguard of Iowa with Kalashnikovs, and then they get mad on behalf of these imaginary fans. He's just saying this to lose the heat. Des Moines will be ours, comrades. Okay, it turns out it's real. Thanks for showing me how to scrape off serial numbers the other day. This is from 2022. Notice, nobody thinks I'm some socialist Jesus. I'm a Twitch streamer telling you why you're probably angry. All my content is free everywhere. I let people make money off their fan channels. Yes, some people choose to give me money. At a certain point, I'm sure people will stop being mad at this. Oh, wow. Oh, well. People did not stop being mad at this. That was 3 years ago. Okay, that was more than 3 years ago. People have not stopped being mad at that. Okay. Nope. How wrong I was. The Israeli government has ordered airlines not to transport Israelis abroad when rescue flights begin. Yeah, that was me being basically being a very optimistic person at that point. But yeah, so we go to the protest, right? It's like super peaceful. You got the No Kings people. They're mostly libbed up, people with like Orange Man Bad signs and stuff like that. Like these aren't like the black mask, black bloc, Antifa style protesters that you often see or like the really pissed off people that you often saw in the first couple of days, right? These are like liberals. Now, of course, those other protests also feature heavy presence from like teachers and the elderly and stuff like that. But this is more of a mobilization of liberals, right? It's different. Like they are literally, it's more of a parade than a protest, right? They're like collaborating with the police and stuff like that. So for the brunch crowd, when the cops start brutalizing them, it hits different. It's like a very radicalizing moment, I think. And that's precisely what happened. We rolled up to the front line. We were actually trying to make our way to City Hall. We never even got to because they had already shut off all the routes, all the entry points. We get to a police line and instantly they start opening fire, like instantly, which was crazy. And one of the things I saw in the process as we were pushing back, as they were like only using rubber bullets at that point. I can't believe I'm saying they were only using rubber bullets. Like that's still, a weapon that you can, if deployed incorrectly, which these guys were deploying incorrectly, is lethal. Is a lethal weapon. And basically, we're walking behind and I see a dude whose head is completely opened up. Like I could see pieces of his skull. All right. I saw pieces of this dude's skull. His entire face is covered in blood. Immediately, people are looking for a medic. There's a field medic. They start applying pressure to the wound. The dude got shot. The dude got shot in the fucking head. And the reason why he got shot in the head is because the cops were aiming at him. Like they were aiming their rubber bullets, the 40 millimeter rounds that they're supposed to actually shoot at the ground, never at the body, and certainly not at the head, And it turns out I almost got hit in the head. Like I was feeling it. I could feel the air pressure, but I didn't realize how close it was. This video, on the other hand, shows how close it truly was. Here, let's take a look. This is one of the videos.
Don't run! Thank you. They're starting to go. They're just flashbangs. They haven't thrown anything yet, but they'll start throwing.
Look at this. It's between me and this dude's head. It just literally, it almost killed this guy in front of me.
Shit! Are you good?
And it's so fucked up. It's so fucked up because like they're not supposed to be doing that. Thank God they're ass at aiming, but it is so ridiculous. And this is right before there was a guy.
There's an injured protester. I can't show you on Twitch. Did you get shot? No. Oh, you're good. Okay. Wait 1 second. There's an injured protester that got shot in the head with a less lethal round. I can't show you, but there's field medics around him right now, and they're immediately rushing to aid. You can show from this angle if you don't show the blood.
I'm showing, yeah.
Make sure you don't show
I don't
his
even
head.
want to. I don't even.
He got shot directly on his head. I saw the gash. It's this fucking big, right on his head. He's bleeding.
You almost got hit twice. Yeah, this is the other time I also, dude, it's crazy. Like, why'd you ask Kevin if he was shot? I mean, he was, you know, he was moving different. So I was worried.
People have lost their eyes in the past, being shot. People have been killed in the past, being shot in the head with less lethal rounds. Fucking douchebags, man.
Yeah, they, are you squeamish around blood? No, I don't care about that. Yeah, there's also right on the other corner is like National Guard with live rounds too. And they, I mean, obviously they never used it, but it's so crazy. There was another one where I think it was like HasanAbi Productions that had it, but there was another one where they were just like lighting us up with stun grenades, like with flashbangs. Hold on, where was it? Like this is another one where it's like is another close call here. Look.
And pushing people.
You see that? I don't even like look at that, bro.
Oh shit. In and pushing people.
There's two. There's one that just like explodes right off the corner, like right there, and then there's another one that just like you only see for a second that passes right in front of me. And it's like there was the cops also when they came out. This is another one that was just like flies head level. Like this was totally ridiculous. I don't know if it's because like I'm tall. I mean, they're just like deploying so many fucking rounds into the crowd that it's, you know, inevitably the camera's gonna catch it. But like there were a fuck ton of close calls yesterday. It's pretty shocking how many close calls happened.
Now the federal officers are also federal.
Like, look at that, dude. He almost fucking shot my hand off. He almost killed this dude. Yeah, then there was the altercation with the police where they came out. This part was really crazy because, like,
Don't run,
wait, what?
don't run.
Oh, no, not this part. Hold on. So we're past the park at this point. Cops roll up with cop cars with cruisers. They make a full single file line in the middle of the road. They get out, and the video doesn't fully show the experience here, but they immediately start pushing. Like they immediately got out with their batons, started yelling. You can't really get a good sense of it, but like it was an incredibly intimidating presence there, right? Like they just come out and they're just fucking freaking out. Yeah, this is where we got tear gas too, or maced. I think it was mace. So we're all coughing because they just like started deploying, started just fucking spraying the crowd with mace. These are people that were at the No Kings protest. These were people at the No Kings protest that were walking, that were trying to walk away, listening to the cops on the other side of the road that were saying, go back the other route, go back the other way, go back the other way. And then they blocked the other entrance as well, not letting us leave. Yeah, this is where a cop pushed me. You can't really see it in the beginning, but like, and then he fucking jumps up and he backs away a little bit. You can see the other cop like fucking aiming too. Look at this. He's getting ready to shoot. I'm telling him stop. They're not letting us through on the other side. They told us to go this way. They told us to go this way. And I was right behind you. I was terrified when this happened. Yeah. And I was trying to tell him like, bro, you're on fucking camera. I was like, you're on camera, bro. Oh, here, this is it.
Here we go.
Yeah. And I'm telling him stop. Like, stop. Let the people leave. I was like, stop, let the people leave. The other cops are fucking, cops are telling us to leave from the other side. And it's so fucking crazy where he's like, I mean, he just like, they're so dumb. Like they're so clueless. Like they're not even doing the, like they're not supposed to be kettling right there, right? That's not their goal here. Their goal here is to disperse the crowd. And these dumb fucks are not allowing the crowd to disperse by letting the entry point, like an opening point in the fucking line.
You can come slowly. Push them south.
They're literally like poorly trained dogs that know only how to bite. I know. Why is the left so concerned with the ongoing Palestine genocide, but turn a blind eye or even support unvetted, rampant illegal immigration? People that don't want to integrate to their new home, same way Jewish refugees didn't integrate to Palestine. This is the funniest fucking argument. Dude, do you think that people who are desperate financial and political circumstances, that are fleeing tremendous violence, that simply want a better life for themselves, are actually being sent to the United States of America as a settler colonial apparatus in the same way that like Jewish migration was done under colonial occupied Palestine? Because those two things are not the same. If any, it's like considering that the American settlers that initially came in and genocided the ethnic population, I mean the indigenous population here, are actually the undocumented migrants. Like the accurate comparison would be the early colonial powers that came here versus Jewish migration into the Palestine area, and then the ethnic cleansing campaign that came in 1947 and 1948, also known as the Nakba. There's no comparison that you can. Well, in the UK, Muslims in London have started neighborhoods under Sharia law. Yeah, no, they haven't. You're a fucking moron. Okay. Also, you're literally talking about America, dumb fuck. This is an American anti-ICE protest, a nation of migrants that is infinitely more tolerant to migration and migrants in general, given the way that the country was invented and designed. And you're making a false comparison by bringing up a fake nonsensical point about Londonistan. Okay? Yeah, they're doing Sharia law in the streets of London. Okay. They want fucking global jihad, lad. They want Shakira law, mate. Fucking hell. Yeah, Mexicans are living in Los Angeles, California, and they want to do Mexican Sharia. It's true. Please never turn off your camera when you go to protests and stuff. What do you mean? I don't. Yeah. The Mexicans are setting cars on fire. They are beating hookers and not letting them work. Well, in UK, Muslims, what are you saying? The latest Hosber is fucking hilarious. I know. We're going to get to that in a second. Hold on. I wish we had the Morena rain here. Yeah. Mexicans are coming here making it illegal not to eat a torta. You have to eat. Yeah. Birria law. Not Sharia law, but Birria law. It's crazy to me that you allow British in this chat. I would perma them the moment they admitted to being one. No, there's some fucking cool British people. Clear example of this doesn't help your cause. Person who doesn't care about the cause. Exactly. Oh God, I wish La Raza will finally fucking rise up. Does anyone have the clip of the fucking undercover cop that was trailing us the entire time? And only after we made a note of it did he just finally skateboard away. This was funny.
Yeah, so the other day when I went, they started aiming.
He just passed that with the skateboard with the fucking...
Yeah. Point blank too.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. They have no chill. You know how like, but they say never talk.
That's the Fed. He had an earpiece on. We don't know if it was just a Bluetooth. Maybe he's just like an old Vato that just really is trying to learn how to skate, you know? Could be. But very interesting. Oh, this is the guy, yeah. He just kept looking over at us.
Of course. So you're with 50-51? So, wait, I mean...
No, that's not the aggro dude. The aggro dude was a totally... separate guy who was like, what hood you from? That was funny. That was, yeah, he brought out his brand new board, bro. Chill. He had a brand new Hello Kitty board. It's fine. Like, it's normal. It's fine to have a normal Hello Kitty board as a 45-year-old as a 45-year-old man that's like kind of in shape, like, but like old man fat in shape. That's just come on, this is normal. Normal to have your clean, unscuffed Hello Kitty board. Nah, that's a collab board. Is unironically $200 plus and super rare. Yeah, maybe he confiscated it. Who knows? But yeah, there was at least he knew not to hold it from the trucks. Yeah, he wasn't that much of a poser. All right, whatever. Listen. And then there was that one random moment where some dude tried to press me, and then he ended up at the anti-ICE rally. Yeah, he was always behind us. It was just so strange. That's when he was holding it from the trucks, by the way. Maybe someone told him not to do that. That's like that. Isn't that the mall grab, right? That's what it's called. I don't skate, but that's what skaters say. This motherfucker was always around us, dude. He was always around us. Maybe he was just trying to defend us. I don't know. Protect and serve type shit. Yeah. Came in hot with the how do you do, fellow kids? I am not a federal agent. Yeah, he had an earpiece in there. The mall grab outfit being bad at skating, that's a fed all day. No, we did notice him. Dude, we did notice him. We did. We just didn't call it out. We did. Yeah, maybe he's just a fan and he was too afraid to say hello. Cole's video's out, pretty good one. Yeah, I've been meaning to get Cole out, and he came all on his own, which is crazy. Did you see any counter protesters? No. Have you seen this tweet? No, I have not. Is that what Kai was showing you with his phone to watch out? Yeah, that wasn't Kai, that was Tony. Hey, that's me. I'm sorry you don't like my board, but please don't make fun of my weight. No, we love your board, man. Bro's probably just watching and sad. You are famous, to be fair, but yeah, that's definitely a fed. Okay, dude. Don't try to fucking fake. Don't try to act like you're him. Get out of here. Here in Brazil, we are having a scandal because some mayors, including my cities, went to Israel by invitation and now they can't leave. It's so funny. I know, I saw. Have you seen this other tweet? Oh, yeah, this is my favorite tweet. Extremely good troll here, reaping a bounty in the replies. Breaking, Iran targeted infrastructure and buildings in Tel Aviv used by Israel to store F-35 jets and submarines. This is... Well, I don't understand. That means it's definitely real. Okay, it's obviously real. What are we talking about? I mean, for the last 20 months, when Israel presented insane information like this, I always assumed it was real. I always assumed that this is normal and real and good. You know? Well. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. That's real and it's true. Wow, I believe it. I work in that building. There's definitely a sub underneath, but no planes. That part is fake. I don't know. I mean, I'm trained and conditioned into believing this from the past 20 months of Israel's righteous conquest, not a genocide, but Israel's war against buildings filled to the brim with Hamas. No, that's real. That's definitely real for sure. That's actually an aircraft carrier. Yeah, that part is definitely real. An aircraft carrier that is, by the way, significantly larger than this building. Israel's crazy because they have a tiny aircraft carrier that they made with like tiny versions of planes. Yeah, I've seen this one. I know this move. It's a meme, right? What do you think, chatter? Of course it's a fucking meme. They're making fun of Israel being like El Shiva compound. Al Ahli compound, excuse me. It's very clear that the hospital has fucking tunnels under it where it is actually technically the command and control center for everyone in Hamas. And then they put out the like shittiest animation of all time. Yeah, they have a Star Destroyer, man. It's real. That's real. Israel has that. The tech gap is crazy. Remember when they did that with Lebanon? That was really funny because like Lebanon, unlike Gaza, has like Western journalists stationed in Lebanon. So they just went to the the hospital, and they were like, hey, can we take a look at your supposed like Hezbollah tunnels? And they were like, sure. And they were like, there is no Hezbollah tunnels here, nor Hezbollah gold. I think the fact that they are trying to do that, even with like immediate verification that they can get from Western press, is so shocking. Like they really don't care. It's actually really smart how the aircraft carrier works. Just add water and expands like those toy dinosaurs. Yeah. Just a heads up. That's fake. Oh, thanks, man. Oh, this is fake? Oh, nah. You mean to tell me Israel doesn't have a Star Destroyer that's floating in this like anti-gravity chamber that's built underneath this residential compound in Tel Aviv? Wow. That's anti-Semitic of you to think that Israel doesn't have such a ginormous tech gap with everybody else on the planet. I regret to inform you that the pro-Israel crowd does not realize this is a shit post
by a pro-Pelly that I actually thought he was a parody account, but nope, he is the real deal.
Dog, there is no fucking way. They're making fun of the shit that the IDF posts, man. They're making fun of. Also, no community notes. No community note under this. It's real. What is this? Is an Imperial destroyer from Star Wars. Might be a good idea to double check your sources. Incredible stuff, man. I love that this is real. People are posting this with sincerity.
Tel Aviv used by Israel to store F-35 jets and submarines. So as you can see, that is an Imperial Star Destroyer from...
That is an Imperial Star Destroyer. Why are they soy posting, man? Yeah, this is just as fake as the IDF posts, big guy. That's the point. As a matter of fact, that's the whole point of this shit post. The entire point of this shit post is, oh my God, they're so mad. This is an Imperial Star Destroyer from Star Wars, you moronic fat fuck. It is not in the basement of an apartment building in Tel Aviv. Subject matter expert here. That's a Star Destroyer. Yeah. Wait till they find out the Star Destroyer was filled with copies of Mein Kampf. Yeah. Every room inside the Star Destroyer, I checked. Okay. Every room inside the Star Destroyer had a annotated copy of Mein Kampf in Hebrew. Yeah. Yeah. I hate to report on such atrocities, but, and you know who was reading the copies of Mein Kampf? It was next to the baby's crib. Yeah. It was for babies. Terror babies. Yup. You guessed it. I guess there's no other way to go about this. This is what we've learned from you, Israel. This is what we learned from you, Israel. Why are you behaving like this? I thought this shit was valid now. I'm so confused because for the past 20 months, this is what you have behaved like. And I was supposed to take this seriously and with all sincerity, you know?
Star Wars. Now, Israel's very impressive and could probably build that with Jewish space lasers and all, but let's assume it is...
Bro, this guy is back. He's back. This guy will not give up. Every single day he asks what the glasses are. And it's funny because there are plenty of... I've talked about these glasses that I'm wearing right now many times over. And there are definitely people who know what the brand of glasses are, and we're just not going to tell him because he just is so fucking committed. No, I'm not going to tell him. It's so much funnier. There are people who are already writing the brand. There are people already writing the brand in the chat, and nope, I'm not telling them.
Let's assume it's real. It would have the dimensions of 1600 by 985 by 4.
Oh God, you are such a fucking lame ass loser. Oh my God, he's like subject matter expert here. As a massive Star Wars fan, almost as big as a fan of Star Wars as I am of Israel. Erming. Clearly, Israel doesn't have the Star Destroyer.
455 meters. A Star Destroyer, holy shit, I can't believe I'm making this video. A Star Destroyer would exceed the pyramids of Giza and could not fit beneath residential buildings. Also, what the fuck does he mean they're storing submarines underneath the buildings? I'm a submarine veteran, so yeah, you could store submarines in dry area. Like, for example, when they go through overhaul. What you do is you actually put the submarine...
Oh, God, our military is so ass, bro. I'm sorry. We're so cooked. Erming, I'm a submarine veteran here. Lover of Israel here. Like, obviously, you cannot fit a Star Destroyer underneath a building.
Into what's called a dry dock, as you can see right here. And then the dry dock, you know, there's like a wall that comes up, they pump the water out, and, you know, the whole entire submarine is exposed. They have permanent ones and they have floating dry docks, but It wouldn't be underneath a residential building. I don't even know how that would work. You'd have to have some kind of like floating city, which, you know what? I'm not even gonna get into this.
This does look like a purposeful jab at Israel, given how Israel often defends strikes in Gaza by claiming military usage. Fun fact, there's a nation in the Middle East that does have nuclear weapons, but refuses to confirm how many. Oh my God. They're eating his ass in the replies, dude. Hell yeah. TikTok is not fucking with Israel, bro. I'm sorry. You got to try again. Got to try again. They are so desperate, says the yellow ribbon account. That's because the average Iran supporter IQ is approximately 1 to 3, so they'll believe almost anything. This is such a funny self-own because everyone, like, this is a meme about what Israel defenders choose to believe. And all of the Israel defenders, they're like, oh, if you believe this, you're a fucking moron. It's like, yeah, no, that's what we've been saying. That's what we've been saying, dumbass. You have behaved like a fucking moron, you know? This whole time, you have behaved like a fucking moron. Can't wait for you to be arrested, says Jake the Bellyache. Leave my country already, terrorist supporter. I mean, it's my country too, you know? Sucks for you, I guess, but that's kind of the beauty of this country, no? Is that you're going to have disagreements with people. Look at the proposed community notes of the original post. Israel does not store submarines in apartment buildings. They are based at the Haifa Naval Base. What? Everyone on X knows that Suleiman is an R word, but this unequivocally confirms. Is this AI video showing among... Dude, they're so mad. I love that this doesn't have a community note. Which is, it must be real. I'm sorry. It must be fucking real. That's no community note means is real. In any case, yeah, Praetorian Guard assassinates politician they're supposed to be guarding, you know, we're back in time. We're back in time for that. All right. So, wanted to go through that funny little meme here. Wanted to do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. We obviously have a lot to talk about. Trump had his whack-ass military parade. Let's dive into it. Trump holds military parade as no King's protests are happening nationwide.
Trump's military parade through the nation's capital and the nationwide protests against his administration's policy.
I will hand it to the liberals one time. Not protesting during the parade in D.C. was actually smart. I thought it would have been better to show, like, I was wrong. I'm ready to admit that. I thought it'd be better to like protest against the military parade as well. And I'm so glad they didn't do that because they didn't do that and they protested everywhere else in the country. There were tens of millions of people flowing through every fucking street in the United States of America, in every city and in even small towns and like deep red areas as well. While there was seemingly no one, and I mean no one, at the military parade. And as you guys know, we watched it. It was the biggest failed parade of all time. I don't understand how like the current American military marches so poorly. Like I'm not an anti-parade guy. I say all the time, like the two things that I actually do think are cool are just like ginormous statues and also military parades. Like I've talked about this before. I think military parades are kind of cool. Okay. And holy fuck, it is shocking how out of shape and out of step the American army was. It's so bad that I'm not necessarily like a libbed up kind of guy who would say like, oh, this is, this is their protest. Like they're not marching. They're not marching appropriately because they're protesting Trump. And I feel like that might be one alternative example, or like that might be a reason, because it was alarming how out of step they were. Like it just did not make any fucking sense whatsoever. They were just schlubbing it, dude. They were schlubbing it. And I don't know if it's because of the incompetence or if it's just like the army just being like, this is stupid. Like we don't want to do this for you for your birthday. Who the fuck do you think you are? It looked so deflated. It had, I think, the opposite purpose of why these countries normally, like much smaller countries, normally do this like demonstration, this show of force. Like the reason why they do these big military parades is because they want to show how mighty their military is. And it's ironic because like usually the less you use your military for actual war, the more you actually spend time on these marches. And I still thought that the American military would at least like show up. Nah, the first thing you learn is how to do in the military is march. This was intentional. No, I'm serious. I know. You're supposed, don't you march like all the fucking time? Like you have to learn how to march appropriately. Like it's like one of those old school things that they it's one of those like old school things that you're supposed to keep up with, right? It's shocking. Okay, but anyway, everyone is doing the same thing that I was doing yesterday on the stream where I was like, the military parade Trump thought he was getting. And then I superimposed yesterday while we were streaming, I showed you like the American military marching and then side by side with like the North Korean parades and the Chinese parades. And it was incredible. Like the disparity was alarming. Like that's crazy. What is happening? What's up with our military, man? I thought this was the one thing that America, like this is the thing that our tax dollars go to. This is the fucking thing. This is the thing that our tax dollars go to. What is happening? I thought this is like, y'all gonna learn why Americans don't have health care. Like, oh, Yemen about to learn why Americans don't have health care. Turns out they didn't learn shit. We don't have health care and the military can't even march. What the fuck is going on? No aura. Zero aura. What the hell? This one was so fun. He was holding up the drone because he's got like, what, 20 minutes of flying? So he's just like, yeah, the battery died on this one. The drone guy. Bro, what is going on? If there's one thing I thought our military would have an accessible stockpile of, it's oil. And yet, what? Oh, because of the squeaky wheels? Dude, I'm telling you. And it was fucking sponsored by Coinbase. Sponsored by Coinbase and the UFC and Form, Dana White's fuck ass energy drink and Palantir. Are you joking? And no one showed up? I can't begin to explain to you how perfect of a disaster this entire thing was and how perfectly America in current day it all is. This spectacular humiliation of trying to do a demonstration of might while simultaneously failing on the optics front. It's a parade. It's the whole thing is optics, right? Like before people say, well, our military is super powerful, like 800 military bases, shut the fuck up. It's like, all right, well then don't do a parade. You know what I mean? The whole point of it is optics. The whole point of the parade is optics. You can't just like do something for optics and then have it look this janky and then turn around and be like, well, you know, it's because we don't do optics. We just kill. And then don't do it. Like I've never seen, it was such a flub. It was such a flub. It was a great parade. It was a spectacular failure. Get the fuck out now. This is funny. Clearly this was not a dictatorship example. You guys overhyped this with the King's BS law. Now you're trying to clean it up. Cry, bruh. You are not being honest. You are a useful idiot. I'm not being honest because this right here looks like shit. Like you are like, nah, keep coping, loser. Keep coping, liptard. This was actually awesome. It got my dick hard. I love seeing our boys in camo schlub it through the DC streets. Okay? That's right. Yeah, okay. If this wasn't so ass, then why is there so much cope? Jake, bro. Okay, people are genuinely confused why members of the U.S. Army can't actually march in unison like the Russians or North Koreans. The reason why is because all these soldiers have real jobs in the military and nobody beyond ceremonial units ever does any marching once out of basic training in their tech school. These soldiers spend their days doing important work to defend our nation. They don't ever practice marching. Trump demanded they all stop being productive at their jobs to waste time and taxpayer money to march in a parade for his amusement. This is weapons grade nuclear copium. Like no one thinks this was good. Everyone, you can tell like how invested someone is on the Trump train. Like you can tell how fucking insane someone is, how brain broken they are in the cult they are by the way that they're making an assessment over this parade, I guess. It's like looking at this and going, yeah, the fact that our military can't even march like a fucking middle school band is actually fine. It's really cool. They looked sick while doing this. If you feel that way, you are probably in the cult. You are in the cult. This person is a lib. Yes, this person is doing lib cope. Liberals also love the army. Liberals also love the military. Liberals also saw this humiliating display and were angry about it. After engaging with U.S. Army veterans in the comments, I think I might have issue correction here. These guys do/should know about how to march and could have if they wanted to. They probably just didn't care about this parade at all with zero effort. Okay, so you undermined your entire point that you were making in the top here. Okay, got it. Yeah, they do marching and parades during military school graduations. They definitely could have put together something that didn't look like shit. I'm starting to believe that Felix's "a few good men" theory is true, and the Joint Chiefs are all Chapo heads. Yeah, the great officers rebellion is almost about to take place. I don't know. I mean, it was so ass that I think like I can't believe this is so ass that I can't in good conscience believe that like these guys are simply that incompetent and they just were doing maybe a protest. Okay? Because if they're this bad, if they're this fucking incompetent, holy moly, is the most expensive military on the planet, dude. There is no comparison. There's no comparison. The very fact that we're having this much, pouring this much commentary into this conversation also is a indication that it failed as a parade. Like it failed its primary purpose. Its primary purpose is to show how big dick and strong our military is. It had the exact opposite. It had the exact opposite reaction from most people. And the thing is, like, I like military parades. I think they're kind of cool. It's my least popular take in the left. Everybody always goes, "Oh, this is a dictatorship. It's a dictatorship." It's like, oh, whatever. It's like one of the things that a dictatorship does that's like kind of sick. Okay, that and big ass fucking statues. So the fact that we couldn't even do this shit pisses me off a little bit. Also, this was funny. Fox News brings in Rebecca Koffler to talk about the military parade, but she seems to be heavily intoxicated. So they cut away with the quickness. Let's take a look.
Now is former Defense Intel Agency officer Rebecca.
I'm gonna be honest with you, watching Fox News yesterday was so sad. It literally felt like watching Alan Lichtman, the 13 Keys guy, on the night of the election, where he was watching his career implode in spectacular fashion after months and months of propping up this like false theory that he had. It was kind of like that. They were just like, "This is so sick. I am feeling so confident. I feel so good right now. This is hitting me at my heartstrings. Like, the American military is so mighty. Look at how cool this is. This is not a waste of time or resources." They just kept having, military historians come on the stream to be like, "Well, this cost taxpayers, $200 million, but it's actually a good use of resources because it really improves morale for the soldiers and it really makes the American military look good." It's like, dude, we're seeing it. It's like side by side. When you're saying that, you're superimposing that with images of dudes that are just like, fuck, I don't want to be here. They were like, "No, this is going to be spectacular for recruitment." No, I don't think so. Unless the purpose of this was to say, "Hey, are you a regular ass, middle-aged couch potato? That's the job for you. The U.S. military is looking for people like you. Trust me on this. You do not have to do basic training. You do not have to be able to do a push-up. You don't even need to march in lockstep. Don't worry about it. We are now the mediocre military." Okay?
Rebecca Koffler. Rebecca, what are your thoughts tonight on the incredible symbolism and the messaging that we saw here tonight from the Commander-in-Chief on the Army's 250th birthday?
I am so excited, Emily and Lucas Tomlinson. Everybody, like, this is incredible. Finally, the United States is back.
This is, oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, maybe maybe we were wrong. You have to be that fucking zooted and be that shaky that it course corrects when you watch our troops walking, trekking, bored out of their minds, shaking around. If you're also shaking, then it looks stable.
Want to really thank all of our Army, Navy, and Air Force officers who have been sacrificing their lives. Literally, their families have been contributing to the mission. Most of the time, for the past quarter of a century, because of the mismanagement of the administrative states, they've been fighting these foreign wars. But with our new in chief, Donald J. Trump, they are prioritizing America first. And I want to thank these officers for all of these sacrifices and all of the hardships that their families have been doing. Lawrence Jones, you are doing, you're rocking, man. Like, you guys are incredible. Lucas,
thank you.
I want to thank
Thank you so much, Rebecca. Thank you, and thank you for your service, too. Well, our final thoughts on this
Oh, they cut her. They cut her. They're like, she's a former intelligence person. And I don't know if it's CTE, Xanax, or a wombo combo of CTE, Xanax, and wine. But she is zooted out of her goddamn mind, dude. Her eyeballs were rolling around her head. All right, it's time for a week off for you, chatter.
historic and patriotic celebration when we return.
Can't wait.
Check for the replies. Well, POTUS apparently encroaching on my airtime. My hit is moved to 8:20 to 8:30 p.m. depending on how long Trump takes. I'm honored refilling my champagne glass while waiting for my hit. She deleted that. Amazing. The lore behind this clip is pure cinema. Yeah. Amazing. Well, there you go. There you have it. Like, down to the fucking stupid ass, down to the fucking stupid ads that they had. We are cooked. We're so cooked.
We have team coverage this morning. ABC's Alex Stone is live in Los Angeles. But we're going to start with ABC's Alex Perche, who joins us from Washington. Good morning to you, Alex. You were out there amidst all those protesters.
That's right, Janae. And it was quite the contrast between what played out on the National Mall, a parade of pomp and circumstance, and the many protests and some unrest across the country.
From Atlanta to Arlington to Albuquerque to Anaheim. 2,000 separate demonstrations this weekend in all 50 states. So-called No King's Day protest voicing opposition to President Trump's agenda and a joint birthday celebration he threw for the U.S. Army and himself. Many protests peaceful, but some erupting into chaos. Gunfire breaking out during a demonstration in Salt Lake City, Utah. Police rushing to help one victim in critical condition. Authorities taking one man into custody and saying there are no other known threats to the community. A motive under investigation. In Los Angeles, police used flashbangs to break up crowds outside federal buildings downtown. Protesters seen running to safety. Demonstrations in Minnesota canceled after that deadly targeted shooting of Democratic lawmakers. Authorities finding flyers for the protests in the suspect's vehicle. And in Charlotte, 2 protesters arrested for assaulting officers. Meanwhile, a stark contrast for President Trump's night, filled with pomp and circumstance in Washington. Commemorating the 250th birthday of the U.S. Army and his 79th birthday, culminating in a military parade along the National Mall. The first of its kind since 1991. The military estimates Saturday's parade cost as much as $45 million in taxpayer money.
Every other country celebrates their victories. It's about time America did too. That's what we're doing tonight.
But just outside the perimeter, thousands gathered to protest.
More than 1,000 people gathered at Logan Circle, now marching down towards the White House. But they felt passionate about being specifically here in D.C. peacefully to make sure that the White House hears their opposition.
President Trump told reporters last week that protesters would be met with heavy force.
I am here today, here in D.C., is because he threatened us. Like, how crazy.
Roseanne Rodriguez is a veteran who served with the 82nd Airborne.
I have a right protected by the Constitution that says I can be out here.
Now, the White House later attempted to clarify, saying the president supports peaceful protests, but his comments were motivating factors for some to cancel.
I was at the No Kings protest waving my sign that said hands off NATO, hands on Iran. Was this a good message? I am an anti-war liberal after all, except for the current one, of course. Yeah, that seems like a good message. Thank you for staying on message, by the way. Finally, I'm really glad that someone is finally doing that, like bravely bravely taking a stance, one, against NATO, or defending NATO, and also against Iran. Our boy Kenneth came out with the numbers. You all asked how much the city of LA has spent so far related to the June protests against ICE. $11.4 million estimated preliminary costs through Friday. These mainly relate to the city's response, e.g. labor costs, followed by cleanup and damage costs. And of course, this does not even have payouts potentially for, murking, shooting at these protesters too. So this is just the initial cost. Isn't that fantastic? I feel protected. I love this. This is great. Great stuff overall, I think. Yeah, overtime, hazard pay, that kind of stuff,
Their DC events, notably there were no reported arrests in Saturday's march.
Alex Brochet, thank you. And one of the larger protests was in Los Angeles, where marchers, also angry over Trump immigration policies, clashed with police. ABC's Alex Stone continues our team coverage. And Alex, you were there overnight when these demonstrations escalated.
Are you going to any protest today? There's 0% chance I'm going to protest today. I cannot walk. I was playing basketball earlier this morning, and the dude guarding me put his foot under me, and I landed on his foot. And I don't know how bad the ankle is, but I can't even step on it currently. So, which is crazy because it's crazy. No, it wasn't Ted. That's a flagrant one. Yeah, I know. Boomer Bones. No, dude, it's like one of the fucking most classic, one of the worst injuries that you can get. It's like it's a flagrant foul for a reason. There's no recovery from it. There's nothing you can do. Like if he puts his foot as you're fucking coming down off of a shot and you step on his fucking foot and you roll it, there's not anything you can do. If you can't step on it, it's probably broken, big dog. No, that's fine. It's not broken.
Yeah, we were right in the middle of all of it. And overnight, the LAPD battling back crowds. The crowds grew during the day. They had been peaceful early on in the day, and then they became more violent at night. All day marchers made their way around the city. They were loud, but they were peaceful during the daytime. One estimate putting the crowd at 20,000 people filling the streets here. But the crowd really grew around the federal building, and at around 4 p.m., the LAPD saying officers were taking chunks of concrete, bottles, and rocks were being thrown at them. They moved in, clearing the streets. We were there as they were forcefully coming in, pushing back the crowds using...
Yeah, the officers claimed that, but was that the reality? Nope. That was not the reality. It's lame as hell that the narrative is still like this. The narrative still revolves around like how much the protesters are being violent and rarely ever addressing who is being violent, who is elevating, who is escalating, who is actually doing the violence. And it is never the protesters. It's the motherfuckers on the horses with the batons. It's the dudes deploying chemical weapons. Especially these protesters, the No Kings protesters, like, they're not throwing shit at cops. What are you, crazy? Like, we're not even having a conversation. We're not even having a conversation about, like, these guys are in riot gear. And, like, getting hit with a fucking bottle or something is not, like, if you think that getting hit with a bottle is devastating, with a water bottle is devastating when you're in riot gear, imagine getting shot in the fucking head with a rubber bullet with no protection while you are peacefully demonstrating. Which one is worse? The only reason why you think the one is illegal and totally fucked up and totally violent and unacceptable, and the other is perfectly fine, is because you're like, no, cops are supposed to do that. That's their job. Their job is to beat the shit out of us, which is weird because you're not a cop. You're not a politician. You're not a cop. You're not a wealthy person. You are a regular ass civilian. So if they do that to these people, they can do it to you as well. So it doesn't even make sense from a from any sort of like any sort of perspective where you want to defend yourself. Like you need to have a better better measure of your own self-worth, your own self-preservation. I don't get it. I don't get why people fucking do that. Incredibly stupid.
Using gas and less lethal rounds, firing them at protesters who would not leave. Late overnight, the LAPD again gained control of the streets around the federal building here. Once again, the curfew went into effect around 8 last night. And here at the federal building, Gio, this morning, the National Guard is here. The Marines have been out as well. as they're protecting this building. Gio.
All right, Alex Stone, thank you so much for your reporting.
Two visions of
this side by side is crazy. This side by side is hilarious. God damn, son. Trump just kind of sitting there bored as the military marches on. Incredible stuff.
America. On a day the country's deepening divide was there for all the world to see. While Donald Trump paraded tanks and troops through Washington, D.C., hundreds of thousands took to the streets across the U.S. protesting the president's hard-right agenda. The slogan, "No Kings," the mood, defiant. The largest crowds here in Los Angeles were Trump's immigration.
Oh yeah, here's Trump caught on a hot mic. I'm sorry for the Reddit link, but you know, Trump caught on hot mic saying he wants his people to behave like North Koreans when he speaks.
Close to seeing Mr. Kim here at the White House?
Could happen. I mean,
they talked about that yesterday.
I think it's something that could happen. Yeah. Hey, he's the head of a country, and I mean, he is the strong head.
Oh, this is from 2018. I don't remember this. Back when it popped off.
Don't let anyone think anything different. Right. He speaks and his people sit up at attention. I want my people to do the same.
Well, good luck getting Americans to do that in general, you know. Obviously, Trump is not even worthy of that kind of admiration to begin with. But I suspect that a president even worthy of that kind of admiration is not going to receive it from the American population. That clip is from 2018 is what chatters are informing me on. I mean, his attitude on that stuff hasn't changed at all, for the record. Like, he is still very much like that. I've talked about this before. He has like great respect and reverence for authoritarian strongmen. 100%. He likes them a lot. There are a couple ways that you can get on Trump's good side, even if you are an ideological enemy to him. Okay? If you're an authoritarian strongman, if you have like some semblance of charisma, even if you're like a socialist or whatever, and you are beloved by your population and they love you and they respect you, Trump will turn around and say you're a good person, or like he will glaze you straight up. The greatest example of this is Claudia Sheinbaum, and even AMLO. Trump liked AMLO. Trump loves Claudia Sheinbaum. He literally will say, like, she's a strong woman. She's a strong woman. I would go so far as to say that, like, Trump, even with, like, AOC, Trump shits on AOC, as, you know, but nowhere near as aggressively as Fox News does. And I think it's partially because of, like, her TV hits. Bernie Sanders is another great example. Bernie Sanders is Trump's perfect ideological enemy. Why the fuck does Trump say nice things about Bernie all the time? He'll sometimes be like, Bernie, he's crazy, he's loony, but he's got a lot of popularity. People love him, folks. Yeah, he loves Viktor Orban too. Yeah, he loves Viktor Orban because Viktor Orban is not necessarily charismatic, but authoritarian strongman. 7 minutes ago, Iranian intelligence chief killed in strikes. Reported the head of Iran's intelligence agency and this deputy was killed in Israeli strikes today. The state-owned... Yeah, we're going to talk about that. Don't worry. I'm going to get to that. I'm going to get to fucking Benjamin Netanyahu also begging for help. I'm going to get to the next round of assassinations from Israel in a second once these protests are over, once the protest coverage is over.
Crackdown and heavy-handed police tactics have sparked a huge backlash.
For the last 8 days, the people in Los Angeles have been out on the streets protesting. More than 800 people have been arrested. But today, thousands came out to the streets to show their
Latin American correspondent at the Los Angeles protests is so funny because he's like normally his beat is doing this for like former authoritarian governments in like Latin America where they do exactly this, beat the fuck out of like mass mobilized crowds. So it's funny to do that in Los Angeles. You know what I mean? It's funny to do that in America in general. He's like the American government behaving exactly with the Brazilian military dictatorship.
Content of what they call the militarization of Los Angeles and the presence of immigration and customs enforcement in their communities. They say they will continue to protest.
He doesn't like Xi. He respects him perhaps, but he does not like the man. No, he loves... What? Are you insane? No, he loves Xi Jinping. Are you kidding me? you have to listen to the way he talks about Nancy Pelosi or Adam Schiff or any number of like Democrats in the unpopular opposition that he has versus heads of state that he has great respect and admiration for. He has a tremendous amount of admiration for Xi Jinping. Are you joking? He loves Vladimir Putin. He loves Xi Jinping. Like, he thinks these guys are awesome. He straight up wants to be like them. Okay? I'm telling you right now, he would say that Erdogan too. Erdogan as well. He looks at those guys and he's like, why can't we have a similar structure of control?
Until they leave.
Unprecedented raids targeting undocumented workers, along with the decision to send in troops against the wishes of the state governor, have turned LA into the front line of anti-Trump.
He hates Newsom though? No. Dude, Trump has said incredibly nice things about Gavin Newsom in the past. This is a relatively new phenomena where he's like bouldering. He's always been uncharacteristically nice to Gavin Newsom. Trump hates Trudeau? Yeah, because he sees Trudeau as a weak, feckless lib. I'm willing to bet, depending on how Mark Carney's approach is and how popular he is, he might have even a very different relationship with Mark Carney as opposed to Trudeau. He sees Trudeau like Kamala Harris style liberal.
Sentiment. For people here, including these Democratic congressmen, it's a battle for the soul of the nation.
We are going to make sure that people know that we're not giving up and we're not going away.
More tear gas, more arrests, but elsewhere demonstrations were largely peaceful. Meanwhile, this was the scene in DC, a military parade rolling through the streets of the Capitol for the first time in more than...
Is no one in mainstream media gonna say this fucking parade was ass? Like, they're too scared? Is that what it is? Like, they don't want to disrespect the military? It was ass, bro. Like, why are we... I mean, look at the fucking visuals, man. I'm sorry. You can't be like, this was a military parade, and then it's like a dude holding up a fucking drone walking.
In 3 decades. As to fall on Trump's 79th birthday, complete with robot dogs, the parade celebrated 250 years of the US Army. The main purpose, perhaps, to allow the president to project power and play to his base.
America stands tall, America stands proud, and America stands free. We're the hottest country in the world right now, and our country will soon be greater and stronger than ever before.
The parade, like so much of Trump's politics, has divided Americans. To his supporters, a long overdue celebration of military personnel. To his critics, more evidence of a slide towards authoritarianism.
I will obey the orders of the President of the United States.
This is a president, though, who's not afraid to anger his opponents. The question now, whether that anger can be contained.
To the urgent manhunt for...
There's something so strange about like commanding one of the most diverse militaries on the planet as like a outwardly racist administration. I can't get over that. I will never be able to get over that. It's like half the military's last name is like Rodriguez and Hernandez, and the administration is like, we got to get these Rodriguez's out of here. Like their primary focus is like literally trying to eradicate the Latino population of the country. Anyway, BB is on Fox News begging for attention. Netanyahu tells MAGA base Iran tried to kill Trump twice. On Fox News, Netanyahu claimed Israeli intelligence suggests Iran plotted to assassinate Trump, calling him enemy number one. The Israeli prime minister was appealing to Trump's base, hoping to rally U.S. public support for joining its unprovoked war with Iran. No evidence was claimed. No evidence was provided for the claim, and Iran has repeatedly denied targeting Trump.
I want to talk about the nuclear threat, and I want to talk about President Trump. You just said Iran tried to assassinate President Trump twice. Do you have intel that the assassination attempts on President Trump were direct?
Yes, but we will not show you. If you ask me for evidence, you might be anti-Semitic, Brett. I hate to say it. I hate to call you an anti-Semite, Brett. But do not ask me. Do not ask me, Brett. Don't do it.
Directly from Iran?
Through proxies, yes. Through their intel, yes. They want to kill him. Look, he's enemy number one. He's a decisive leader. He never took the path that others took to try to bargain with him in a way that is weak, giving them basically a pathway to enrich uranium, which means a pathway to the bomb, padding it with billions and billions of dollars. He took up this fake agreement and basically tore it up. He killed Qasem Soleimani.
Yeah, that was a great move, man. I like that he's basically presenting all of Trump's major mistakes, chopping up the Iran denuclearization agreement being perhaps the worst one. Okay? That, I think, for the record, is like one of the few instances where I will say that there wasn't a uniparty approach. That was Donald Trump leaning into the Israel lobby's demands, as opposed to Barack Obama not doing that and saying, we're going to pave a different path. Like America wants to destroy Iran, decapitate its leadership, and create destabilization in Iran for sure. But I think the previous administration's assessment on that front was basically to ease up on Iran a little bit, to allow them like to carve a different path forward potentially. And that path forward was through sanctions and then coupled with the denuclearization agreement. Trump came in and was like, nope, we're chopping that up immediately. And that was the goal. Benjamin Netanyahu hated that shit. That was definitely an instance where like Israel's demands were not met entirely, right? Because I think the American government, the American foreign policy approach was different. Whereas Trump was in lockstep. This was a big mistake. This was a major mistake. But ever since then, especially with Biden, who is an ultra-Zionist, they have not strayed away from the uniparty. Israel gives us the notes. Like, we use Israeli intelligence and Israeli assessment in the region. They haven't moved away from that even a little bit since then, with both Biden and also with Donald Trump now. This is ironically enough why I say like Kamala Harris would not have been different than Donald Trump in terms of her approach, her administration's approach to Israel-Palestine, which really triggers libs. Like, liberals get so fucking mad when I say that. They're like, how dare you? With Kamala Harris, we'd be going out to brunch right now. It's like, yeah, you would, because you wouldn't give a shit about all the awful things that they would also be doing. And that's not just my assessment, because like I remember I criticized this protest, this poster, and people got really mad. People got in their fucking feelings about it. But like Kamala Harris's own advisors, like her own NSC person who would have been in the Security Council, like she came out and said we'd be defending Israel harder than Trump if given the opportunity. And I don't know why liberals would rather deny that and close their eyes to that reality. Like they've deluded themselves into thinking that Kamala Harris would have a different foreign policy approach than the Trump administration, when members of her fucking campaign and her cabinet have actively been saying that we would outflank Donald Trump on our defense of Israel. Here's Ammar Musa, still thinking about the concerted campaign by people from my own community who said Harris administration would be the exact same as the Trump administration. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Great point, Ammar, because Harris campaigned on ending the genocide in Gaza and reigning Israeli biblical irredentism, right? The tedious would Harris have been substantially different on Israel Twitter debate can easily be solved in a matter of minutes by Harris herself, who can, whenever she wants, denounces Trump's brutal genocide and escalation with Iran. Weirdly, Harris has never done this. This is exactly my point. I bring this up all the time. She's not running for office right now. Why hasn't she said anything if she's actually this like brave anti-genocide? She has this like brave anti-genocide position. Where's she at? It's so strange that people are like, no, you don't understand. She actually is secretly anti-genocide. She's just on the sidelines. She's just, keeping her peace. It's so stupid. Here, Senator Adam Schiff. I call him Adam Shit. This is from earlier today. They're doing Meet the Press. Democrats are doing Meet the Press saying, I think Israel has a right to defend itself, and I support what Israel's doing to defend itself. In terms of whether the administration should go further and engage in direct hostilities against Iran, that's not something I support. Well, don't worry. We are already supporting Israel, and we will continue supporting Israel. And we will most likely also offer military capabilities to Israel to strike Iran. Don't worry, that's also coming. And when that happens, Adam Schiff will be like, well, I normally don't agree with much. I normally don't agree with much with the Trump administration, but on this one, they're A-OK. Okay? Understand, American foreign policy is uniparty. Democrats have basically shown that this is the reality. I am so confused as to why people within the base act as though the Democrats are not lockstep on this issue. They are. Trump and his narrative is different. He doesn't try to massage it. He doesn't try to even keep up with the presence that there's like or the fake notion that there is some kind of international laws that we are following here, that we're abiding by. Trump just doesn't do that. He will just straight up be like, nope, what the fuck are you going to do about it? Don't you want foreign policy to be uniparty though? What? No, I don't. What are you talking about? No, I want an actual anti-war Democratic Party. Being pro-war and trying to outflank the Republicans on American military actions is unironically allowing dipshits like Donald Trump to make it seem as though, because it would change every 4 years, I want American foreign policy to be anti-war. I don't give a fuck if it's uniparty in that front. Okay? What do you mean? What do you mean? You're saying both parties want war and more war. Isn't that great? Otherwise, it would be too unstable. Like, what are you talking about? Even if it was unstable and one party would come back into power and rein it back in every 4 years, I would still prefer that over both parties being pro-war all the time. God damn, it's so stupid. It's bad policy and it's bad politics. Like, every prominent Democrat has basically offered support. I've been long committed to ensuring Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon. We must work with Israel and our regional partners. It's like, bro, you are a senator from Minnesota. What are you talking about? You're like, I have been long committed as a senator from Minnesota that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. We have to blow up Iran. We must work with Israel and our regional partners to de-escalate and avoid a devastating regional war. That is the way to keep people safe, including the thousands of U.S. service members stationed in the Middle East. Yeah, I have a really good suggestion of how we can keep them safe. Get them out of the Middle East.
He said, made it very clear, including now, you cannot have a nuclear weapon, which means you cannot enrich. He's been very forceful. So for them, he's enemy number one.
Yeah.
Look, they also tried to kill me, but I'm his junior partner.
When did
they understand that President Trump is a great threat to Iran's plans to.
Bro, you look like shit, big dog. What's happening? You look like you haven't slept. Oh, well.
To weaponize nuclear weapons and use them.
When did you tell President Trump you were going to launch these strikes?
Look, I've been in constant contact with President Trump. We've known each other for many years. And obviously, we informed our American friends and President Trump, our great friend, ahead of time. We did. He knew about it, of course.
I mean, there were reports that President Trump kind of helped you achieve your strategic surprise by publicly urging you not to attack when he already knew you had decided to do it. So you were closely coordinating with the U.S. throughout this process.
Look, we're fully coordinated, but understand that America, under President Trump, will make the decisions that are best for America. And that's the way it is. He understands that I, as the Prime Minister of Israel, the one and only Jewish state, must make the decisions that are important for the survival of my country, and he will do what is best for America. That is a relationship of mutual respect and mutual confidence.
Yeah, I think one of the things that Iran tried to do, and I covered it at the time, and it was almost silly of them to assume that Israel would back away from this, was to put out a leak, like a little bit of the leak of the treasure trove of data that they had taken from Israel, right? Like an incredible data leak, an incredible data breach. One piece that they brought up was Israel's coordination with the IA, like the International Atomic Agency, basically. I don't know what the fucking actual name of it is. I'm going to tell you right now here. It's the IAIE. No, not IAEA. IAEA. The International Atomic Energy Agency. Sorry, I get a little dyslexic. And the International Atomic Energy Agency is the intergovernmental organization that seeks to promote the peaceful use of nuclear energy and to inhibit its use for any military purpose, including nuclear weapons. And they Iran released information that that they presented after their big data leak, after the Israeli data leak, the data breach, that suggested that like there was some cooperation with Israeli intelligence. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Okay. Do you see the New York Times David French op-ed that basically explains the HasanAbi nuclear policy? No, Hassan, you don't understand. The nukes are hidden in the mountains and underground like the Vietnamese in Iraq were. Yeah. It's incredibly frustrating to watch this song and dance play out as Israel continues to escalate. Israel is doing decapitation strikes on academics. Israel in Iran. Israel is basically treating Iran like Gaza at this point. Israel gets to treat every country like Gaza, and it's the breakdown of international law is even more severe than the ethnic cleansing campaign that Israel is committed to in the Gaza Strip, which it has almost impunity over. It has, as a belligerent occupier, tremendous control over. When you do that to another sovereign nation, a regional power that is outside of the sphere of American influence, what you're suggesting is like it's no holds barred, right? And the very fact that people are talking about like, is America going to get into this conflict? America already is very meaningfully involved in this conflict, both with its defensive weapons that they're giving to Israel, but with also the offensive munitions that we have already given to Israel that they're using on Iran. But beyond that, we also are offering intelligence, and our military presence in the region is supposed to be an effective deterrence against people that might against people that don't like what Israel is doing, right? And the very fact that they just go back and forth on whether or not America should be involved in this, it makes me feel as though America is gonna get even more involved in this. Hold on. Like more involved than it has been so far in terms of obviously giving munitions. And now Trump is already saying it to Rachel Scott, senior political correspondent for the White House for ABC, spoke with President Trump briefly this morning. They're going to get involved. We are going to get involved. Like we are already involved, but we're going to get more involved is what I mean. We're going to start striking Iran. And if that is an inevitability, I don't understand how Iran's assessment on the matter has not changed in terms of like demonstrating restraint. Okay. It's very clear that they're trying to apply the Dahiyya Doctrine on Iran. Channel 14, for those of you who don't know, Dahiyya Doctrine is Israel's death and destruction campaign. It's what America applied in the Korean War. It's basically universalizing the damage by effectively destroying. It's like doing like a lighter version of an ethnic cleansing by directly targeting civilian centers and destroying all civil life in an area. It's like pure exterminationist, and the goal there is to punish the entire population. Hold on. Yeah, I do think the U.S. is soon going to be directly involved in the mass bombing campaign of Iran. I think that is what they're tailoring this entire conversation around. And that's the reason why you're seeing op-ed pieces like this. Iran's target isn't just Israel, it's us. Israel's strike against Iran isn't just self-defense, it's the front line of a broader clash of freedom versus tyranny. Now, this kind of think piece doesn't have the same motion that it once had. There is no appetite for waging war with Iran. There's no appetite in America for waging war with Iran. Now, that might change if there's like a 9/11 style attack that they can point to and say Iran did this, and then Americans might actually rally around the flag and go gung-ho. But ultimately, without that, and even with that, I don't even know if there would be the same level of support, for Iran, like going to war with Iran as they were able to whip up for post 9/11, going into Afghanistan and also Iraq. I think that it's here. I think that this is the final stage of the Israeli and American joint conquest in the region. Iran is the final player. You're dumb. Why? No, don't ban that person. Maybe they have a good point. Who knows? Maybe they're seeing something that I'm not seeing. So far, my assessment has held up. My analysis has been fairly I mean, it's been pretty correct as opposed to like the overwhelming majority. Even of people who are pro-Palestine, like their assessment of like Trump being more restrained as a figure than Kamala Harris would potentially be, or the Joe Biden camp that came before it was incorrect. And the simple reason for why my assessment comes out on the correct side as opposed to everyone else's is because I understand that America and Israel are lockstep, and we're getting hate rated, boss. Oh, we are? From where? I'm telling you right now. I think what is taking place is America's continuation of the final act in rebuilding this entire region in its own vision. That's where we're at. Moin Rabbani says, various reports suggest that the United States is debating direct participation in Israel's war against Iran, in addition to the massive supply of arms and funds to its Israeli proxy, the mobilization of anti-missile defenses to protect it from Iranian retaliation, and the provision of diplomatic and political support. This would mean that U.S. forces would become directly involved in attacking Iranian territory and assets. How do we get here? Since Israel launched this war of aggression in Iran, various theories have been floated about the role of the U.S. One popular interpretation is that the Trump administration's very different approach to Tehran relative to that during its first term was all a ruse. A joint U.S.-Israeli decision to attack Iran was purportedly made from the very outset, and the negotiations were convened in order to lull Tehran into a false sense of security and were never meant to be serious. In other words, everything went as exactly as planned. This strikes me as excessively simplistic. When the second Trump administration assumed office, the failure of his previous approach was visibly apparent. His 2018 reunification of the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, better known as the Iran Nuclear Agreement, enabled Iran to become a nuclear threshold state with the possession of a nuclear weapon, essentially just one political decision away. While the policy of maximum pressure that replaced the JCPOA had produced a permanent and growing economic crisis in Iran and contributed to anti-government sentiment and protest, they affected neither the coherence and political will of the Iranian leadership nor significantly weakened its grip over the country. Given Iran's status as a nuclear threshold state and its significant technological advances it had made in response to the U.S.'s 2018 repudiation of the JCPOA, and Washington's commitment to prevent Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons by any means necessary, this left the Trump administration with only two options and little time to choose between them: negotiate an agreement with Tehran to ensure it does not and cannot acquire a nuclear weapon, or go to war to achieve this result before key JCPOA provisions expire in October 2025. The latter date is important because it presents the final opportunity for the JCPOA's European signatories to reimpose international sanctions on Iran without the need for Russian or Chinese consent. Back in Washington, the new administration was internally divided on how to deal with Iran. Key officials, including the NATSEC advisor Mike Waltz, CENTCOM commander Michael Kurilla, and Trump acolytes like Senator Lindsey Graham, wanted to attack Iran as soon and as hard as possible, preferably immediately after Trump's 20th January inauguration ceremonies concluded. Others, recognizing that anti-interventionist forces now constitute an important and growing Republican constituency, were keen to avoid yet another economically costly, unpopular, and bloody forever war in the Middle East. Specialists who examined the matter additionally concluded that Iran's nuclear program could no longer be destroyed by air power alone, and that a successful effort would ultimately require regime change in Tehran, something which could well make Iraq look like a cakewalk the neocons had confidently predicted about the previous self-inflicted debacle. As for Trump, who is seen as instinctively well-disposed towards Israel against Iran, but also to have an aversion to initiating wars, he clearly lacks the ideological fervor of a Joe Biden. I don't think this matters. Especially when it comes to Iran, I don't think this matters. I think ultimately, the decision was made a long time ago, and all of the back and forth, oh, we're negotiating with Iran, all that stuff was just smoke and mirrors, cloak and daggers, whatever you want to call it. It was just bullshit. And I'm pretty sure Iran was aware that it was bullshit. But the difference here is that Iran has always been endlessly restrained as opposed to the way Israel carries itself in the region. There is no comparison between Israel and Iran. Ironically enough, a lot of people will sit there and say like, oh, Israel is the best. Israel is the most moral nation. Iran is so fucked up. I mean, look at the way they treat women. Look at the way that they treat gay people, blah, blah, blah. Like, yes, Iran is a authoritarian in terms of its domestic policies. Okay. This, ironically enough, is also a national security threat to Iran. Okay. Having said that, however, that paired up with the crippling sanctions regime that has created so much economic volatility and the distrust that a lot of people have, especially secular people have in Iran, against the Iranian government is not alone enough to create regime change in Iran. And therefore, they have to directly go to war. They have to directly start doing decapitation strikes, which they are going to. They have already started. They did it with IRGC first. They did it with the nuclear scientists, but they are inevitably going to try to assassinate and most likely successfully assassinate heads of state. Iran knows this and has still refused, either because they do not have the power to do so or because they are worried about the repercussions to civilian life, have not responded to Israel in kind, even though Israel itself has shown every other country in the region that they only back away when met with even force, when penalized through force. That's the only time where they back away. When their military campaign ends because too many troops have died, there's too much instability at home, and they're not winning any favors. They're not winning the war. They're not winning the hearts and minds of the people back home who want their family members to come back from raiding the closets of, I don't know, like Lebanese people who they have displaced or slaughtered. There was a report that Trump vetoed an assassination attempt on Khamenei. Khamenei, what do you think? I think it's all the back and forth, like, oh, we're vetoing this, oh, we're doing this. It's all bullshit. I think it's to instill a false sense of security in Iran. I don't know if they will eat the bait, but what is a potential off-ramp? I read that Khamenei is pissed off at Hassan Rouhani, who was the reformist Iranian president that negotiated the JCPOA, for being foolish enough to negotiate with America. Is a second JCPOA even possible right now? Have we crossed the event horizon for a conflict with Iran? We have absolutely crossed the event horizon with a conflict with Iran. We are in a conflict with Iran already. It is Iraq 2.0 happening, unfolding every single day in real time. The only difference here is that, unlike Iraq, Iran is a much larger country, has much better military capabilities, and has also seen the aftermath of Iraq and has basically spent the last 3 decades almost, but especially the last 2 decades, building up their defenses, building up their command structure against what is currently taking place. And the same goes for Israel as well. Israel has been building up its military and its capabilities directly to do exactly this. And it's finally here. This is something that the neocons have been salivating about for decades. They've been salivating about this prospect since like the fucking late 90s, I would say. And it's finally happening. I think this back and forth, this tit for tat is only going to escalate, and I think America is going to get involved in it, but I hope I'm wrong about that. I have yet to be wrong in this analysis. I really, really hope that I'm wrong in my analysis, but I think eventually they're going to do a decapitation strike. Iran is going to respond either this week or even before the decapitation strike or after the decapitation strike with an even force that Israel has actually put forth thus far. And in the process, America is going to get involved and be like, oh, well, we had no other reason. We couldn't do anything. We had to fucking get involved. Iran sees this as an existential fight. Israel's campaign aims to destabilize an entire state and country, not just its government. Iran's only real option is high levels of escalation, forcing the U.S. to choose between a major Middle East war or restraining Israel. Yeah, this is Sina Tusi, senior fellow at CI Policy, and they're right. Like in this, I am in favor of de-escalation across the board. This is the only instance, this is one of the only fucking instances where out of an interest of self-preservation, they literally have to ramp it up to the same degree, to the same level that Israel has ramped it up to. Zero knowledge of geopolitics. Is anyone likely to back Iran? No one is backing Iran. Russia and China, and that's it. And Russia's got their hands busy. China is aggressively non-interventionist. They're keeping a close watch on it, obviously, because like they rely on Iranian oil. They don't want Iran to light up the oil refineries in the region, though, because they're getting oil from the other regional actors as well. India? You think India would join on the side of Iran? Are you crazy? How are we so sure that Iran doesn't already have nuclear weapons? Because if Iran had nuclear weapons already, Israel would not be able to fucking attack them like this. That's it. That's the whole point of a nuclear weapon. Look at what happened between Pakistan and India. I don't believe Pakistan would defend Iran either, for the record. I don't know why people are saying Pakistan. The entire purpose of building a nuclear program and having a nuclear arsenal is so that this, what is happening currently, does not happen. That you don't get fucking bullied by regional superpowers that are working alongside the U.S. and their imperial interests. Russia, China, and North Korea have taught the world that the only way to effectively deter U.S. aggression is to develop nuclear weapons. The Zionist propagandist reminds us that Iran must do the same or risk winding up like Gaddafi's Libya. Yeah.
China.
Michael Oren says on News Nation, the United States has 4 adversaries in the world: Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran. 3 of them already have nuclear weapons. I don't think you want to have a 4th. Like, they're basically giving the fucking game away when they talk like this.
In Iran's arsenal can reach Central Europe. In a few years, they'll be able to reach the east coast of the United States. The United States has 4 adversaries in the world, Nicole. It has Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran. 3 of them have nuclear weapons already. I don't think you want to have a 4th.
Yeah, no.
They don't have one, for the record. They don't have one because the greatest proof that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon yet is what's happening right now, is the fact that Israel is just fucking blowing up Iran. It's also the greatest proof that they should have one, because if they did, this would not be happening. Mersheimer offensive realism and HasanAbi doctrine remain undisputed. For sure. Yossi Melman, Israeli intelligence reporter Yossi Melman says, the euphoria was short-lived. On Friday morning, I asked whether it was even necessary to start a war, especially against the Iranians. The Shiites are historically willing to suffer. I mentioned their willingness to sacrifice as they demonstrated in the 8 years of attrition with Iraq. I recommend that we cut our losses and turn to Trump to stop the madness with a reasonable agreement. Otherwise, we will end up begging for a ceasefire and Iran will refuse. That's also wrong. That's like every part of this is wrong. Oh, the Shiites are notorious for taking on self-pain. Like, it's an incredibly Orientalist framework. Hilarious coming from a dude who fucking lives in Israel. Like, how are you? It's just like this to me shows how much Israel is like a Western superiority complex country. Like, how are you smack dab in the middle of the fucking region and you still have these like idiotic assessments like, oh, the Iranian, the Shiite can take a tremendous amount of pain. Like, okay, man, it's like you're talking about them like they're fucking a different type of being, you know? And also, this part of the assessment is also wrong. Trump to stop the madness with a reasonable agreement, that's correct. Otherwise, we will end up begging for a ceasefire and Iran will refuse. If Israel begged for a ceasefire with Iran, if you think Iran would refuse that ceasefire, you are fucking delusional. Iran has only shown restraint that is self-defeating. Because what has it gotten? What has Iran gotten for demonstrating that restraint? Only more death and destruction. Israel does not back away from a challenge unless they are fucking deterred with even force. I don't like saying this. I don't think this is good. I think this is a psychotic way to do diplomacy. It's not a diplomacy. It's not a way to do diplomacy at all. But Israel has shown time and time again with both Lebanon and on numerous other instances that they only back away when they realize that the person that they're dealing with is also willing to entertain an option that is evenly violent. That's it. The truth the media will ignore is that the nuclear energy provides Iran a reprieve from the enslavement to IMF debt and Western energy corporations, independence and liberation from the great liberator. What is this? This has to be a HasanAbi head's account that this analysis is spot on.
First, man. Iran's out here saying they want to wipe out the Zionist entity. You really think they want nukes for peaceful purposes?
Hold up. Saying Zionist entity isn't the same as saying we want to nuke random civilians. That's anti-colonial rhetoric, not bloodlust. There's a difference between resisting apartheid and playing villain in a Marvel movie.
Come on. You think Iran wouldn't use a nuke if they had one?
Bro, Iran ain't suicidal. They know Israel's got nukes. The U.S. got enough bombs to turn Earth into a hot pocket. Iran's moves are survival plays in a world where nukes equal sovereignty.
So it's like nukes for street cred?
Exactly. It's mutually assured destruction. They're trying to make sure they're not the next Libya.
And what's wrong with bombing Libya?
You destroy a sovereign state, loot it, then act shocked when others arm up to avoid your fate. That ain't democracy. That's gangster imperialism. No wonder you walk around in a shell. There's nothing left inside genocide, but greed and guilt.
So who's...
Yeah, even the best Iranian rockets do not reach a single NATO country except Turkey and Greece. I don't know if that's true. I think they have some longer range ones that can hit like Eastern Europe, but that's it. But even then, like their strike distance capabilities only reach the Gulf. They're only a threat to the Gulf, Israel, you know, but they're never like, yeah, you're right. The maximum distance is like fucking Turkey and Greece. And America does not give a fuck about Turkey or Greece, obviously. So let's be real. Why do they think preserving their resistance is the same thing as being non-human when they don't want to be destroyed or enslaved? What? Anyway, look. All I'm going to say is this. Israel has never throughout his history shown anything but complete belligerence and instability and unlimited violence, knowing full well that all of those violent acts are going to be backed by the Western governments. They're going to be funded by the Western governments to enact these violent acts. And therefore, the only time where they ever pull back is when the American calculation for Israel, out of Israel's self-preservation and continuation as a regional superpower, as a regional power, is to scale it back a little bit. They only get to that point, and America only tells them to stand down when either like there's too much instability because of the unlimited violence that they're engaging in, and it's making it harder for people to defend Israel as they've done so in previous sieges, or when Israel is taking a fucking shellacking on the ground, like in the case in Lebanon. And post October 7, it was no holds barred. The bear hug strategy opened up the floodgates where America basically said, we're a dying empire. This is our last opportunity to fucking completely rebuild this vision, rebuild this region in our own vision so that we can pack this entire Middle Eastern region up and start bullying China with our new complete control over oil and gas giants. Okay? That way, you get to also have tremendous influence within OPEC Plus as well. And then the last remaining, like the last couple of remaining oil and gas producers that China can use will have to make a important decision. Do we continue generating wealth for our coffers and continue standing with OPEC Plus that's now completely dominated by American control, American vassal states, or do we completely align with China and then shut ourselves off from a bunch of different markets? In order to do that and to basically shut off the oil supply to China, you have to take out Iran from the equation. Okay? What is this Golden Kappa? Why are people saying Golden Kappa? Oh, there's a Golden Kappa train. Okay, that's why. Reminder that the Piker Broadcasting Service is brought to you by you. That's right. The Piker Broadcasting Service does not run ads. The only way to support the show is by subscribing for $6 or for free, or by giving gifted subs to other members of the community. Your subscriptions allow me to maintain my editorial independence. Thank you. I don't know, like the only intervention here that could potentially cause people to reconsider what's going on is China. And I don't think they give a fuck enough about like the trade that they have with Israel to not say anything here, or to not do anything here, because they're saying a lot of stuff, but words are meaningless in this process. So I think the only way to approach this is with actions, giving protective cover to Iran, maybe even like military support to Iran, political cover to Iran, which already exists from the Chinese side, and hoping that Hasan, you are AT sympathizers. Why are fucking right wingers who come in here and say you are terrorist sympathizers, like they can never fucking write? It's such a sad state of affairs for education in this country that people that want to come in here and be like, you fucking suck, you're stupid, you support terrorism, like you only demonstrate how stupid you are. And it makes me sad. It makes me really sad that we are at this stage. Anyway, spoke with President Trump briefly this morning. I asked him about those reports that Israel urged Trump administration to join the war with Iran to eliminate its nuclear program. Burgles! With the 50 big ones. We're not involved in it. It's possible we could get involved, but we are not at this moment, the president said. Asked President Trump about Putin serving as a mediator in the conflict. Yeah, I would be open to it. He's ready. He called me about it. We had a long talk about it. We talked about this more than his situation. This is something I believe is going to get resolved. On Minnesota, I asked the president about the assassination and whether he plans to call the state's Democratic governor to Malls. Well, it's a terrible thing. I think he's a terrible governor. I think he's a grossly incompetent person, but I may call him. I may call other people too, the president said. Asked the president about Iran nuclear talks being called off and if there's a deadline for Iran to come to the table. No, there's no deadline, but they are talking. They'd like to make a deal. They're talking. They continue to talk, he said. The president said something like this had to happen. Something like this had to happen because I think even from both sides, but something like this had to happen. They want to talk and they will be talking, Trump said. May have forced the deal to go quicker, actually. Yeah, totally. No, totally. Like, you always have to, you always bring a gun to the negotiations about the other side arming, and then you shoot a bunch of their family members in the process. That's how you're supposed to do diplomacy, with a fucking gun. Great stuff, man. Fantastic work, sir. Thank you. Yeah, I think they're just stalling. And all this back and forth, we're at level 7 on the Golden Kappa train, by the way. Holy fuck. I think that at this point, they're just stalling. And the purpose of this is to continue the back and forth, the tit for tat. So we'll see. I mean, a ground invasion in Iran would be unimaginably devastating. Xylax, thank you for the 100 gift of subs. God damn. Asa from Intifada, Electronic Intifada reports, sounds like some Israelis are being stopped from fleeing the country in panic. This is the Haaretz report that says the government has ordered airlines not to take Israelis abroad even when rescue flights begin. I don't know why they would do this. Oh, fucking Christ. Haaretz has the most egregious ad blockers out there. It's crazy. All the while, in the last round of Israeli attacks on Iranian soil, Iran IRGC intelligence chief has been killed in an Israeli attack, according to the IRNA, confirmed by numerous outlets. Iran Revolutionary Guard Corps says its intelligence chief and 2 other officers were killed in an Israeli strike. So they're continuing their decapitation measures, going after military commanders and also inevitably heads of state as well. This is really funny. Naftali Bennett, Paris 2027. Hasbara has gotten worse and worse. I don't know what happened, but look at this one. This is Naftali Bennett, and Naftali Bennett making an argument for more European support to Israel. I don't know what the fuck European support to Israel, more of it, would look like at this point.
This morning at 8:42 Paris time, a nuclear bomb was dropped on French territory in the southeast, in the area of the city of Lyon. Military sources confirm this was a direct attack by the Iranian regime.
At least they're openly admitting they launched a war, which is kind of funny. Dog, this is a Call of Duty trailer. Yeah, no.
Israel is saving the world.
Yeah. Yeah, this is why they had to kill a bunch of fucking children and bomb Iran, and they get bombed in retaliation in return, and have like some Tel Aviv city blocks look like maybe a fraction of the violence that they brought about to Gaza. And now they're sitting in it. Yeah, look at this is the funniest. They're fucking turning us into Gaza. They're not. Iran does not have complete control over Israel and Israeli society. Iran does not have the population registry of all Israeli civilians. Iran does not have a way of shutting off the electricity of Israel and stop delivering aid into Israel. Iran does not have a complete siege over Israel. There is no comparison. There are no fucking Iranian quadcopters speaking Hebrew to Israeli civilians and then shooting them in the fucking head. Are you surprised by the number of missiles that Israel is unable to intercept? No, I am not. Because there's 2 different mindsets on this, okay? There is a anti-missile defense systems are fake truthers out there, which I am not in agreement with. There are some truthers out there that have been actively talking about how like most of these like anti-missile capabilities are actually fake. Like they don't actually intercept as much, and they do stat padding because they look at like dummy missiles and act as though, or missiles that fail and act as though they were successful interceptions. I don't believe that. But there is some truth to how these like missile volleys work. Some of them don't work and deploy in the process. Some of them don't have any warheads in them. Some of them are supposed to be dummies to exhaust the resources of the anti-missile capabilities on the ground, and all of that is packaged up with like all of that is packaged up to the success rating. It is definitely a little bit hyped up. Keep in mind, Naftali Bennett's campaign, which started as soon as election season comes around, is currently polling as the biggest party in the Knesset right now. It's kind of ironic how this mirrors what Netanyahu did after he lost the election to Ehud Barak in 1999, going on an international tour to gain connections only to return to politics much stronger than the left. He's polling at 27 seats compared to 21 to 24 for Bibi. But yeah, there is definitely a lot of, I mean, it's not surprising to me that yes, you can exhaust the anti-missile systems. You will inevitably exhaust the anti-missile systems, and even strike at the Tamir interceptor launchers, even though they're mobile and they move around. You can just fucking tunnel in on them and eventually blow them up, and then you have an easier way to. Qatari Cat, thank you for the 64 gifted subs. You have an easier way to fucking actually strike with some of your faster missiles. The corniness of Israel's PR strategy is as it kills untold scores of people has never stopped being unbelievably grating. They know their main audience are idiots who will start clapping like seals at the idea of posting on Facebook Israel self-defense operations in Lego. This is from the Arabic. This is the Arabic one. They planned the Al-Aqsa flood and reaped the flood. Watch this video of operation presented by artificial intelligence without an audible narration, but clearly showcasing the precise planning technological capabilities on the Israeli side. This is so fucking soy. It's like, it's frustrating how soy this is. I can't watch the rest of this. This is fucking bullshit. All right. So let's get to the Israel stuff, and then I'll go back to the
new waves of.
I'll go back to the manhunt in a second.
Attacks between Israel and
fucking Reddit country, dude.
Iran, the deaths and destruction mounting on both sides, and today's scheduled negotiations over Iran's nuclear program, also a casualty. ABC's Marcus Moore joins us live from Bat Yam.
Up. Israeli Broadcasting Authority citing 2 Israeli ministers stated that the state of emergency on the home front could last for a month. Wait a minute. What happened? The other day, they were saying 2 weeks. 2 days ago, they were saying 2 weeks. Now they're saying a month. What did I fucking tell you? What did I tell you? When a politician says, "Oh, this thing is going to last only 2 weeks," remember, it's never 2 weeks. Okay, it's never 2 weeks. When an official says, "Oh, this is just going to last 2 weeks," don't worry, guys. Know that shit ain't lasting. Okay, it is going to go on. I don't think it'll last a month, but we'll see. If they are looking at, if they're looking at like, oh, this is going to last for a month, that means it's going to be for a lot longer than a month.
Israel with the very latest. Good morning, Marcus.
Janae, good morning to you. We are just south of Tel Aviv at the site where an Iranian missile landed on a residential building overnight, and you can see the damage. And also, crews have been urgently searching for 3 people who are said to be missing in that rubble. And Janae, we also learned overnight that several people died here, including children.
Overnight, Iran and Israel trading more fire, both nations carrying out fresh waves of deadly attacks. In Israel, videos circulating online capturing this massive strike in the coastal town of Bat Yam. At least 6 people killed, including 2 children, and more than 100 wounded, according to Israel's emergency services. Here you can see the aftermath. First responders rushing to the scene, desperately searching for survivors amid the rubble. 3 residents still missing. Iran's barrage of dozens of missiles and drones seen soaring over Jordan towards Israel. Oh my God. And flying over Jerusalem, with sirens blaring from the north down to Tel Aviv. Israel's air defense system, including the Iron Dome, intercepting some of the aerial assault, like this Iranian drone. But several missiles evading the system, hitting their targets. Medics saying at least 4 people were killed and 14 injured in a direct hit on the Arab-Israeli town of Tamra. Israel also intensifying its attacks. This massive fire raging at an Iranian oil depot after an Israeli strike, according to the Iranian Ministry of Oil. Images throughout Tehran capturing the area in flames. And these new satellite images showing the before and after of this Revolutionary Guard military facility hit by the Israeli assault. Israel claims it has killed at least 9 Iranian nuclear scientists since its surprise operation earlier this week. Iran saying at least 78 people have been killed. The death toll climbing on both sides with no immediate signs of peace.
And back here at the scene, you can feel the tension. You can also feel the sadness here as these search and rescue teams continue their work. And Janae, this is just one site of at least 20 across Israel where there was either a direct hit or debris fell from the sky onto buildings. And it happens at a time when there are calls for diplomacy and restraint. But Janae, as you know, that meeting that was set to happen today on a potential new Iran nuclear deal, that meeting called off because of these Israeli strikes. Janae.
And we will see what happens next. Marcus Moore, we appreciate your reporting from the region.
Israeli airstrikes have relentlessly battered Iran for 3 days, but Iran is still managing to fight back. 6 people were killed and dozens wounded when this apartment block near Tel Aviv took a direct hit. They were still pulling people out of the wreckage many hours later.
So we're currently, after about 20 hours of working on the site, trying to put together an intelligence picture to understand who was in which apartment, who wasn't home. We've gathered a lot of intelligence and put together a picture to try to figure out who we're looking for, where we should be looking for, specifically in the building that collapsed. We've extracted a few casualties up to now.
The Israeli military says that 80 ballistic missiles were fired at Israel throughout Saturday night. Millions spent a third night sheltering in safe rooms.
These are the neighbouring streets, and even though they didn't take a direct hit, look at the damage on the buildings. I mean, the shutters completely blown in, windows blown in, and then if you look down here, we can't go any further because the recovery operation is going on, but the damage is immense down there, and you can really see why there were so many dozens of injuries here and 6 people killed in the building where the missile hit directly.
Benjamin Netanyahu visited the site and warned that Iran would pay a heavy price for civilian casualties. And Israel's President Isaac Herzog called on the country's allies to stand by them.
And I call upon the leaders of the G7 who will convene tomorrow in Canada. They should.
I think there has been, and maybe I'm crazy, but like these kinds of images coming out of Israel is unique. Okay. And a lot of people are watching from afar and they're not really saying a lot. And wait, what is this? Jason the Ween is calling me. What's up, dude? I'm live.
I don't want to bother you.
I'm talking about Israel and Iran. What's happening?
By the Marlins. Well, I was calling because I was looking for a job, and I was wondering if I could be your little store runner. I could get you a piece of a cup of coffee, or if you have any tasks or errands you need me to run, I could do it for you. You know, I'm just feeling like right now.
Like right now, right at this moment?
Yeah. I could walk your dog. You know, anything you need.
Okay, but why is this like a bet? Did you lose a bet?
So I'm doing like this 24 hours. Chat controls my life. And one of the segments is be a streamer's assistant.
Okay. I mean, I am in need of an assistant. Okay. I'm going to need you to get me 2 sleeves, like 5 packs of Zins that are 6 milligram Zins. Coffee.
Wait, let me write this down.
Yeah. No, 6 milligrams.
I'm fucking up. 6 milligrams of Zins.
Yeah. 6 milligram Zins. 2 sleeves, citrus flavor and coffee flavor.
Citrus flavor, coffee flavor.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else, sir? You need coffee? You need your dog walks, Kaya? I'm sure she misses me.
Well, I'm worried that you're not gonna be able to film that because I don't want you filming around my neighborhood. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
when you won't, I'm sure that you will. I'm sure that you will also hide
Of course, I'm not going to fucking leak your location.
My location. Yeah.
I won't, I promise.
I also rolled my ankle. Huh.
Okay, I get you an ankle brace.
Yeah, I would have been in need of a cameraman if I were to go to a protest. That would have been really good too. But unfortunately, I can't even walk because I fucked up my ankle playing basketball earlier this morning.
That would have been maybe a bit extreme for me. But
yeah. Oh, really? I thought you were my assistant. What's going on?
No. Yeah, anything for you, bro. I'm your assistant for today.
Okay.
You need an ice pack or like a wheelchair? Let me know.
I don't need an ice pack. I don't think.
Ankle brace?
I have ankle braces. I have an ankle brace on right now.
Okay, well, I'll get you your Zins, and that's about it.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I need.
A walking cane, maybe?
No, I'm fine with that. Okay, well, if you got something that can help my ankle, then sure, you can throw it in there.
Okay, yeah. I'll get you a cane. It's about that time anyways.
That's crazy.
All right, hey, just send to Addie. I won't leak your location. You have my word. And also, happy Father's Day.
All right, thank you. Yeah, and to you as well. Happy Father's Day to you as well. I'll just like hide the camera when you're like in the neighborhood.
Yes, of course.
Okay. All right, perfect.
All right, I'll see you soon.
All right, bye. Look at that. Going to the store to get my grandpa a wheelchair and some Zins. Stop wasting his talents. Only Zins. I mean, that's the only thing I need. What do you mean? I'm taking it seriously. Since when do you Zin? I don't stop Zinning. I'm a Zinfidel. I'm waiting on this too, but it's coming from a Israeli attack on the Fordow nuclear site. Army's air defense actively engaged. Tehran correspondent for France 24 English says there was an attack on Fordow. That's the underground one. That's a deep underground nuclear facility that they have. Hold on, let me send them. Israeli soldiers raided Palestinian prisoners' jail cells to beat them after showing joy over the attacks. It's not. I mean, that's classic. Okay, listen. We were getting back to the damage. I was gonna make a statement here. Hold on, before I got interrupted by nephew. Okay, so one of the things that we've seen that is truly unique is these images of like hollowed out buildings in Israel. Okay, and what's interesting about this is that like a lot of people in Israel are demanding a show of support from the Western world. And I'm gonna keep it $150. Post October 7, there was a lot of support for Israel. But since this is happening after 20 months of ethnic cleansing and cheers coming from Israeli society towards that kind of ethnic cleansing campaign, this paired up with the fact that like the casualties have been fairly limited due to Israeli technology and American technology defending Israel, and also simultaneously like the shelters that they have all around Tel Aviv. Most people have not said anything. Like people that you would expect to constantly talk about how Israel is the victim here, they're like, with the exception of our politicians who have never strayed away from being maximalist in terms of like defending Israel, I don't see a lot of sympathy for the broader Israeli society at all. They're still helping behind the scenes, but you're right. They don't want to be loud about it because it's so unpopular. No, of course they're helping. I'm definitely surprised. I mean, yeah, this is a great example of this. Sending love, Israel in a shelter. We don't need a ceasefire. October 24, 2024. Like this has 150,000 likes. Like I'm seeing a lot of people hit the "you reap what you sow" button, and this has been a fairly limited, fairly restrained response. I'll give you an example. Okay, Israel's first strike and continued strikes on Iran, even then, has killed 200 plus Iranians. 90% of them are civilians, right? They've killed children, they've killed babies in Tehran. And in retaliation from the Iranian attacks, there have been casualties. Okay, there have been casualties. I'm not entirely certain on like what the casualties look like. I haven't seen too much information on this front, but the fact that there is like even no parity, the fact that there is the fact that this asymmetry of victims are still so sizable and so like so real. This without even the backdrop of the unlimited ethnic cleansing that's taking place in Gaza, I think has basically caused a lot of the Western world even that would normally at least offer platitudes to turn around and say, yeah, you know, what are you going to do about it? I mean, this guy's an American. This guy's an American pro-Israel guy. You pray innocent children die. Okay, I'm okay with as many dead kids as it takes to stop Hamas. Yeah, I mean, this is not even a joke, by the way. Zionists will post stuff like, hi, I'm in a bomb shelter in Tel Aviv right now, and I might not make it out alive. So this message could be my last message, but I just want to say Zohran Mamdani should not become the mayor of New York. That is almost a verbatim, direct, one-to-one comparison, a one-to-one copy of that gay Zionist influencer, Blake Sheldon, or whatever the fuck his name is, who tweeted out about how he's in a bomb shelter and he's like really worried about how all of his fucking supposed allies in the West are celebrating a potential Zoran victory in the New York mayoral primaries. It's like, bro, like, what the fuck are you saying? If this is a real struggle for you, if you're like actually moments away from dying, what the fuck are you doing tweeting about Zohran Mamdani? What do you mean Blake Sheldon? I'm confused. What's this fucking name? Oh, Flayton, Blake Flayton, not Blake Sheldon. Losing friends left and right today. First, I spent the morning unfollowing all my American Jewish friends, in air quotes, who have spent the last few months posting about every political issue under the sun, but couldn't find time to text me a simple, are you okay? Losing friends left and right today, for real. Every fucking Mamdani campaign poster I see, I'm lashing out. How dare you sit pretty in the UWS voting for a man who doesn't think my people have a right to a country in the name of the working class while I'm in a bomb shelter with screaming babies. No, I'm done. Upper West Side. But I just don't understand, because like I thought Upper West Side was Hamas and it was a very unsafe place for Jews, as opposed to Israel, the only safe place for Jews. And this kind of like ruins that sentiment, right? Like I don't get it. And this is directly a self-inflicted wound too. Very rarely do people in Israeli society actually get to experience even a fraction of the death and destruction that they have caused all around the region. And that is part of the reason why there's this idea of like, no, Israel has to exist as a Jewish state. Israel has to be violent. Otherwise, you know, it's in a bad neighborhood with scary neighbors. And if it doesn't actually behave in the ways that it does, then, you know, no Jew is safe anywhere. And it's actually the scariest place on the planet, as a matter of fact, is actually the Upper West Side for a Jew. The scariest place for a Jewish person is the Upper West Side of New York, or like Columbia University campus. And it's just like, clearly that's not the case. And now that the idea that there is some sort of like permanent security that Israel could offer its citizens while simultaneously being like insanely violent to its fucking neighbors without ever fearing repercussions or retaliation, the idea that is going away now should be a wake-up call for why Israel should not behave this way. If you can't care about your neighbors from the perspective of humanity, the fact that you're like killing children, the fact that you're killing civilians, starving them to fucking death, if you can't care about their humanity, please recognize that you should stop doing this from the point of self-preservation. Gay people in Israel out of the bars and into the shelters, fucking up the Islamic Republic is actually a great way to celebrate Pride. Yeah, that was the first night. Spending a couple days in a shelter and hearing the impacts above, all of a sudden he has a different dynamic. If you don't know the numbers of deaths, how can you say Israel's killed 90% of civilians? No, I know the numbers of deaths and the civilian percentage in Iran. I don't know the numbers of casualties in Israel. I don't think you understood what I was saying. I said I don't know the full extent of the casualty numbers in Israel. I know the full extent of the casualty numbers in Iran. The overall death count here is about 14, if I recall correctly. The majority were women and children, nothing to scoff at, but the IDF killed 224 people in Iran, and the overwhelming majority were civilians. Wall Street Journal journalist suggesting Iran is moving to 90% at Fordow. Several people I spoke to today think it's very possible that Iran has shifted to 90% at Fordow with no inspections likely happening at the moment. Not claiming that they have information that this is happening, but calculating this was an obvious move. Yeah, I don't know. They brought back our old favorite IDF spokesperson. Oh, shit. Daniel Hagari's back. Thank God. Also, while we're having this conversation, a new Iran retaliatory attack is imminent. Media reports stating that Iran has fired another barrage of missiles at Israel. Iranian ballistic missile strikes expected within minutes. Stay near shelters is the red alert coming out of Israel. While we await, does anyone have the Al Jazeera link or no?
Iran have killed more than 110 people, including women and children. The Israeli military says it's attacked an Iranian aircraft at an airport in Mashhad. The army says it struck a refueling plane and has described it as one of the most long-range strikes since the start of its attacks. Mashhad is the second most popular city in Iran and is in the country's northeast. And Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has vowed Iran will pay a heavy price for killing Israeli civilians in overnight strikes. At least 14 people have been killed in Israel since Friday. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has accused the US and European countries of encouraging Israel and has reiterated that Tehran does not want to expand the conflict.
The war launched by Israel could spiral out of control, and this is what Israel seeks. We hope, through regional cooperation, to prevent the expansion of the war in the region. We will prepare the ground for a return to the diplomatic track and negotiations, provided that the Israeli aggression stops.
Let's bring in Sina Azodi. He's an assistant professor of Middle East politics at George Washington University, also a specialist in US-Iran relations. He joins us once again from Washington, D.C. Great to have you back on. I mean, Tehran may be saying that it doesn't want to expand the conflict, but we're just getting lines from Iran telling mediators Qatar and Oman that it is not open to negotiating with Israel whilst under Israeli attack. So that does appear that it is closing off lines of mediation at this point.
Yes, I think so. I think Iranians, I was listening to Foreign Minister Araghchi's conference with foreign ambassadors in Tehran. And my sense from his statements was that Tehran is expecting the IAEA's Board of Governors tomorrow's session to condemn Israel's attack on Iranian nuclear facilities, which, by the way, are a violation of international law. And my impression is that unless there is such condemnation, Tehran will not agree to any mediation or de-escalation efforts. However, important to note that Iran, compared to Israel, has more limited resources to wage war. Israel has quantitative and qualitative advantage in firepower. Iranians have been able to attack Israel, but they cannot sustain it for a long period of time.
Yeah, it's interesting because our correspondent, Tawhid Asadi, was saying just earlier that the Iranians are saying that they are preparing for years of war. But I was wondering how capable Iran is of sustaining that sort of...
Iran has a fuck ton of missiles and also has missile productions where I think they can do 12 new ones a month. And they already have thousands in their arsenal. They are definitely equipped to continue... They are definitely equipped to continue droning Israel and also simultaneously launching 12 a month is nothing. No, I know, but I'm saying that like they already have production capabilities of building new ones on top of the thousands they have in their arsenal. Iran does not have nukes
say the Chinese
right now.
Or the Russians will not provide Iran with.
Whereas a war of attrition demands steady American flow of weapons into Israel, and America's flow of weapons. No, the 12 a month is the big ballistic ones, but I'm saying that American logistics is the only thing that will allow Israel to continue bombing Iran.
sustain this for a very long time.
So other than missile barrages, what other retaliatory options are available to Iran?
Well, not many.
The conservative estimate is 50 a month. U.S. fears Iran's response to the Israeli strike would be a mass casualty event.
Iran can use its friends in the region to start attacking Israeli interests, but that risks dragging the United States into a war with Iran. Iranian Air Force is quite limited in terms of its ability to project power. They might be able to pull off perhaps 1 or 2 long-range strikes, but other than that, I don't think Iran has many options to, again, conduct a full, all-out war in the long term.
Okay, there we'll leave it. Sina Azodi, many thanks indeed for joining us once again here on Al Jazeera. Let's now go to Giorgio Cafiero. He's the chief executive and founder of Gulf State Analytics, a geopolitical risk consultancy based in Washington, D.C. He joins us from there. What do you make of what Sina was just saying, that Iran is not well equipped for a prolonged war?
Well, I certainly think my great friend Sina Azodi, also a brilliant analyst, as usual, making very, very good points. I think that, this is appearing to be a conflict that could possibly be drawn out over quite a bit of time. And when you have both Israel and Iran underwater, there's kind of a question about who's going to have to come up for air first. And the points he's raising really go to these important questions about how sustainable this is. I think there are certain advantages that both of these countries have, but it's very legitimate to raise questions about the sustainability of Iran's military campaign. I think there's also going to be important questions to ask about the extent to which other powerful countries in the world, such as Russia and China, might help Iran in various capacities. So there will be, those are some of the really important variables in the equation.
Yeah, because if we're seeing Russia and China being dragged in, then we almost certainly will see the U.S. dragged in too.
Yeah, Russia and China have good relations with Iran and also rather good relations with Israel, too. I'm not expecting either Russia or China to decisively intervene on Iran's behalf, but I think there are certain moves they could make that could possibly assist Iran in some ways. But ultimately, those are two countries that really have vested interests in stability in the Gulf region and the Middle East at large. For China, when we talk about the Belt and Road, I mean, everything that's going on right now with Iran and Israel poses a huge threat to China's ambitious geoeconomic goals in the Middle East. And Russia also very much depends on stability.
Update on the death toll from the Iranian Health Ministry. 224 people have been killed and around 1,277 injured since the Israeli strikes began on Friday. Spokesperson Hossein Karmanpour said over 90% of the casualties were civilians as hospitals continue to receive wounded from across the country. The Israeli assault targeting military, nuclear, and civilian sites killed several senior generals and nuclear scientists along with their families and neighbors. Israel, for its part, reports 14 dead and 390 injured since Friday, though that figure includes individuals treated for acute anxiety, which Israelis officially count as casualties of war. As far as like the bandwidth that they have, U.S. intelligence estimates that Iran has 2,000 ballistic missiles with warheads that can carry 2,000 pounds of explosives or more. A U.S. official said Israel within range for many of the missiles. On Wednesday, Iran's Minister of Defense claimed Iran developed a new ballistic missile with a 4,000-pound warhead. The U.S. official said that since the previous Iranian missile strikes on Israel on October 24th, Iran has significantly increased production of ballistic missiles to around 50 per month. Sorry, I said 20. I said 12 per month. I have no reason not to believe the U.S. official estimate here. It's probably 50 a month. Those are the big boys, though. The official said that the Iranian goal is to produce more ballistic missiles than the number of missile defense interceptors Israel has. Iran has the capacity to continue this going for quite a while, whereas Israel, in order to continue hitting Iran, has to get an endless amount of munitions from the United States of America and other Western allies who have already diminished their supply due to Israel's previous genocidal incursions in Gaza and also defending Ukraine. even though the Ukrainian defenses did not require, I don't think, as much
the United States and
like
other Western
the same
countries
type
have
of
always had a
munitions
double
that
standard,
Israel
always
demands.
maintaining that Israel is a special country that doesn't have to respect international law. And this Western hypocrisy has not surprised me at all.
One of the main...
Also, this is developing. U.S. aircraft carrier USS Nimitz and its combat teams are currently on their way to the Middle East. I doubt the U.S. will be committing additional forces to the region on top of personnel/assets already there if the plan wasn't to join Israel's war on Iran. The U.S. is already operating as Israel's air defense. Question is, what will serve as pretext to join the bombing? It's true Americans across the political spectrum oppose being further dragged in the war with Iran, but the Trump admin will likely spin it as not a real war as long as U.S. ground forces aren't involved. I mean, we saw what they did in Yemen. Same template here. Did Israel miscalculate Iran's response? No, I don't think they did. I think Israel has tremendous intelligence capabilities. If this is the case, that would mean the U.S. has joined the war since Israel does not have the kind of bunker busters that it needs to attack Fort Al. And we'll find out soon enough whether or not America is trying to strike Fort Al right now, or if Israel is trying to strike it themselves all on their own.
Yeah, and say that that country has not been attacked by a foreign power since it developed a nuclear weapon because it has nuclear deterrence, and that trying to negotiate with the West about some deal to freeze the nuclear program. And
all outlets praising Hagari's return to the spokespersonship. Even Haaretz can't resist it. Starting this war is a perfect reset button, allowing the government to say, shut the fuck up, there's a war going on. Haaretz writers who've written against the genocide in Gaza since October 7 are hesitant to call an end to this one. Now that the noise of sirens blocks out all the calls for hostage families, no domestic political project can challenge the endless violence Israel is pursuing. Yeah, it's always a reset. The Israeli government uses additional incursions, further conquest as a reset button, where the opposition parties will come out and celebrate the decision that Benjamin Netanyahu made, as they did literally after Lebanon and as they did after attacking Iran. It is part of the project. It is part of the point. This is why fascism is a suicidal ideology. It is a suicidal, self-defeating project inherently. When you look at instances of fascist governance throughout history, when you look at like Rhodesia, when you look at South Africa, apartheid South Africa, when you look at Nazi Germany, you're like, why did they fucking open up a million front war? This is so stupid. You're literally watching the same exact principles unfold in front of your eyes in broad daylight, ironically enough, with Israel. History is unfolding in front of our eyes right now.
It's risk to the world, and of course, it's missile capability. And I trust fully the Israelis, who are showing incredible resilience. I know my nation very well. We're a united nation. We're a strong nation. We have a strong army and incredible people.
Let's bring in our diplomatic editor, James Bays, now. He joins us from Banff in Western Canada. So, James, what are we expecting there from the G7?
Well, they're all arriving. We've seen the Australian Prime Minister, we've seen the British Prime Minister in the last few minutes, just a few moments, in fact. We've seen the Canadian Prime Minister, the host, Mark Carney, at Calgary Airport. The leaders are making their way from Calgary Airport. Prime Minister Carney just got in a car, but the other leaders, the other two we've seen making their way in Chinook helicopters to the mountaintop resort where they're holding.
Banff looks like Europe. It sounds like a European city as well. So, for the record, if America goes to war, that means the entire Western world goes to war, just so you understand. Make no mistake. Like, this is War on Terror 2.0. This is invasion of Iraq. There will be some naysayers. What is this? This was a building inside Tehran itself. 200 kilograms of explosives, 30 drones, wings, 33 launchers, and equipment for making drones were discovered in a 3-story building that was a base for operations against Iran. It was discovered thanks to a report by a normal citizen. Yeah, they built a drone production facility inside of Tehran. This right here is what I was talking about when I said this is a ginormous national security threat to Iran. Like, a competent government doesn't allow drone production happening inside of its own fucking national boundaries. The fact that Mossad is able to penetrate this deep into Iranian society is crazy. This is, for any country that wants to preserve its sovereignty, this is a terrifying prospect. And I think a big part of this a big part of this project. No, it's not propaganda. Why would the Iranian government show this, dude? This also corresponds to the Israeli propaganda on their side. This is an L. The Iranian government is broadcasting its own L in this situation. I think like something, I mean, it's not even comparable to talk about the Ukrainian drone strikes. Ukrainian drone strikes deep in Russian territory. This is so much more sophisticated than that. The Ukrainian drone strikes deep in Russian territory with the trucks was a sophisticated campaign for sure. This is infinitely more sophisticated than that. And the reason why it's happening is because Iranian society is leaky. There's too much instability. It is a matter of national security concern. The economic pressure has clearly worked in terms of creating collaborators within, paired up with also the fundamentalist government oftentimes repressing the population. Yeah.
Very, very careful consideration of the best way to handle the US president.
It's going to be a very interesting meeting to watch. James Bays, many thanks for joining us from Banff.
This exists all over the region. Iran borders Azerbaijan and KRG. Both have Mossad bases. The only reason we see it happen in Iran is because Iran is at war. You don't think this exists in Turkey, Egypt? Brother, a great example of this is what the United States of America did in Turkey with a parallel government deeply embedded within every orifice of the state. Okay? A parallel government was developed by the CIA in Turkey. America already has unprecedented access to Turkey. Turkey is a NATO country. The Turkish government is already an American asset. And even that wasn't enough because they thought Erdogan was too unstable and they tried to do a coup. It failed. Did you happen to get out yesterday? Just curious? Yeah. Although I will say people in Iran is completely repressed and poor. These people literally look like normal ass young people, normalized, very eye-opening. Ignore the account. Oh yeah, I mean, I saw this video earlier. Yeah, dude, listen. This is, yeah, of course, dude. Iranian society is just like a normal country, man. What the fuck?
خب یه نهار بخور بعد چرا کاری بریم کافه بیا بریم کافه
It's so funny because, like, I mean, this is the same with like Turkey too. I always forget that like Americans literally think that that side of the world is just like all people dripped up in like Bedouin gear, riding camels to fucking work, you know? Like this is the least surprising, living under the militancy of Sharia law. Here is an update from Gaza by Hind Khadari.
Ukraine's military says it has hit a Russian drone factory in the city.
Never mind. I'm confused. Why is this video interesting to people? The reason why this is interesting to people is because it just like completely warps, it completely changes their perspective. I've had family members who traveled to Iran as tourists and they all said they had the nicest time. Yeah, Iran is beautiful too.
ببخشید میایم بریم کافه بریم جدی بریم نمیتونی کنسل کنی
یه زنگ بزنم ببینم میشه یه ذره این برام براش
لطف کنیم ببخشید نهار خوردیم نهار خوردیم حیف شد ببخشید میای بریم نهار بخوریم آره مهمون من ببخشید خانم میایم بریم کافه میایم بریم کافه سلام میایم بریم کافه
نه
از شما ببخشید میایم بریم کافه سلام خوبین میایم با هم دوست باشیم هستیم بریم قهوه بخوریم آیه این آره من واقعا با اینا دوست شدم باشیم.
Do mullahs still exist? The Iranian government is a repressive force. A lot of these people that are being filmed are understandably very anti-Iranian government, okay? But of course, it's them being anti-Iranian government for domestic reasons does not change the reality that like getting blown to bits from a powerful outside force is not going to cause them to go, oh, thank God. All of the anti-government statements that you hear about people in Iran being like, oh, we love that Israel and America are liberating us. Like, are there pro-America, pro-Israeli forces within Iran? Absolutely. Okay. But the majority population, and including people who are very, very, very anti the Iranian government, Iranian leadership, are still focusing on the much bigger evil here. If Israel can achieve regime change, it will be good for everybody, surely. You're a fucking animal for saying this. Okay? You are an absolute dumb fuck. And this is the exact same stupid Western chauvinist framework that every dumb fuck approaches the subject matter in the Western world. Every single country has experienced this, okay? Like, how entitled, how fucking arrogant. To say this about Iran is extra funny because you know how everybody plays those fucking, this is Iran before the Islamic Revolution. Like, they play those videos. Yeah, that was under the Shah, dumbass. That was the Western intervention. And it was so unimaginably fucking unpopular because it was a torture regime. But it was so unimaginably unpopular that the people basically aligned with the only non-collaborationist force in the country, which was a fundamentalist movement. How do you think Iran became the Islamist country that it is? In the past 36 hours, Israel's been going on Western media claiming they have definitive intelligence that 1, Iran was behind the assassination attempts on Trump, and 2, was days away from having a nuke, and 3, was about to transfer nuclear technology to Ansar Allah in Yemen. Now, you might be wondering, why did Iran have a Shah, a Western puppet, in charge that was, you know, ripping people's fucking fingernails and shit, and torturing people and engaging in constant surveillance and constant repression? Well, that's because Iran had a democratic election where there was a nationalist social democratic force that gained too much popularity and, in the most reductive terms, wanted to have sovereignty over its own natural supply of oil. This went against the interests of British Petroleum. The man's name is Mossadegh, by the way. But this, of course, went against the interests of the West. So you're blaming socialism now? No. What? Are you misunderstanding me? I think Iran has every right to maintain its natural reserves. What the fuck is this? Hila Klein, progressivism is when women get to bomb Iran? What the fuck? Female pilot who participated in the attack on Iran. Israeli women are heroes? Oh my God, bro. These are people who have literally been killing children. Like, the Israeli Air Force is most responsible for child murder in fucking Gaza for like the past 20 months. What the fuck? You have to be so unimaginably echo chambered to think that like the permission structure is shifted to post stuff like this. I mean, it's obvious that this is her perspective. Like, this is her honest perspective. But like the miscalculation of like revealing this honest perspective is because you think falsely that people are not going to look at this and be like, what are you talking about? These are baby murderers. Like, these are the people who have been murdering fucking children. Also, quote retweeting Yosef Haddad. Nice. She walked it back after. I assume this is the walk back. I would like to apologize for my recent story reshare about the female Israeli pilot being a hero. It came off as glorifying violence, which wasn't at all my intention, but I can understand how it came off. I wanted to highlight the difference between women's lack of rights in I wanted to highlight the women's lack of rights in Iran under the Ayatollah and the women in Israel being given agencies to even fight in combat. That being said, it's not the best timing or situation to make such a point. War is terrible and should never be glorified, and I'm very sorry for the post. Listen, the girl bosses that have been killing women in Tehran were doing it in a sexy way. More women drone pilots.
Just got married, we're on the road, visiting my husband's hometown. Look up at the vast sky and hear an awful sound. 4 Hellfire missiles in the sky. I watch my life flash before my eyes, but at least least there's one huge plus. We know that the bomber was a gay woman, drone pilot, hashtag girl boss. A gay woman, drone pilot, hashtag girl boss. I'm here to get my kid from school. I pull up, don't see him at all. I stop the car to head inside when a black van cuts me off. An armed agent steps out of the van. Next thing I know, I'm in an ICE camp, and I won't see my son again. At least I wasn't deported by a man. Brown woman, ICE agent, hashtag girl boss. A brown woman, ICE agent, hashtag girl boss. I got laid off by a woman CEO. Oh yeah, it was hashtag woke. Israel destroyed my olive farm to build a settlement. Thank God the IDF has gay soldiers in it. We'll continue bombing Yemen. It's fine, the Pentagon will be led by a black man. Don't you know the world's inherently violent? That's why we need more women drone pilots. Someone murdered a white family in the year 1983. Multiple witnesses saw the crime that night. They all agreed the killers were white. The police had a different idea in mind. They found a black man to malign. They framed and sentenced him to death. His appeal rejected by Herod. Black South Asian prosecutor, hashtag girl boss. Black South Asian prosecutor, hashtag girl boss. Black South Asian vice president, hashtag girl boss. Black South Asian vice president, hashtag girl boss.
Iranians, don't you feel liberated? By the way, this is obviously a banger from Vikas Music. Do you only read your subscriber chats? I'm from Iran. I don't have an international bank account to sub to you, unfortunately, so it'd be nice to pay attention to them. Brother, this might be... You've been following since 2022. Are you fucking kidding me? You think... You've been in here since 2022. You think I don't fucking read non-subscribers? What are you, crazy? Also, you can get gifted a sub. Finally. Motherfucker, I always read non-subscribers. Jason incoming, ETA 10 minutes. Nice. I sometimes consider unsubbing so you'd read my messages. Yeah, no, I read non-subscribers all the time. A subscription to the Piker Broadcasting Service, however, will help you support the show. The Piker Broadcasting Service is funded by you, the viewers, and for you, the viewers. All right, let's get back to Blake Phaeton. Losing friends left and right today for real. Raphael Shimonov responds, isn't this you calling for this war? And isn't that you citing Amalek, which is a call for genocide? All Zoran did was say equal rights, and now you're cry-bullying in a shelter of your own making. Yeah. Destroy Amalek, Blake said on 10/8/2023. I don't know why leaders of Islamic Republic of Iran are still breathing. Open Presence, thank you for the 50 bones. Hell yeah. Hassan PBS, thank you for the 10. Gifted. Everything is Amalek for Israel's enemies. Great stuff. Do you think Trump will start a war with Iran? Is it a realistic option for Iran to release all the Mossad blackmailing files? I think Iran should be doing a lot more than it's doing. I'm not going to say what, okay? But yes, I think they should release every single piece of intel that they fucking hacked instantly, as quickly as possible. Do it for us.
Includes the intelligence chief of Iran's Revolutionary Guard,
Mohammed
Kazemi. Iran's president says more strikes will be met with more retaliation.
Israel knows no boundaries. They intrude wherever they want, with permission from America. In a conversation that U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff had with our foreign minister, he said that Israel cannot do anything without our permission, meaning these recent strikes is also carried out with America's permission.
The fighting between longtime foes is fueling fears, but many in Iran support the government's retaliation.
They used to call us terrorists. So what? Now even America and Britain should fear us. Let them be scared.
We are not really scared. We are more worried for our children. We belong to a generation of war. We are not scared of such incidents.
With no signs of de-escalation, roads have been clogged, with many people driving out of Tehran. There's also long queues at petrol stations amid growing concerns of oil shortages and price hikes.
People are worried, and most of the petrol stations are crowded because people are planning to get out of the city.
Many are bracing for more attacks. Government officials say metro stations will be open 24 hours a day to be used as shelters.
You know you fucking suck when you've lost the most racist man on earth.
Good evening. Israel's running out of friends, isn't it? But when you get... Okay.
What the fuck? Nigel Farage? What is happening? I don't feel too good. 2.5 magnitude earthquake near Fordow nuclear site? Wait. They actually struck Fordow? 2.5 magnitude earthquake. Holy shit. Reports of a 2.5 magnitude earthquake near Fordow nuclear facility in Iran. Wait, does that mean it's a nuclear test? Or does that mean that they actually struck Fordow? Because it could be an American, it could be either. 2.5 magnitude earthquake insinuates they're doing nuclear tests, not the Israeli strike. Earthquake or nuclear test in Iran. Experts weigh in. This is from October 9th, 2024. Like they do underground tests for nuclear capabilities. It's happened before, and it tracks. It reads as a earthquake. Maybe they reached nuke on the tech tree. Drop site. These are heroes being praised. They raided the cells of Palestinians detained, who allegedly. Israeli forces raided the cells of Palestinian captives after some allegedly expressed joy during the rocket fire on Israel. Part of Minister Ben Gvir's policy of punishing any sort of Palestinian resistance or joy. Like, dude, I cannot think of anything more fucking cowardly and more depraved than beating on an already captive population that you have also literally imprisoned. Like, what a giant crock of shit this is. They released this footage, which is how you know they are celebrating it. Like they released this footage because they are proud of this footage. They released this footage because they, like, the Israeli society looks at this and goes, hell yeah, that's sick. Thank you for doing this. Incredible stuff, man. What is this? Israeli suppression units assaulted Palestinian detainees yesterday across several prisons after they expressed joy over Iran's strike on Israel. Even joy is punished behind bars. Like, dude, if you're Palestinian, it's alarming if you're not fucking, for once, thinking like, oh, this is fantastic. Like, for once, Israel gets to experience what it's been doing to us. Like, what are we doing here? New missiles incoming to Tel Aviv. They've been saying that. I don't know if it's actually happening or not. Like they're literally experiencing a fraction. Israel is experiencing a fraction of the unimaginable cruelty that it is dished out to every single country in the fucking region. And for once, a country has the capabilities of pushing back. And even then, it is a fraction. That pushback is still all but a fraction of the violence that Israel has dished out with impunity. And these guys are not even allowed to fucking celebrate it. I made more women drone piles. I'm glad you like it. I actually got permanently demonetized from YouTube for supporting Palestine. Was accused of supporting violent extremist organizations. Myself and like 10 other creators that I know all got permanently demonetized on October 7th, 2024. Any advice on fighting this? I have no idea, but that was a banger. HasanAbi just hates Jews. Incredible assessment from this chatter. Show chat what small dot Israel's on the map. What the fuck? Where are you at? I think Jason is here. Doors open. Oh fuck, hold up 1 second, let me fix this real quick. Hold on 1 second. We're gonna, all right, you can film me here if you want. It's fine. Well, yeah, you can film me here. Yeah,
good. HasanAbi heads. I was given a task.
Wait, hold on. Let me open up the I think the third mic is got no.
A little more shriveled and smaller. It's been a while.
Yeah?
You're like more gray. There's more gray in your beard. Your shoes.
I'm fucking injured, bro. What'd you get me?
You know, I got you right. That's what I got.
Okay. 2 sleeves. I gave you money for it. Yeah,
you didn't have to.
I sent you Apple Cash.
Now we gotta take one together.
What do you mean? A zin? Wait, really? Here.
How do I do this? How do I do this? What is this?
W nephew.
Yeah.
Wait, you shouldn't do a 6 milligram. You should do a 3.
What does this
Here,
do?
put it back in there. I'll give you a 3.
What does this do to you though? Like,
Fuck you up.
like I'm feeling the nicotine buzz.
This is nicotine.
I've never done this.
You've never
I've
done it?
I've done it one time, but like, is it quick? Because I need to be able to function.
Are you wearing the pants that we got together? Come on. Oh, you got the chrome on?
Yes, my chat picked it.
But it's not even your belt buckle.
Ah, fuck! I took a piss. I didn't put it there.
That's
Hold up.
crazy.
Yeah.
3 milligrams.
I won't get. It's not TOS. This is legal.
It is
Grown
legal.
ass man.
It is legal. Is it? It's legal, right, chat? Bad influence? What the hell?
Scared. Do I do this or not, chat?
He's 21. He was allowed.
I'm 21.
Yeah.
Chat. Hey, Hassan, chat, don't.
He's grown. He's a grown ass man now. He can make his own decisions.
Am I gonna vomit?
No. You just put it in the upper lip. Just pack it in your upper lip.
No, I don't want to do it.
Alright. Why do you have an X on your hand? You were at a club?
I didn't have ID.
They just marked you? Okay, nephew's still good. That was a test. You passed. No. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Whoa, that's sick. How do you do the overlay? Nice. God damn, I need that. Yeah. No. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't fall into the whims of your audience. Dab it up here. I can't walk, bro. I went up, shot. The dude put his foot under me. Classic. It's a classic flagrant foul.
Up there, man.
Not okay, bro. That could happen to you too. What do you mean? Jason is petting Kaya in the other room. Those pants ain't it, bro. You gotta upgrade the Sesh Plus or Nick S pouches in his garbage and comparison trust. Yeah, he was doing, I think Jason was doing drugs with Cutie yesterday, right? Yeah. Bad influence. Look at this.
I know, I swear it's a mistake. It was brand new. Oh! No!
El Auntie. W-Unk didn't let him get corrupted. W-Unk didn't let him get corrupted. El Auntie did. Remember that. She did not inhale? What do you mean? What is she, Bill Clinton? You should give Jason stuff to do. She's 120 pounds, I think. She might be heavier than you, dude. Make him do a blinker. I don't have blinkers. What is going on in my house? Madness. Tell Jason to go fight for. Okay, guys, I'm not doing politics with Jason. All right, calm down. Here, you want to see what he's up to? I'll show you his stream. You will not be able to take care of a dog, brother.
Who's a good girl? Nah, I might need to get a dog.
You will not be able to take care of a dog, brother. You can't take her a walk out here because it's then you'll film the neighborhood. You can go out back and play with her out back if you want in the backyard. Just don't show the streets or anything. My mom is cooking back there. Jason pushing you around in a wheelchair at a protest would be good content. We get fucking destroyed. We get shot at. Hold on.
HasanAbi heads in here.
I didn't realize I muted it. Hold
I
on.
want you. She tired of you. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Kaya, roll over. Kaya, roll over. Wait, does she not know how to? Why are y'all saying sad? She's happy. Tap your chest and say up. Kaya, up. Kaya, up. It's not working.
Over here, that's why I'm here. You wanted treats, and I told my mom to bring one of her toys.
Kaya, up. Does she know how to do that?
Yeah, like this. Like, Kaya, sit. Hey. Oh, you are so fat. Hey, Kaya, up. Kaya.
Kaya, look, Kaya.
No, she's the opposite. Without treats, she's better. She listens to me better without the treats. When I have the treats, she doesn't. Up, Kaya, up. Good girl. Okay.
Okay.
Sit. Here, she can do this. Look, down. Roll over.
Wait.
Roll over. Good girl.
Is she a guard dog too?
Yeah.
Like, if someone were to pull up. Oh.
Look at her. Look at her mouth watering.
She's salivating.
She's so fat. She's the fattest
Who's
dog.
a fat girl? Who's a fat girl?
Fat girl. Here. Don't give her all of it, but...
Hey. All right, ready? Wait, hold this.
You can make her do the other stuff, too.
Up. Kaya, up. Kaya, up. No. Kaya, up. Kaya, up. Kaya, come here. Kaya, up. Kaya. Kaya, sit. Kaya, sit. Kaya, up. Kaya, I'm muted. Kaya, up. Kaya, lay. Kaya, lay down.
Bro, you gotta be clear and concise with your commands, okay?
I said up.
Hey, down. Like one only. And then if you want to release, you go, okay, Kaya, okay. And then here. You can play tug of war with her
I bet.
if you want. Yeah. And you can get her to chase it too if you want.
Wait. I want to do the up.
So just drop it?
Drop.
Oh, well, you already
Oh wait, yeah, I took it out. Wait, Kaya. Listen to me, Kaya. Kaya, sit. Kaya, sit down.
Wow, that's your cop voice.
Kaya, up.
I don't think she does it with other people.
Really?
Usually, yeah, because I don't want her to do that to random people.
Kaya, lay. Kaya, lay.
Down like this.
Roll over.
Watch out. She can deliver big blows with her paws even when she's like playing, so don't get concussed or nothing.
Is a snack? I'll get her a snack. Is this edible for humans?
Maybe. Oh, she's so fat. Fiona, go. Fiona, out. Fiona, out. No?
Does she catch?
No. I've never been able to do that. Oh, she's got
Oh my.
how much she...
Who's a fatty patty? You a little fatty patty.
What are you doing then? She's going to try to get it from your hand.
We're about to have a vote to try the dog treat or not.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you're good. You'll be fine. All right, I got to go back to my tree.
Okay. Thank you, Hasan. Eat dog treat, don't eat. Yo, whoa, really, bro?
You got dog saliva all over your neck.
Oh my... Bruh. Bro, that's disgusting. Here, cheers, Kaya.
Fuck, I can't even walk.
This is disgusting, bro.
How do I
This
vote?
is fucking disgusting.
How do I vote? I missed it. Where's he putting that? That's crazy. Oh, he spat in my backyard. Oh my god.
Yo, what the fuck, bruh? That was disgusting. That does not taste good. How do dogs like that, man?
Shut the fuck up,
El ego, wasting food.
That's true.
Bro, ew. How do dogs eat that? How do you eat that? El guest. What do you mean El guest? I put it in the dirt. Oh my god.
She just wants to go back in. Yeah, it's probably hot.
She's such a cutie though. Oh my god. It's in my teeth. I can literally taste it.
Who is this chud? What do you mean? This is my nephew.
Bro, I got 3 hearts, bro. I need something.
Wait, do I need to give him more
Kaya?
stuff to do?
Kaya, do you like me? Kaya, will you listen to me? Kaya, listen. Kaya, listen to me. Kaya.
Well,
Kaya.
Kaya. The problem is, oh yeah, he's got other tasks. Okay, car wash, get rug water. I can't do chatters. This is yet another fucking instance where you don't know what's good for you. I need to keep doing my news coverage. Okay? And I feel bad making him, I'm not going to make him sit through fucking Iran-Israel shit and then invite a bunch of negative attention to him, you know? I know it's Sunday, but we got to get back to the news, you know what I'm saying? Give him arbitrary attacks that are fun and pointless. That's his goal. Who is this random child you're keeping in your backyard, forcing you to babysit your dog? It's my nephew. It's my nephew, Jason Leween. That's who it is. What happened? All right. There's no There's no light in the bathroom. I was watching. Make him clean your house. I'm not going to do that. Make the sim watch Joe Rogan against their will for 2 hours. We're not going to do that. Do they not take off their shoes? I don't anymore because I have a dog. And a dog's position automatically is not taking their shoes off. When you have a dog, it's like a little crazy. He's done. His tasks are completed. What's he looking at back there? Okay, don't look through some of the private stuff. Just making sure you're gonna accidentally find something in there that I'm monitoring his activities. The Fab Top? No, that's upstairs. That's in my bedroom. You guys can see the Fear End podcast studio. It could be like a family calendar or something. That's why. Yeah, you can show the podcast room. I don't know how to turn the lights on though. The lights have getting insights into the $60 million LA mansion.
Holy shit! I was here before. I don't know how to turn on the lights.
I thought this was a mansion. It's a tiny house. You guys, yes, there's a reason why every single person that's come to my house has been shocked at how normal sized it is.
This is crazy.
It's because it's not like a ginormous house at all. It's a very normal sized house. It's just LA. That's why it's so fucking expensive.
I wonder how many rooms it is. But this is probably $1 million house. Shit is, yeah, it is. Like in Texas, this shit will probably be like 200, 300. All right, chat. 94.
Talking shit about my house price.
All right, yo, I'm gonna go to clips. What? Just go to clips real quick.
Yeah. Take whatever you want. All right. Thank you, Jason. I'm sorry that I didn't give you more. I feel it's just like a not the most opportune time. Normally I'd be like fine, but this is, there's a lot of, well, I'm crippled, and also on top of that, there's a lot going on in the world news wise, and I don't want to put you through that. So, all right, they can't see you. You want to come in here? Here.
Oh, HasanAbi heads. I'm out.
Let me get a W nephew in the chat. W unks in the chat. Bye guys. What'd you say? How is he a relative? He's Asian. What do you mean? I have. First of all, I'm his uncle. He's my nephew. But that's besides the point. I also have. I also do literally have Chinese relatives. He's not Chinese. He's Vietnamese. I'm also white Chinese. Wait, I'm willing to bet they don't know how to get out. I gotta tell them how to get out, probably. Or nope, they figured it out. Good job. Bro, random, but what is that canned drink? It's a Diet Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar. Trump update. As President Trump exited the White House to travel to Canada for a Group 7 summit, he said he wanted Israel and Iran to strike a deal. Sometimes they have to fight it out, Trump told reporters as he left for Marine One. We'll see what happens. What? It's not BDS, man. The fuck? The Iranian military will bomb Israel tonight. New military tech and not just IRGC tech. One of the craziest aspects of like modern existence and being able to see everything in real time is this idea that we get to follow global. Yes, he said it's on BDS a while ago. Why would you ever get your nose from Ethan on what fucking is a part of the official BDS list? Anyway, one of the wildest things is like we're looking at like new album releases. We're basically like, yo, they're about to unveil a new weapon you haven't seen before. The deputy secretary of the Israeli Communist Party has been arrested. Wait, what? What is this? The I-24 is reporting that the IDF is striking launchers. So what's actually happening now? The IDF detected that Iran is planning to launch missiles. An alert was issued to stay near a protected space. Meanwhile, the IDF is attacking the launchers, and more than 40 minutes since the alert, Iran has not yet managed to launch. Oh, so that probably took place where they like effectively stamped it out. Fix chat box on screen, please. What do you mean? Isn't the Israeli Communist Party an oxymoron? No, there are real anti-Zionists in Israel as well. I've interviewed them. The full screen cam chat box? Oh, this. You're not even fucking seeing it. Who cares? Can you move chat back to its normal space? My autism is going crazy. Okay. All right, let's get back into it. So, there was some more I wanted to cover with the back and forth that's taken place. Dropsite is not mixing words when it says the EU Commission's racist president Ursula von der Leyen says she spoke with Netanyahu and reaffirmed EU support for Israel. I underline that Israel has the right to defend itself. Iran is the main source of regional instability, she said. I'm sorry. Who fucking believes this? Like, you have to deny your own eyes. You have to deny the reality that everyone can see in order to believe such a ridiculous statement. Iran is not the fucking greatest source of regional instability. America and Israel and all of the Western world is the greatest source of regional instability. In Gaza, even as civilians have been slaughtered en masse for more than 20 months, von der Leyen has expressed unwavering support for Israel's right to defend itself, backing its military campaign with almost no regard for Palestinian lives or calls to protect them. My 60-year-old SPD dad believes that? Really? Well, what did Iran look like in the 70s? Yeah, dude, you're right. They should go back to the Shah. Good take, man. Thank you. Like, Europeans and Americans are so fucking stupid where they go, oh, Iran would be much better served under a Western-backed puppet leadership that is a fucking monarchy, because I saw a bunch of clips. Bring back, the Savak. It's just like, you're a fucking moron. You saw a couple clips. Why do you think there was a tremendous amount of popular resistance against the fucking monarchy? Why do you think the Iranian Revolution even happened? Please think. You use the same logic for why they're doing better. You saw a few clips. Wait, you think my analysis on this stems from a fucking few clips that I saw? Do you think there are clips that show that the current Iranian governance is good? Have I ever said that it is good? I don't believe it. I can't believe how easily duped these fucking dumb fucks are. If you want to roll back time, you don't roll back time to the Shah. You roll back to a time. Yes, there are clips for both sides. I'm not operating off of clips, you fucking baboon. You are. But you're so stupid that you think I also saw a couple clips. And that's why that's what's driving my analysis and not reading. Bro, all leftists sided with Khomeini over the Shah. That's how totalitarian the Shah was. That was until Khomeini killed all the leftists for siding with the Ba'athist socialist Iraq in the Iran-Iraq war, but that was another story. Yeah, it's just so... I can't believe I'm having this fucking idiotic conversation right now. Clip Watcher 65 has some opinions. Unironically, though, Western Europeans are so brain-fucked that they see that they think the Shah will be good and not advocating for him to come back because they met diaspora Shahs, Iranians, and because they have the propaganda of Western Europeans over 40 are crazy. As I was stating, Iran had a democratic movement. This was seen as a bridge too far. If you want to roll back time, roll it back to a time where there was a robust, popular, left-wing, socialist, social democratic movement in Iran. But that was a bridge too far for Western superpowers that did not want a major regional power to align itself with the USSR. So they intervened. They created mass instability, and they put the Shah in power. That's it. And they've done similar things in every fucking country since. They've done it all around the world. The United States of America has done this all around the world. So I walked through my dad in jail so many times just for doing wrestling matches with communists. It's such a stupid fucking perspective to have. First of all, who the fuck are you to be like, this is what other countries should do? Like, who the fuck do you think you are? Yeah, Mossadegh had no connections to USSR either. I'm just saying that was an unreasonable fear that they had. That is the primary role that Israel played as well. And for the record, early funders of the Iranian Revolution, ironically enough, were also Western powers that did not want Mossadegh either. And even throughout the process, I think there was a point in time when the Shah was also positioning himself against Israel as well to a certain degree. And the appetite for more destabilization of Iran caused people to also initially back the Iranian Revolution too. Yeah. Here is that fucking woke-ass Shah, by the way.
Your Majesty. In a man's life, women count only if they are beautiful.
I mean, he's a fucking monarch. Like, what are we talking about? Does that not shock people at all? Like, that Western liberals are like, oh, dude, we should do the monarchy in Iran. And that they have no smoke whatsoever and no animosity towards other monarch structures. Wait, why are you guys saying big F? I don't have a F. I'm not experiencing F at all. I'm not seeing it on my end. Like Western liberalism is such a stupid, contradictory way of living life. Where on the one hand, you're like, oh, you know what's better actually? We're liberals. You know what's better? A fucking monarch. You know who are also some of our best allies in the region? Monarchs. Where women are also mistreated. Under the, like, what do you think? Where do you think women have more freedom? Iran or fucking Saudi Arabia?
Graceful and know how to stay feminine. You may be equal in the eyes of the law, but not in ability. You have never produced a Michelangelo or a Bach or even a great cook. You are schemers, you are evil, all of you. Oh, Your Majesty, you said all these things.
Not with the same words, no.
Well, the thought, you've never produced a Michelangelo, a Bach, or even a great
This I
cook.
have said.
So you don't feel that women are, in that sense, equal, that they have the same intelligence or ability?
Not so far. Maybe you will become in the future. You can always have some exceptions.
Here and there.
But yes, but on the average.
Yeah, Israel genocide in Gaza, UAE genocide in Sudan, also contributing to Israel's actions in Gaza. Saudi Arabia genocide in Yemen, also Saudi Arabia, again, a defender of Israel in the region, so a contributor to the genocide in Gaza as well. Iran, no genocide, yet Iran is the biggest evil. This isn't to say that like the domestic policies are fucking fantastic in Iran currently. They're not. And it is very clearly developed a lot of resentment amongst the youth in Iran as well. But if you're stupid enough to look at the situation in a place like Iran especially, which is far more diverse, far closer to your understanding of like a Western cosmopolitan nation and with cities that have stood the test of time, as opposed to your fucking Orientalist framework when you deal with all Arab countries. Like Iran has a lot of incredibly educated people, many of them that don't like the fucking current administration. It's so stupid. This is what I'm talking about when I say like, I mean, yeah, Saudi Arabia, 9/11, that's another one. The average Westerner doesn't even know that Iran has internet. P.S. I live in the east of Tehran. No, it's fucked up. I didn't realize Iranians had access to Reddit. I feel like an idiot, and I don't know where I got that idea. I hope you are safe, and whatever is happening is not the start of something terrible. They also have Steam. Been playing with an Iranian dad for the past 2 years. I hope he's safe. Like, dude, this is how fucking... This makes me so fucking mad. This makes me so mad because, like, we here in the Western world think we are fucking above it all. We're, like, the most intelligent. We are the peak of technological superiority, the defenders of liberty across the fucking planet, okay? Meanwhile, the average American or the average Westerner doesn't even realize that when they're online, they're simul-broadcasting to a fuck ton of people in Iran as well. Like, they literally think that dudes are living in, like, huts. Like, there are Twitch streamers on this website right now that are broadcasting from Iran in real time. You know that, right? I'm an Iranian living in Tehran. I don't like my government that much, but at least they don't want to kill me with a missile. I also think the average Westerner thinks the same of Israel. No, they don't. Because Israel is seen as like a continuation of like Ashkenazi Jews that they see in the Western world. So they don't think that at all about Israel. Israel also has a tremendous amount of fucking propaganda tools in the Western world to like basically be like, we are the only moral democracy in the region. We're the only moral nation in the region. We're the only democracy in the region. That's the reason why that's the reason why they do that kind of fucking propaganda. Yeah, Israel has been doing Eurocentric propaganda about themselves for 60 plus years. Yeah, there was a clip on Twitch of an airstrike going off in Tehran near a streamer's home. I know. We watched it. There are well-known divisions and cleavages in Iranian society. If Israel had limited itself to hitting nuclear sites, military bases, regime officials solely, they may have been able to navigate these divisions in a constructive manner. Also, what the fuck is that? I mean, I don't even agree with this. Like, I don't think this is appropriate either. Anyway, maybe he's not making a value judgment here. Instead, from the first day, they decided to carry out massive attacks against civilians in urban areas, including central parts of Tehran. They carried these out evidently not caring greatly if they killed their targets, their families, or random neighbors or passersby in the process. Accordingly, hundreds of people are already dead and many more wounded who had nothing to do with this situation and will be marked for life by these brazen actions. Israel thinks it can do October 7s to every country in the fucking region and totally get away with it without any sort of enmity whatsoever. Israeli officials, meanwhile, are boasting about burning the capital city of Iran with no sense of awareness of how Iranians and others may perceive that. They appear to be quite proud of specifically bombing famous areas of Tehran and making them look the way that they have made Gaza City appear. This is sick and irrational behavior that doesn't even comport with any identifiable political logic. It is rapidly earning them the undying hatred of a population that had previously been of mixed opinion or even more polarized against their own government. Israel has only one mode at this point, which is eradication and supremacy. I highly doubt it's possible to live in a region with such a country indefinitely or with people who are this far gone, perceiving how their own actions are viewed by others. The lesson every other capable state should draw is to discard any prior notion of compromise and achieve the maximum deterrence possible at all costs. No less, it would have been necessary to contain and roll back Nazi Germany, Imperial Japan, or any other of the radical genocidal states the world had been cursed to contend with in the past century. That is exactly what is going on. Okay? Israel is 100% a fucking Nazi country. Okay? I'm sorry. You can get mad and say, oh, this is anti-Semitism. But it is. They are behaving in the exact same fucking ways that the Nazis behaved as well. Israel's Farsi account quoting Minister of Defense, the fate of Tehran will be like Beirut's. Iranian monarchists don't talk nonsense. From war with the regime you got to destroying the country, didn't we support you enough? Why are you attacking civilian infrastructure? This is the Iranian monarchists tweeting at, in Farsi, tweeting at the Farsi Israel propaganda tweet account, being like, what are you doing? Please stop bombing us that hard. Don't bomb us that hard. Breaking Israel planning a Dahiya-style assault on Tehran. Oh. Canada and UK statement does not mention Gaza or Iran. We're keeping our war options open too, evidently. The reason why they're doing that is because America's signaling that they're going to go into this. They're going to go into this and fight alongside Israel to completely destroy Iran. That is where we're going. That is where we're headed. I've been telling you this for since the denuclearization agreements started, telling you that like this is mostly going to be this is Israel's final goal. This is what Israel's final goal has always been. This is the big prize. They've been fantasizing about this moment, and America's been fantasizing about this moment for quite a while. Anyway, here let's watch the way while Israel is banging the war drums. Okay. Oh wait, hold on. Another note from Iranian Society, from Iranian Seamus Malakafzali. There's undeniably a current of Iranians, especially younger ones, that have a hatred of Palestinians and are purely reactionary in their support for the West. This, however, does not automatically lead to a popular uprising when they start getting bombed unprovoked by Israel. The accusation of the Islamic Republic's adventurism having brought this war is ludicrous. Israel describes its attacks as preemptive. Iran itself didn't do an October 7th style attack on Israel. The Israeli jets arrived in Tehran first. That's it. That's the whole point. Even the most secular forces in the country that fucking despise, even monarchists that fucking despise the current administration and want to be lapdogs of the West, are not going to entertain the notion of having their fucking multiple thousand-year empire and all of its culture get destroyed in the hands of American rockets being directed by Israeli Air Force pilots. That's fucking insane. Who would want that? Who would say yes to that? Only people living here that act as though they are the spokesperson for the resistance in Iran would say those things, would entertain those idiotic notions, just like the Cubans here in America constantly salivate at the prospect of blowing up Cuba. If you get your notes from them, you are going to be oblivious to what's happening on the ground. For internal policy purposes, for domestic purposes, the Iranian government has presented itself as incredibly fucking restrained, looking at a denuclearization agreement that is the exact opposite of adventurism. Okay? You could have made the same statement about its involvement in Syria or its development of the axis of resistance against Israel. Now all of those things, looking at it from the rearview mirror, probably come across as brilliant strategic moves that were to cripple and undermine Israeli position in the region. Do you understand?
At the end of the day, it's that of Ali Khamenei. It is his war.
Yeah, this is Reza Pahlavi, son of the former Shah of Iran, says he doesn't believe it was the intention of the Israeli government to attack Iranian civilians. Sick, man.
Iranian people's war. So ultimately, anything that weakens the regime, anything that pushes more to its back, is something that people welcome for obvious reasons, because they see that strangulation that holds them in that position beginning to loosen on their necks. This is something positive and not negative.
Are you actually saying then that Israel bombing your country, civilians in Iran being killed, is a positive thing?
I'm not saying that the targeting was meant to hurt the Iranian people. The targeting was meant to basically
He's a dog.
Neutralize the regime threat. Clearly, I don't think that it was an intention of the Israeli government to attack Iranian civilians.
What do you think then will happen next to the regime? You say people have been in the streets calling for them to be overturned. What will happen next?
Well, as I said, I think as a result of the regime being decapitated and weakened more than ever, it's an opportunity for the Iranian people to finally
This is the son of the Shah, Reza Pahlavi.
Liberate themselves, provided, of course, that this time the world doesn't sit idle and demonstrate vividly that beyond just imposing sanctions or what have you, they're prepared to take the next step of giving the Iranian people a sense of support for their fight for.
I told people this at least a year ago, and they thought there was no way. Great estimation on your part. This is at the heart of my analysis of countries in the region, countries in the Middle East. And it's partially from it partially stems from the anecdotal, like firsthand accounts, firsthand experiences that I have.
For democracy.
Is Iran good or not? Iran is just a country, man. Good or not is not a thing. Okay, like what do you mean? Everybody wants like a Marvel Cinematic Universe style fucking assessment here. Israel says at least 15 people have been injured. What is this?
President Masoud Pezeshkian says the country is acting in self-defense and will de-escalate as soon as Israel stops its airstrikes. Katia Lopez-Hodoyan reports.
Another round of Israeli strikes hit Iran. In and around the capital, Tehran, Israeli targets seem to be expanding. Among them, the provincial headquarters of the Ministry of Defense in Isfahan. And in the northeast, Israel says it struck a refueling plane in the city of Mashhad, describing it as its longest-range strike since the start of its attacks. Sunday's death toll includes the intelligence chief of Iran's Revolutionary Guard, Mohammad Kazemi. Iran's president says more strikes will be met with more retaliation.
Israel knows no boundaries. They intrude wherever they want, with permission from America. In a conversation that U.S. Envoy Steve Witkoff had with our foreign minister, he said that Israel cannot do anything without our permission, meaning these recent strikes is also carried out with America's permission.
The fighting between longtime foes is fueling fears, but many in Iran support the government's retaliation.
They used to call us terrorists. So what? Now even America and Britain should fear us. Let them be scared.
We are not really scared. We are more worried for our children. We belong to a generation of war. We are not scared of such incidents.
All right, we watched this earlier. We're just rewatching the same shit now. All right, let's keep going
All
here.
be with us, because if you want to get the nukes out, you better work together with us and make sure that Iran does not reach its capability and that our region can move to peace and dialogue and coexistence and rapprochement.
Israel has shot down dozens of drones launched from Iran over the past 24 hours. The IDF has warned Israelis to expect more Iranian attacks in the coming days. And Iran's foreign minister says his country is acting in self-defense.
Self-defense is a recognized principle in international relations. It is the legitimate right of every country to defend itself against aggression. And this is exactly what our armed forces began doing 2 nights ago. Last night, you witnessed new dimensions of this response, and it will continue.
Israeli jets have been striking the capital, Tehran, throughout the 3rd day of this war. Iranian civilians have also been killed in the bombardment. This missile struck next to a shopping centre in the city of Isfahan. And the operation has been expanded. Oil depots and gas refineries have now been hit. Huge fires burnt long into the night as Iran's critical national infrastructure and major source of economy is now being targeted. This is also an attempt to disrupt Iran's fuel supplies to limit their ability to launch missiles at Israel. This afternoon, there was a rare daytime missile attack on Israel.
I've seen one interceptor missile very far in the distance, just a trailing smoke.
There were no reports of impacts or injuries this time. The Israeli government has extended emergency measures across the country until the end of the month. The airport is expected to remain closed for the foreseeable. They're preparing for the war to last many more weeks. Alistair Bunkle, Sky News in Tel Aviv.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Washington for a special edition of Special Report. I'm Brett Baer. Coming up in a few minutes, my world-exclusive live interview with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the first since the Israeli strikes on Iran began. But first, this afternoon, a Fox News alert, the growing conflict in the Middle East, Israel launching a third day of airstrikes across Iran, Israeli officials advising Iranians to evacuate arms factories and threatening to use even greater force. Iran saying 128 people have been killed, 900 wounded so far. The Islamic Republic responding with missile attacks of its own, which have killed 13 people, wounding more than 360. Iran's foreign minister saying today his country will stop its attacks if Israel stops theirs. Let's get the latest now from Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst, live in Tel Aviv. Good afternoon, Trey.
Brett, good afternoon. Since the conflict began, Iran has launched more than 250 ballistic missiles into Israel. Overnight, 11 people were killed when some of those missiles slipped past air defense systems, slamming into residential areas. Hundreds more have been wounded. When we arrived at one impact site this morning, rescue crews were combing through the rubble of an apartment building in central Israel looking for survivors. One man in his 50s named Meir was still trapped as his son, who had been wounded in the attack, waited to learn the fate of his father. Right now, rescue workers are digging through the debris following that Iranian ballistic missile attack that targeted central Israel. They are looking for survivors who are trapped under the rubble, including Meir, that father. His son Ofek is off in the distance, still wearing his hospital gown after he was pulled from the blast site. He is hoping for a miracle today following this Iranian attack. Israel is responding to these recent attacks with more airstrikes targeting both military and energy positions inside Iran. Iranian media reports 128 people have been killed and 900 injured, and top IRGC commanders targeted by Israel. Iran's foreign minister spoke today about the American support for Israel during the conflict. Now, in conversations with Israeli sources, they are drawing a stark contrast in what is happening here. The Israelis are going after military and nuclear sites. The Iranians are firing ballistic missiles toward Israeli civilians. Brett.
Trey Yingst in Tel Aviv. Trey, thank you. Joining us now, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Mr. Prime Minister, welcome back to Special Report.
God damn, he's ugly as fuck.
Thank you. Good to be with you, Brett.
First of all, let me start at the beginning.
Before we get to this, I want to show you this Trey Yingst coverage. An unprecedented moment, he says.
Moment for Israel. Again, we have been reporting here on the ground for nearly 7 years. We have seen rocket attacks from Hamas and Islamic Jihad in Gaza, precision-guided missiles coming from Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, ballistic missiles from the Houthis in Yemen, Iran-backed Iraqi and Syrian Shia militias launching drones and missiles at this country. What we are seeing today, Israel has never faced. And Israeli officials tell us they are fighting for their survival.
Trey,
Guys, back to you.
Trey, you mentioned that there's an emphasis on taking out the energy infrastructure. You mentioned many of the sites that they hit. This morning I read that there was an oil field that was hit, but that oil field is co-owned by Iran and Qatar. What kind of worries are there, or anything you can see as far as the possibility that this now could expand?
This is a really great question, and I also have some reporting on this. And I just want to think through our sourcing on this. This was someone, an official familiar with this oil field and this gas field. You raise an important point. This is a shared gas field. It's the largest field in the world. And on the Iranian side, it starts near to the city of Bandar Abbas in the south. But it goes over, and the Qataris and the Americans are invested in the other side of the gas field. And I spoke with a source who described the Israeli strike against that as a dangerous escalation, because there is concern that if ultimately that gas field is targeted and the Iranians start to respond in the region, that American interests and assets could be hit or affected. And it could lead to an increase in energy prices. It could lead to American forces or embassies in the region coming under attack. And so there are certainly officials in this part of the world that are concerned about the location of these strikes. But the bottom line here is that the Israelis understand the next step up on the escalation ladder for them is going after the energy infrastructure in Iran. the very infrastructure that the regime uses to fund their ballistic missile program.
Bro, look at the framing. Look at the fucking framing. Sorry, even American and Qatari interests need to take a hit here, and potentially with Iranian retaliation, the rest of the world has to take a hit here because, sorry, America and Israel have great ambitions of murdering everyone they can in Tehran. This is why I say fascism is a death cult. It's a suicidal pact, and it's basically a double suicide where the Western world is going to eat it too, because we have to let Israel keep doing whatever the fuck it wants, and America does not recalculate and maybe demand restraint from Israel. Open presence, thank you for the 50 big
That they
one.
then use to fire at Israeli cities like the one that we're in central Israel, and hit buildings like the one behind me. And so it's all connected. And the region is watching very closely to see what comes next. The question here is, will there be a point that the Iranians throw in the towel and say, look, they're not going to win because the Israelis have that American support. And if it continues to be this bad, the Israelis are going to continue looking to the United States for help. We don't know what comes next. All we know is that according to Israeli officials, this country is bracing for days of intense ballistic missile barrages. We have seen 6 barrages so far, more than 200 missiles streaming through the skies of this country. Last night, as they were targeting the northern city of Haifa, we stood on a balcony and we could see as they were slipping past missile defense systems, others being intercepted in the skies above. And then just about 30 minutes later, another barrage targeting the center part of Israel, one of those missiles slipping past the Arrow defense system and the Patriot system that is also deployed in this country and slamming into this building, killing at least one child, killing civilians that were here asleep in their beds. Some of them rushed to bomb shelters. Others couldn't make it in time. And the aftermath, guys, you see is behind me as these crews are picking up brick by brick, debris by debris, concrete block by concrete block, hoping for a miracle here in the center part of Israel, understanding that there still could be survivors. The father of that man, Ofek, that we talked to earlier, still trapped under the rubble, and they are hoping for a miracle. Guys, back to you.
Beginning. Why?
So like Gaza every day? Yes, but also even Tehran, because the casualties on the Iranian side are also significantly larger than the casualties on the Israeli side. So even if you were to, even if you were like, oh, well, you know, this is a separate incident, like we can't involve Israel's genocidal ambition in Gaza on this, which, by the way, you should. I don't think you can remove that from the calculation. But even if you were to look at simply Israel versus Iran.
Why did you launch this operation now?
Because we were facing an imminent threat, a dual existential threat. One, the threat of Iran rushing to weaponize their enriched uranium to make atomic bombs with a specific and declared intent to destroy us. Second, a rush to increase their ballistic missile arsenal into the capacity that they would have 3,600 weapons a year, new weapons, within 3 years, 10,000 ballistic missiles, each one weighing a ton, coming in at Mach 6, right into our cities, as you saw today. And then in 6 years, 20,000. That's no country can sustain that, and certainly not a country the size of Israel. So we had to act. It was the 12th hour. We did act to save ourselves, but also, I think, to not only protect ourselves, but protect the world from this incendiary regime. We can't have the world's most dangerous regime have the world's most dangerous weapons. We're protecting ourselves, but by doing so, we're protecting many others.
You know, I just want to press you on the intel on the nuclear part. Less than 2 months ago, the new director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, testified on Capitol Hill, saying that everything had been suspended since 2003 and had not restarted, that the nuclear program had not been restarted by the Iranians. So did something change from end of March until this week? Was the U.S. intel wrong?
The intel we got and we shared with the United States was absolutely clear. Was absolutely clear that they were working in a secret plan to weaponize the uranium. They were marching very quickly. They would achieve a test device and possibly an initial device within months and certainly less than a year. That was the intel we shared with the United States. I think we have excellent intel in Iran. I think we've proven that. And that is something that we couldn't possibly accept. Whether it would be 6 months or 12 months or 13 months is immaterial. Once they go that route, it's too late. And we will not have a second Holocaust, a nuclear Holocaust. We already had one in the previous century. The Jewish state is not going to have the Holocaust meted on the Jewish people. It's not going to happen. Never again is now, and we had to act now.
What is the goal of these strikes? You talked early in one of your speeches after the attacks began with a message directly to the Iranian people. Clearly, some of these strikes have targeted Iranian leadership, military, nuclear scientists, and other leaders. So is regime change part of the effort here?
Could certainly be the result because the Iran regime is very weak. I think it's basically left with two things. It's plans to have atomic bombs and ballistic missiles. That's basically what Iran has. They certainly don't have the people. 80% of the people would throw these theological thugs out. I mean, they murder them, they oppress them for 46 years.
We must defend the Jewish state. We can't allow a fundamentalist Muslim state in the region operating in the ways that it does. It's like, bro, okay. What about Israel, you fucking asshole? Oh, I forgot. Sorry. I forget when we're talking about the Jewish state, all of a sudden it's not considered religious. It's like totally separate.
Years they've yearned for freedom. I mean, they shoot women.
Theological thugs is a great way to describe Israel, honestly.
Because their hair is uncovered. They shoot students. They just suck the oxygen from this brave and gifted people, the Iranian people. And you know, the Persian people and the Jewish people have had an ancient friendship. Goes back to the times of Cyrus the Great. It could happen again. But again, the decision to act, to rise up at this time is the decision of the Iranian people. We decided to act.
Yeah, bro, the Iranians are watching Fox News with fucking Brett Baer.
It would take Iran about 12 months to enrich enough nuclear material for a single nuclear weapon.
United States Secretary of State Antony Blinken is warning that Iran is potentially just months away or less from nuclear breakpoint.
Iran is 2 months away from a nuclear weapon, and it's a victory to get them 1 year away?
Iran could be less than a month away from building a nuclear weapon.
Netanyahu has made 2 tough-talking TV appearances, saying that Iran is just months away from making a nuclear bomb.
What is important?
He's just crazy. He's so wrong. That's wild.
To understand is that you have to dismantle the entire terror empire, and especially before its main practitioners, the terror states of Iran and Iraq, acquire nuclear weapons.
The terror states of Iran and Iraq, 2 countries that literally have nothing to do with 9/11. Iran especially crazy to say, because for its entire fucking war on terror history, America has consistently relied on Iranian intelligence to successfully go after Salafist brigades that America itself initially backed. ISIS, Al-Qaeda, these are inventions of Western empire that fucking ran rampant throughout the entire region that America uses just cause to just like attack whoever the fuck they want to. And Iran has always fought against them. He's not wrong. He's not doing this for nukes. He's doing this for regime change with the help of the collective West. This is normal U.S. foreign policy, but with extra violence. No, I know that. I understand that. I'm saying it's fucking pathetic.
And this, I think, has been a wake-up call from hell. It is telling us you have the power now to act.
Anyway, there's this also dunk on someone who I think is like usually fine. Yalda Hakim is probably one of the better anchors in Western press, but she got absolutely fucking slapped around in this interview.
Thank you very much for joining us here on the program. Did Iran majorly miscalculate? Because even now, President Trump is providing Iran with an off-ramp, telling them to come to the negotiating table. At what point will Iran take that offer?
Well, according to your narrative, Iran always miscalculates. It's a regime. I heard the regime 20 times in the last 10 minutes as I was listening. You sound like TASS news agency upgraded during the Soviet Union. And you say the regime is unpopular and is killing its people. When General Soleimani was murdered by the same Trump that you talk about, millions of people came to the streets of this city, Tehran, that I'm in. So how is it that he's so unpopular? This propaganda that you're producing is only justifying aggression. What the Israeli regime did was aggression. What it did was unjustified aggression. And Netanyahu has been saying for over 30 years, some say up to 40 years, he's been saying that Iran's on the verge of creating a nuclear weapon. And thanks to people like you he gets away with these lies. But people can go online and check how many times he said.
Professor Morandi, if you could just focus on, I know your narrative and I know the line you take, and we've spoken a number of times, and I'm sure, but if you could just focus on answering the question, in terms of the nuclear talks, on day 60, as far as we know, Donald Trump had said Iran has 60 days. Israel attacked on the 61st day. Can we talk a little bit about the regime's competence levels, the intelligence and security?
Well, it is unpopular. Dude, it doesn't fucking matter. What are you talking about? Are you having a conversation about domestic policy inside of Iran? Are you not happy with the way that they're picking up trash? Are you not happy with their lack of freedom, like lack of free speech or some shit? Okay, you can save that for a totally separate conversation. You can't use that within the backdrop of Israel's unjustifiable bombing campaign in Tehran, because if you do that, you're ridiculous. Notice how nobody fucking says that when talking about the Iranian retaliatory strikes. No one goes, the incredibly unpopular Israeli regime is getting bombed. Nobody says that. No one said that after 9/11. The incredibly unpopular American regime, after decades of instability in the region, is finally experiencing the concept of blowback. Like, can you imagine Western press, like BBC, calling up like American officials to be like, why is your administrative structure so incredibly unpopular? Perhaps it has something to do with the endless amount of destabilization that it caused in the region, like post 9/11. I don't say that about Israel either. I'm not saying like Israel's regime is unpopular amongst the population. It doesn't fucking matter. The reason why this is happening is not because Israel is unpopular amongst its own citizens and Iran is looking for a regime change in Israel. Western press consistently does say Netanyahu is unpopular. Yeah, but they don't use that as a fucking reason for why Iran is bombing Israel. That's my point. Do you not understand? This conversation is about, look at the Chiron. Israel, Iran attacks. Do Iranians dare revolt? Iranians, when they're fucking being bombed by Israel with American weapons, are still getting called in to question their own loyalties to the government. Like, what a ridiculous fucking statement. And it only serves one purpose, which is manufacturing consent for Israel's actions in Iran. What are you talking about? Like, only in jokes do we talk about like Xi Jinping send the Dongfeng missiles. You know what I mean? I don't mean that sincerely when I look to this fucking awful administration. You know, I don't want to die, or at least for that reason. You know what I mean? The average liberal castigates the invasion of Iraq, getting duped by the exact same rhetoric 22 years later without even a shred of critical thinking. Iran as WMDs will never not be funny. Yeah, Iran as WMDs. Iran is unpopular. They will welcome us as liberators. It's the exact same method. And if liberals, I mean, here's the problem. A lot of people are that stupid. A lot of people are dumb enough to be like, yeah, especially well-read libs. Well-read libs that need a just cause for pushing a regime change through military action. This is perfect for them. This is a perfect narrative for them. They hear this and they're like, this is great. She asked a valid question. How could Iran not expect an attack on day 61 when Trump was evacuating U.S. troops and diplomats? Iran was made to look rather stupid. Wait, what? That doesn't showcase the Iranian stupidity as much as it showcases the depravity of the West. Having a fake negotiation about denuclearization with no real goals other than to create a sense of stability so that Israel could fucking directly strike Tehran. And that wasn't even the question anyway. Is Iran negotiating with Israel? No, Iran is negotiating with Israel's daddy, the United States of America. Yeah, Bush had just stolen the election. 9/11 could have been the start of a revolution against him. At what point do we go, what is this fucking conversation that's taking place? I like her. I'm supposed to do her podcast soon. I think as far as like Western press goes, as far as Western media goes, I think she is definitely infinitely more critical of Israel than many other commentators are in this space. But as Time Without an Owo said, this is a reset not only for Israeli society, but this kind of military incursion is a reset for the media in the West as well, where they just like forget about 19 months of unlimited child murder all of a sudden. They're like, well, there's a big enemy here that America has a great ambition to destroy and thwart. Everybody fucking resets in the media. The difference, of course, is that the public doesn't reset. The public still clearly looks at the situation. The public, an extra dimension here is that leftist youth who supported Iranian women when the new regime came into power, not malice, just understandable confusion for them. Yeah, the public still remembers and still sees the ongoing atrocities. Like, there is no reset for people that are not in Israel, and there's certainly no reset for people that are in the Western world. I mean, there's always there's endless smoke from the global South anyway. But even Western societies have broadly come to the conclusion that Israel is not like Israel is not a good party here. Israel is not a decent moral actor here. It's true. While you were away earlier, a CBS reporter was talking about how the Iranian strikes killed 2 Israeli children. Obviously fucking horrific, but they failed to mention how the deaths of these 2 children was the aftermath of Israel killing 20 plus children in Iran and tens of thousands of children in Gaza. Yeah. What's good? You look crazy right now. You look swagged out. You look like you're ready to do Easter. This is the most Christian you've ever looked, even though you got the Salafist beard. Come show your fit to the chat, please. This man, dude. This fucking guy, bro. I swear to God. The drip. All right, get out of here. I'm talking news. Longest goddamn shorts I've ever seen in my whole life.
The competence of your intelligence and security agencies, the fact that Mossad was able to build drone sites in your country, the fact that the leadership was asleep in their beds when they were struck and that you ignored these warnings. Can we talk a little bit about the fact that the regime was taken completely by surprise and top leaders have now been decapitated and killed as a result of the Israeli attack?
Saying regime, I think it helps you contain your contempt for independent countries. You after all, you work for Sky News. It's understandable. But the regime, how do you know that the Israeli regime had bases inside Iran? You're just repeating their propaganda. Of course, Israel for you is not a regime. Sorry, it's a state. But
Israel did have a drone building factory inside of Iran. That's not fake. That is real.
It's a genocidal state carrying out.
And the reality of the matter is, a big part of that is because of the crippling economic sanctions and the desperation that the public feels and the instability that causes, partnered with the fundamentalist Ayatollah and the policies that they've implemented. You know what's really interesting about this? I was reading a report on this a couple weeks ago, like before all of this shit unfolded, where with the more like reformist president, the Iranian government was moving in the direction of like not suppressing people for not suppressing women in highly populated areas, densely populated cities, for not wearing hijab and stuff like that. Like there was a little bit of a change in attitude, and they were moving in the direction of like a little bit of reform. Now that could potentially be short-lived, right? But it's interesting to see that, like, because even they are not oblivious to how much these restrictions cause enmity amongst the population. Because at times of unprecedented resistance, it's almost always been the cultural flashpoint for the Iranian population is like a forcible hijab law being enforced by like some sort of morality police. Like that has always been a major point of contention, understandably so. Yeah, I'm living in Tehran. No one was forced to wear the hijab for almost the last 2 years. Tehran is full of girls without hijab. My sister went with a t-shirt and she was fine. I don't know why Satan Yahoo is saying fuck them. No, I understand that. My point is that came after the fucking major resistance and like a lot of fucking back and forth in Iran though, no? And they loosened the restriction. What's that? Oh, shit. New mount just dropped. Nice. Do you think if the Ayatollah regime lifted all moral policing and hijab restriction, then things would be better for Iran or the West would accept Iran? Fuck no. Abso-fucking-lutely not. That's not my point at all. I don't give a fuck about Western acceptance anyway. No, I'm talking about this one purely on the basis of domestic policy from the perspective of the domestic population, the Iranian population. And also, secondly, I'm talking about it even as a mechanism of like beefing up its national security. Because clearly, it's not even just the hijab restriction. It's like all of this all of these repressive attitudes, all it does is develop anger and resentment amongst the population. And that creates an opportunity for foreign countries, especially when paired with the much more consequential economic sanctions, strangling the population and causing instability. It creates opportunities of espionage like the one that I'm talking about with the fucking drone factory. Yeah, yes, we did. Mahsa Amini movement. We lost lots of young people to make this change in only Tehran. Exactly. It's not. I wasn't talking about this from the perspective of the West. The West will never fucking. The West doesn't give a shit about a secular country or not. If the West cared about monarchs or Islamist fundamentalism, why aren't they doing this to Saudi Arabia? Why aren't they doing this to any of the Gulf states? Because it does not matter. You can do whatever the fuck you want. Western powers have famously thwarted popular democratic election results with military coups, violent military coups, only to implement fascist dictatorship. As long as that fascist dictatorship is a servile dog to Western interests and will play ball. This liberal calculation is completely idiotic. The West didn't care about Iran when they didn't have forcible hijabs in 1954. They hated Iran even then because they tried to nationalize the petroleum industry. Yeah, they were moving in the direction of nationalization. They didn't care about the Shah that they put into power when he was fucking engaging in mass arrests and torturing people. They didn't give a fuck about that. It wasn't because the, Iranian women can wear bikinis on the beaches or whatever the fuck, That is not a real calculation. That's just marketing. And the moment that you give air to that kind of sentiment, you're playing along with the marketing.
Extermination in Gaza, but that's not really important. How do you know?
So are you denying that the top commanders are being killed? Are you denying that top commanders were killed?
Oh, so you mean what you're referring to basically is an attack, an act of aggression, that they suddenly fire missiles at civilian targets.
It is funny to see. Like a guy like this is the Jonathan Concuncreus of Iran, kind of. Like you rarely ever get to hear someone from Iran who is playing the role of like the pro-Iran position, like unconditionally, because in most circumstances, an Iranian that you will have on Western press will literally be working for a right-wing think tank that is actively working to thwart the and destabilize the Iranian government and destroy Iran from within. And they'll obviously have like a Persian name, but their output is never this unconditionally 10 toes down pro-Iran. Stop talking for the Iranian people. You are misleading people that watch you. Yes, just the tip 90. Go ahead. Tell us about what the Iranian position is. No, bro, you don't understand. Okay, me and all the friends at Beverly Hills, we want Iran to turn into glass so I can go back. I want to see my grandfather's house. You don't understand. I am Persian. We want to nuke Iran so I can go back eat BDAY.
At apartment buildings and slaughter people in those apartment buildings, slaughtering whole families. For you, that's targeting. That's a really sophisticated act.
But if I can just ask, have military facilities been hit? Have nuclear facilities been hit?
One of the buildings that had some of these commanders, one or two of these commanders, was a large apartment building where they killed everyone, 60 people, 20 children. That's not important for people like you, but that's important for people like us. For you, people like you who support ethno-supremacism and the chosen people being able to slaughter and exterminate Palestinians.
Professor Marandi, I'm just trying to get the perspective. We're trying to give you airtime so that you can give us the Iranian perspective on this.
Marandi's from Virginia. It don't matter, brother. He is 10 toes down pro. What do you mean? He is pro-Iran.
And we want to know, and I want to understand, Iran's...
Most of the dudes that you have like this are not. They're not going to defend the Iranian government.
Position here. Will you come to the negotiating table now? Donald Trump, after these series of airstrikes and this attack was launched, called on Iran to come back to the negotiating table. As the spokesperson of the regime, or as someone who worked closely with the negotiating team, do you believe they will come to the negotiating table now?
Well, your regime should know, and your news agency or your TV channel should know better. We were at the negotiating table. It was Trump that conspired with Netanyahu to attack Iran. This is how you twist the truth. You shouldn't invite me because you're easily exposed. Iran was negotiating. Initially, Trump had one position, and so did Witkoff. And then they flipped and said no enrichment. And then they continued the negotiations. And the night before the attack, Trump said that we don't want war. And then after the attack, he said, we're all for it. And you're saying Iran? Is Iran going to come back to the negotiating table? The audacity. Come on. Show at least a bit of integrity.
By the way, Iran 100%, 1,000% would cease its hostilities literally overnight at a moment's notice if Israel and America gave real assurances. Like, there is not even a question in my fucking mind. There has not been a single moment. There has not been a single moment where Iran has behaved like the irresponsible party post October 7. Not once. And they have actually violated their own preset red lines. I assume partially because the early reporting was correct that Hamas and the Palestinian resistance did not inform Iran of October 7. But like there was an established red line that Israel violated. Hezbollah, the Houthis, Iran were supposed to do all of this stuff that Iran is doing right now if Israel were to go full tilt ethnic cleansing in the Gaza Strip. They didn't do it. That was supposed to be a established red line that they did not enforce. When they did not enforce said red line, or at least like Hezbollah did to a certain degree, but with a lot of restraint, they didn't do it. They didn't do it after October 7. They didn't do it after Israel bombed the embassy compound in Damascus. They didn't do it after Israel blew up Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran. They don't do it. And it does feel like the reason why after these new revelations of how deeply penetrated Iran actually is in terms of like Mossad penetration and maybe even Western intelligence, that perhaps might have been a calculation by Yahya Sinwar to not inform Hezbollah or Iran about October 7 beforehand. And it also works with the, I think it works along with the, Israel did not believe that October 7 would be as deadly, even if they thought that there was, a lot of military training happening. Like people say, how could they have not foreseen this? Like, how could they have not foreseen October 7? Maybe they had a higher priority intelligence asset deeply embedded both within the IRGC and in Hezbollah as well. And because Hezbollah and IRGC were not telling them this is going to happen, they just thought that it was not going to happen. Because even if they see military movement, military training, and then they're waiting on information from their sources within Iran and their sources within Lebanon inside of Hezbollah, and they don't actually hear anything from them, they're like, oh, yeah, it's fine. You can move troops to the fucking West Bank. You know what I mean? Dude, this camera is not doing Benjamin Netanyahu any favors, by the way. It's pretty crazy. Also, here is this. New Israel urged the Trump administration to join the war with Iran to eliminate its nuclear program. U.S. official told me that the currently administration is not considering a move. Aaron Mate says, based on the pattern so far, this anonymous claim means that the administration is definitely considering such a move or has already told Israel yes. Just as the back and forth that they've had about assassinating top Iranian leadership. Anyway, let's hear from this other monster.
Everybody knows that when the Israelis try to retard the Iranian nuclear weapon program, the Israelis are doing the world a huge service. So why doesn't the British government just come out and say what they believe and what everybody knows? Why don't they support what Israel...
I like that everyone in opposition, like all the opposition parties, regardless of like whether they are Democrats, supposed to be the leftist opposition to the Republicans in America, or they're the Tories, which is supposed to be the right-wing opposition to the Labor Party, which is supposed to be the left governance. They all say they would be more in favor of Israel than the existing government. It's so funny. It's just like, it doesn't matter who's in fucking power. It doesn't matter who's in charge. They're full tilt in support of Israel, and their opposition, regardless of whatever kind of like ideological brush they've painted themselves with, is saying they would be even more in favor of Israel.
Has done. I'll tell you why, because it's all about managing the growing anti-Israeli feeling in the Labour Party, the growing anti-Semitism, I'm afraid, in Labour rank and file, and it's nothing to do with the national interest. Everybody knows that when the Israelis try to retard the Iranian nuclear weapon program...
He said the R word. Cancel him. Murat, bir gelsene. Şunu sana vereyim, ben yürüyemiyorum. He said the R word. He's ableist. I guess it's his word. He can say it. You know what I mean? Alsana şunu dolaba koysana.
How are you?
Oren Marmerstein, Israel's Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson, also went on Sky News and had this to say.
How are you explaining to Israelis why they're needing to spend the night in bomb shelters, why mothers are trying to comfort their children when the walls of their apartments are shaking? How are you explaining it to them, and how long are you telling them to prepare for it to continue?
Perhaps the best way to explain how we're explaining, I'll share with you how I explained it to my 9-year-old daughter.
We really wanted to blow up Iran. Tehran. Iran. Tehran. Hezbollah. Hamas. Tehran. These are regimes of terror. Yes.
When we rushed her into the shelter, I told her that in a very foul place called Iran, there is a very extreme regime, the Mullah regime, and they are doing everything possible to get their hands around the most dangerous weapon humankind ever known, nuclear weapon. And that's why we are undergoing these difficulties, but it's in order for us to be safe. And actually, it's not only for us, Israel, to be safe. The idea is to make this place, the world, a safer place.
How are you explaining to Israel?
I lied to my daughter about how Israel is number one and we have to blow up Tehran. This is why we have to do it. All right, anyway, Sky News' Yalda Hakim is back. This time asking an Israeli military spokesperson about the dozen Iranian women and children the Israeli forces killed in recent days. This is part of the reason why I say she's like not the worst.
Something amazing I don't think anyone has believed we would do. Israel has gained freedom of operation in Iranian skies. We have been operating over 2 days in a row, nonstop in Iranian skies. Our jets are flying over Tehran, locating those ballistic missiles, gathering intelligence, intercepting them before they fire towards Israel.
Lieutenant Colonel Shoshani, you've also killed dozens of Iranian civilians. Israel claims and often talks about being different to the Iranian regime, but you've also left...
Very local accent. Yes, guys, again, you're failing to comprehend, once again, due to your unlimited anti-Semitism, that this is a localized MENA accent, okay? Yes, it sounds a lot like a dude that you will hang out with in I don't know, New York City, Los Angeles, but actually you don't get it. It's fucking clearly this is a local MENA accent. Okay, clearly. Can you please put subtitles on? I can't understand him through his accent.
Dozens and dozens of Iranian women and children dead in these operations.
Well, I think we are definitely different. I think it's very simple to see how far different we are. You know, Israel is carrying out precise operation over 1,500 kilometers from Israel, and you see a building with a hole the size of a tiny window, while Iran is
They love pointing to that photo. Like, we haven't fucking seen the other buildings that they took down entirely, and also what they have done in Gaza. Like, oh, you don't get it. You don't get it. It's a very targeted strike. It's very targeted, very precise. Please celebrate us. It's like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, that's not the only thing we've seen, man.
Is firing ballistic missiles with 1 ton of explosives in the warhead. these ballistic missiles can explode an entire neighborhood, and they're just firing them at the center of population. Israel is sending their jets. We're sending our people to be above enemy territory to try and do.
I love this argument always, which is why, as you guys know, I'm team give Hamas an Iron Dome. I'm also team give the Al-Qassam brigades an air force and an airport, like a military airport, so they can do more precise targeting. Same with Iran. Let Iran fly through Syrian and Iraqi airspace, and let Iran also have refueling capabilities above the Syrian and Iraqi airspace so they can do more precise, more targeted campaigns. If that's how we're supposed to be doing it, like, okay, fair is fair. I'm sure they don't want to use up all of their missiles, right? Give the Iranian Air Force equal opportunity to do precise targeting. Lol, 2 brain cell take. Really? That's a 2 brain cell take? But it's actually a maximum brain cell take when he literally says that. He's like, oh, well, we're actually sending our troops over there. We're actually sending our troops over there. It's like scary. We're sending the Israeli Air Force over there to do precise targeting. It's like, yeah, because you've packed up every other regional power. You get free reign if you want. Like, what's the argument? Iran is imprecise in their targeting? Yeah, they are. They're fucking lobbing missiles from thousands of miles away. If you want them to be precise, let them fucking fly over Iraq. Let them fly over Syria. Let them fly over Jordan. You know? Yeah. Get them to be able to refuel their planes on the long mission.
As precise as we can, and we have been very precise so far, and we have even given warnings. You know, the most important thing in the battlefield is to have the element of surprise. We have given warnings.
Lol, 2 brain cell take. Let's arm terrorists with F-35s. No. I wouldn't do that. No. It seems like the F-35 is maybe F-22s. It seems like the F-22 is more resilient. The F-35 is pretty dangerous for the IRGC's Air Force. I don't want the IRGC pilots to risk their lives by getting into a death trap. I guess F-22s, you can't bomb with them, right? I'm not a big plane autist. I don't know what kind of munitions you can put on F-22s, but I'm sure they could still be more precise. Like we don't already give F-35s to terrorists. Yeah, I know. Fucking Israel has F-35s. What do you mean? We have already been arming terrorists with F-35s, chatter. Yeah, we should give them B-52s. We should give Iran B-52s and send them a decent number of those Boeing rockets, the bunker busters. It seems like Israel has a lot of tunnels. Yeah, you have to understand, we're so precise we kill civilians from thousands of kilometers away. We're also so precise that we murder civilians 50 meters away. These barbarians in Iran are not precise, so they kill civilians from thousands of kilometers away. Anyway, a document found in Gaza showed that Yahya Sinwar informed IRGC's Palestine branch commander Saeed Izzadi of the imminent 10-7, but Izzadi didn't inform either Nasrallah or the IRGC high command because he didn't consider it serious. It seems the Iranians underestimated Hamas as much as the Israelis did. Wait, really? I thought that was like fucking Israel trying to be like, oh yeah, they did inform Iran, even though their previous intelligence showed that they had not. That was the only moment of unity after October 7 where every outlet was like, no, Iran, Israel, America, and every part of foreign press was in unison collectively saying Hamas didn't inform Iran of this action. But yeah, I don't really trust documents found in Gaza.
Which is the Lebanon playbook, and we ended up seeing thousands of people dead in your war against Hezbollah last year.
That is
I just want to ask you, Lieutenant Colonel.
We have.
I was on the ground in Lebanon.
We have seen thousands.
I was on the ground in Lebanon, and I saw. Lieutenant Colonel, I was on the ground in Lebanon. I was seeing how you were issuing the warnings and not giving people enough time to get out. And then we saw thousands of civilians displaced and thousands killed. But I just want to ask you
we have seen
about
thousands of terrorists killed in Lebanon successfully. We've not seen thousands
including civilians, including women and children and civilians in
Israel
Lebanon.
Carried out the most.
That link that chatter sent me is literally every single air defense company and coordinates, every single one of them, and coordinates of THAAD, coordinates, like real-time coordinates of THAAD anti-missile systems, right triad top to bottom, and then they added Ayatollah Khamenei and a random Iranian pharmacy student is a Turkish guy. He added Khamenei.
Most precise operation in history with the Beeper operation, we were able to hit thousands of Hezbollah terrorists without anyone around them being injured. You are misleading your audience. Israel had the most precise operation against a terrorist.
Oh, he left the interview?
Toll in Lebanon in 1 week was higher than an entire month in 2000.
Of terrorists, of Hezbollah terrorists.
Of Hezbollah terrorists. I love, listen, you don't understand. When I'm raiding the drawers of a Lebanese compound to wear the new sexy lingerie, I'm doing that because I'm fighting against Hezbollah terrorists. Okay? When we're killing women and children, we're killing Hezbollah terrorist women and children. I get what you mean. She's not that bad. Yeah, no, she's not.
Were killed. Not all of those people that were thousands of people that were killed were terrorists. And we've seen the same sort of operations in Gaza as well, where 60,000 people, including thousands of women and children in Gaza, have been killed. But
we're going to continue in a bit. Thank you. All right. Bye.
He took his ball and left. I was in Lebanon during the pager situation. It was not precise. Nurses were injured since a lot of the pagers entered economic circulation. There was such a strong sense of fear that people locked their phones in safes because they thought they would blow up. No, I know. It was so fucking gross. It was so gross that they also presented it as like this incredible, sophisticated, precise attack. It's like, dude, it is directly illegal. It is the most illegal thing you can do. It is a severe violation of numerous international humanitarian rights, rules of combat. He took Hezbollah and left. Yeah. It's so crazy that people still to this day treat that as like not a terrorist strike, but instead as like an incredible act of I guess an incredible sophisticated military action against like Hezbollah terrorists. Yeah, they think it's like cool spy shit. It's gross. Why is Netanyahu so pale? I don't know. Maybe he's just been too scared to leave his house or to leave his bunker. He hasn't seen the beautiful Tel Aviv sunlight in a couple days. Yeah, we already covered this. Channel 14, a mouthpiece of Netanyahu, reports that Israel is preparing the Dahiyya Doctrine for Iran. They want to do the Dahiyya Doctrine for Iran. The Dahiyya Doctrine is the death and destruction of all civilian life. That's what they famously did in Lebanon. That's where the name comes from. It is what they did. Video inside bomb shelter. Don't vote for Zion.
Hi, everyone. This is Sam Sutton sending you a video from the basement of the Inbal Hotel. This is the second time today.
Bro, why are you broadcasting your...
This is the second time today.
Bro, why are you broadcasting your coordinates to Iran? Yo, these people have no... I can't tell. I can't tell if this is like... I can't tell if this is just like genuinely how comfortable Israeli society feels, and not recognizing like an imminent sense of danger, lack of survival instinct. Like, what the fuck?
We've had to come to a shelter, and there'll probably be one in the middle of the night like there has been for the last 3 nights. The reason we are here is because the Iranian people does not believe that the Jewish state has the right to exist.
No, that's not the reason. No, it's again projection. I think it's because Israel does not believe Iran has a right to exist, which is why they bombed Tehran. I just don't understand. Has there ever been a moment throughout Israeli history? It hasn't been that long. Okay, 77 years. Is there ever a moment where Israel was actually in the wrong? Because it feels crazy that they're always in the right, and it's just all their enemies are in the wrong. It's so weird. It's so weird how unjustly maligned Israel is. It's so crazy. I mean, I don't know, man. I feel like if you're smelling dog shit everywhere you go, maybe you stepped on dog shit, you know? Maybe it's not everybody else around you that smells like shit. Maybe you smell like shit.
In fact, there's a mayoral primary coming up this week where one of the candidates does not want or does not believe the Jewish state has a right to exist. Please, I'm begging you, make sure to vote in the primary this week. Voting started today, Sunday, and early voting will go through next Sunday. Do not make a mistake and forget to vote. And more importantly, make sure Governor Cuomo, who is...
Yeah. I'm here to tell you that Iranian ballistic missiles are dangerous. But what's far more dangerous than Iranian ballistic missiles is Zohran Madami. That's right, Zohran Madami. A danger, a far more imminent danger to all Jews around the world is, I repeat, Zohran Madami.
Who has been a great friend of the Jewish people, will be our next mayor, and not a person that doesn't believe the Jewish state has a right to exist. We don't want to be in a situation like this in America.
No.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's like, these are all the other people in Israel who don't want Zohran Madawi to be president of New York City. Look, they're all here showing their anger. Zohran is a 12er Shia like the Ayatollah. He is Shia, but I mean, I don't give a fuck. Who gives a shit? No one cares. He's also an American. You don't want this in America. It's just a bingo room at Senior Living Center. The anti-Zohran protest.
Mike Nussbaum.
That's got the huge crowd.
I'm now going to call upon one of the first person, I think maybe even the
incredible
first
crowd.
Person,
this ugly guy.
Don't let Zohran wrap his tentacles around New York City. Never broken. IDF soldier on having hope amid Israel-Iran conflict.
Fox News alert. Iran launches fresh attacks towards Israel following fresh strikes reported in Tehran as Israel responds to deadly Iranian missile barrages that killed 11 and wounded hundreds. On the ground in Bat Yam is IDF soldier Eliada, who is currently helping with search and rescue missions. Hey, Eliada.
Hi, how are you? Good morning.
Good morning. So what are you seeing on the ground there?
Destruction, but spirit that's not broken. Unfortunately, right behind me, I don't know if you can see, if you're able to see.
Zohran is not a 12er Shia. He's an Ismaili Shia. I know he's a Shia. I didn't know what kind. I don't care anyway.
The damage that was here. There are a few people here who got killed just for being Jews, little kids. But the spirit of the Jewish people is never broken, and we get up and we continue.
Bro, that's crazy. Yeah, that's what it was. The ballistic missiles that they were lobbing into Tel Aviv, they were lobbing anti-Semitically. Like, you don't have to say that, man. You could just be like, there's a child that died. You know, that's pretty fucked up in and of itself. You could just leave it on that. You don't have to say intercontinental ballistic missiles are anti-Semitically being shot in our direction. It also is stupid because, like, everybody fucking knows. Everybody knows what's going on. Yeah, Iran has kidnapped an innocent civilian Israeli flying his fighter jet above Tehran just because he's Jewish. Actually, a female pilot. So they're not only anti-Semitic, but also misogynistic.
Are you finding survivors?
We're looking. We never stop. As we peel off different layers, there are moments where everyone goes quiet. It's very loud. You can imagine there's a lot of different, different types of machinery that's here and there.
I mean, low-key, it's hard for me to look at this and be like, dude, I mean, this dude would be in fucking Gaza killing children, and now he's too busy fucking working in the rubble in Tel Aviv, you know? Like, it's good to put Israelis to busy work. Fuck it, dude. As you guys know, I am very vehemently anti-psytrance, okay? I think it is perhaps the greatest cancer in the form of music that Israel has invented and popularized. But if it's going to stop them from killing children in Gaza, then fuck it. I'll listen to psytrance. Okay? There, I said it. I'll listen to it. I'll listen to every funky mushroom named Israeli DJ that I can find if it's going to create a robust Israeli economy that does not revolve around murdering children. Okay? That's it. Let 1,000 psytrance albums bloom.
And then we stop and then it's like quiet, and then everyone yells, "Do you hear us? We're here for you. We're coming for you. Wait, hold on tight." And then we continue to work again. So like that, if there's someone that's still there, they'll be able to hear us and they'll be able to hold on tight. And that's the message that we really have to all the Jewish people and all the Israelis all over the world is hold on tight. We've been through this. The Jewish nation has been through suffering and pain from our inception, but we're always here and we always continue. And with God Almighty's help, we'll continue.
Yeah, half of the people killed by Iranian strikes are Palestinian citizens of Israel. They always suffer the most when Israel is struck because they have less protection. When this guy says they're just getting killed just because they're Jewish, he's lying. Yeah, that's the other side of it as well. There is a major gap in air defenses, suspiciously, in all of the Arab areas, in all of the Palestinian citizens of Israel areas, weirdly enough. But that's also double propaganda because they love fucking using that. They love using dead Palestinian citizens of Israel as a way to be like, see, Hamas, they killed their own.
You've got soldiers there. You've got rescuers there.
Yeah,
and
there's almost no shelters in Arab areas too, yeah.
You've got civilians there. What can you tell us about the...
Hasan, Israel did not invent Psytrance as a style from India. Dude, please inform yourself better. Okay, much like other symbols that may or may not have been invented in India and the broader Asian continent, when Nazis take a hold of it and make it their own, you just got to pack it up. Nobody uses the swastika anymore. And now Psytrance is Israeli. Okay? That's it. Sorry. I wouldn't be running around saying, nah, we actually invented that shit if I were you.
Mood of people generally as you all are going through this?
The mood is very sad. There are people here who lost their life, little kids who in the middle of the night where their life was taken away from them. But
yeah, he's like, I only like that when I'm doing that in Gaza. It's just, you know.
At the same time, the will and the spirit, you can knock down our buildings, but you cannot destroy the spirit of the Jewish nation. And we want to thank America and our American friends for all the help and the support that they've given us up until now. We feel the love. You know, Fox News is an amazing program, and we have a lot of gratitude to all of you.
Eliada, God bless. Stay safe.
Thank you so much. Be well, and remember, this is a fight of good against bad. And you
got shut the fuck up. I mean, maybe. Maybe. Iran's armed forces tell Israelis not to stay or travel near vital areas. Wait, they gave forewarning? Oh my God. Wait, hold on. Is Iran now officially the most moral nation on the planet? They've been telling Israelis not to go to the areas that they're targeting? Wait, I thought it was good then. Oh, I didn't realize. I did not realize at all that they were doing the most moral nations the same tactics of the most moral nation on the planet.
The following warnings are for the people of Israel for the coming days. You should leave Israel. In the future, it will become inhabitable for you. In the past few nights, we bombed sensitive sites in Israel, and we possess a complete database of all vital sites there. We have a comprehensive target bank, and the Israelis must not allow themselves to be used as human shields. Avoid being near sensitive military sites, and know that your underground shelters will not be a source of protection for you.
Tahir, we've got that warning from Iran towards Israelis. Israel's also issued evacuation orders, hasn't it, for people in Iran, saying anyone living near weapons factories should evacuate. Is it clear to people in Iran who lives near weapons factories?
Well, it's not just clear for the people who live near such places, but for all people, for all Iranians, specifically.
Yeah, I thought it was okay when if the military of a foreign adversary tells you ahead of time that they're gonna blow up your house. I thought that then it was like the coolest thing ever. Like it was, you should welcome that. You know, I'm just so confused as to why Israelis have been complaining. Very strange state of affairs here, because they've been telling me for months that this is morality. This is absolute morality. This is the peak. Okay. Zviki Tesler, spokesman for the IDF Homefront Command, stated earlier tonight will likely need to stay near a shelter for a long time. I recommend sleeping inside if possible. I love Tesla. IDF analysis. 10% of Iranian missiles fired so far targeted residential areas. 90% were aimed at military and other sites via N12 News. About 30 Iranian missiles fired in the last barrage, N12 News reports. Iran is clearly not able to fire very large barrages or is seriously economizing its arsenal. I love Tesla. Everything's computer. I love Tesla.
Those who are living in the capital here in Tehran, because of the fact that people are now pretty much aware of the fact that the target.
When do you think images of military target damage will come out? What you have seen so far will probably be the extent of it. Israel has a deep censorship regime. They've always had it. They have a military censor for even what comes out of like mainstream outlets there. There are certain things that they'll let slide, but when it comes to successful targets that were struck, they literally won't. Yeah, the only ones you'll see is if it's visible by satellite, but I don't even think that they're. I remember reading something, I don't know if it was real or not, but I remember reading something about like how even satellite imagery is like not allowed.
Targets being hit across the country are not necessarily military, as I told you earlier. They're not necessarily nuclear, because we saw Israeli strikes targeting very residential buildings. One instance that I have referred for several times is related to the university professor's building, somewhere that I was 2 days ago to cover the story, and there I was personally witnessing that Israelis targeted one of the buildings that belonged to the university professors, where the Iranian top nuclear scientist, Dr. Tehranchi, was assassinated alongside with his wife and alongside with couple of people, couple of ordinary citizens who were living in those buildings. Again, other footages are
incorrect. I'm on geospatial intelligence is allowed for certain people in the sector. All right, big dog, leak the fucking footage then. Why are you flexing in here? He's like, I get to see all of the fucking. He's like, I get to see all the fucking blown up Israeli planes and shit. You don't. Okay, why are you flexing? Leak it. I didn't. Did I say I didn't use anything gendered? I said big dog. Sorry. She. Leak it. Leak it, milady. I want to see it. How come you're the only one that gets to see it? I want to see it.
Coming out showing that in one case, more than 20 children were killed, and they have got nothing to do with the nuclear program. They've got nothing to do with the military program. And now among the people, there is this understanding that this is a real act of war. This is a real act of violation from the Israeli side, and they are getting prepared for wide spectrum of scenarios. We can see obviously a sense of anxiety, a sense of fear. Their country used to be under the shadow of the war, considering the constant threats directed by the Israelis over the past few weeks about the possibility of attacks. Right now, these threats are getting translated into real war. And also, we've got this sentiment of anger among the people. And I have spoken to many in this regard, and they're saying they've got nothing to do with politics and nuclear program and military issues, but still, they're seeing their lives affected, specifically seeing that energy infrastructures of the country were partially attacked. Today, earlier in the morning, we saw attacks on the two of the, let's say, fuel depots of the country, one just behind me in the southern parts of Tehran, and the smoke, the heavy, thick smoke is...
Israel and Iran have both been preparing for this confrontation.
Let's watch their arsenal comparison. I'm going to move on to the Minnesota shooter in a little bit. There's a couple more lines I want to talk about
How do
here.
they stack up? Well, on paper, Iran far outnumbers Israel in terms of active and reserve personnel. Iran is a much bigger country than Israel, 86 million people to Israel's 10 million people. So the Iranians have got 960,000 personnel. Israel have got 634,000. But this war, of course, won't be about who has the more manpower. It's really about who has the best technology, particularly in the air war. And on that score, there is a clear and obvious winner. So let's look at the attack capabilities. Now, first, Israel's weapon of choice.
Chatters is like surprising. It's surprising seeing so many news outlets and their comment section on YouTube be like so so not pro-Israel and anti-Israel, as a matter of fact. Anti-war, anti-Israel is like shocking.
Choice. Of course, there are its fighter jets, the F-15, the F-16, and the F-35. Very stealthy. The F-35 can get through radar defenses undetected. Very, very useful weapon system for the Israelis to operate. The Iranians, they operate much older Russian jets, and they've lost some of them. They don't work as well. And so instead, they've built up a huge stockpile of missiles and drones. And they include the Shahed 136 that we've seen much of in Ukraine, the Imad, the Khorram Shah, big missile, but this one, the Fatah. There's a whole family of Fatah missiles. They work. The most modern versions of them are thought to be hypersonic, which are really very difficult to defend against. In total, it's estimated that the Iranians may have 3,000 of these ballistic missiles. Most estimates would say it's probably nearer 2,000, but undoubtedly they have a lot of them, and they could keep throwing them at Israel over the coming days and weeks if they chose to do that. And Israel claims that Iran was building up the capacity to manufacture 300 ballistic missiles a month. And that, with their ranges, would put Israel and hundreds of US bases in the crosshairs around the region. So if you look at a range map, undoubtedly, the Iranians have a big capacity building in terms of...
Yeah, bro, what are they... Like, look at this. It's just Eastern Europe. Like, that's the maximum area of impact is Eastern Europe. That's why it's so funny when, like, Israel's like, they are coming after you. They will bomb the UK.
Of their ballistic missiles and their drones. Now, over the years, Israel has the most advanced defense system in the world, and it's built it up. And it's getting support from United States assets in the region. And that system, most people call it the Iron Dome, but Iron Dome is only one type of missile. So there's the Iron Dome missile itself. There's David Sling, which is a high-altitude, short-range, very fast missile. And there's the Arrow 3. Probably the best of the whole bit is the Arrow 3. That probably works the best of all. But between them, as well as with some Patriot missiles, they create this sense of a dome, a multi-layered dome that sits on top of their population centres that can cover the whole country, because it's a small country, and give them close to 100% protection. But, of course, no system will ever give you 100% protection. Now, you can see here, action over Tel Aviv. A few missiles did get through, but the vast majority were intercepted. But no system is ever 100%, because any system can be overwhelmed with sheer numbers. And in that respect, we know that Iran does have the numbers. But in contrast, Iran's air defense...
Wait, no, they did say that, though. No, I know. ZP Hotavelli says Iran's long-range ballistic missiles can reach London. That's not true. They do not have this capability. They're just lying. And the reason why they're lying like this is because they want to make it seem like their fucking idiotic act of conquest against Iran that is now actually leading to retaliation for the first time ever for Israel is something that everyone else should be on board with, and everyone should be invested in Israel's defense. Interesting analysis from the state of play from an Israeli source. Iran has not yet launched its 1 ton, 1.5 ton missile, nor its cruise missiles, only the US's penetration bombs, and without them, it is not possible to destroy nuclear facilities. On the power limitations, the prices that are expected, and the following steps. Last night, after discussion, it was allowed to publish. Israel does not have the ability to destroy Iran's nuclear facilities. We knew that already. The political echelon knew this and set out with a reasonable concept, but one that public must be aware of, a complex that includes attacking nuclear facilities, dismantling Iranian anti-aircraft defenses in a way that allows Israeli fighter jets to circle over Tehran as if they were over Jabalia, reducing the ballistic missile threat, eliminating the Iranian security elite, and a credible threat to behead the heads of government and the Ayatollahs, along with possible damage to national infrastructure such as oil reserves, may be enough. Why is it enough? Bring Iran back to the negotiation from a position of weakness that will force it to sign an agreement without expiration dates and with teeth, and if not, then at least postpone the nuclear project for a few years. I don't think the nuclear project is a real fear. I think that's totally fucking the seasoning. That's just Israel looking for a cause for why it's doing this. I think they just want to fucking eliminate Iranian leadership and cause Iran to be destabilized and then plant a puppet in charge. That's just their excuse. Because obviously, what is this? 14, we're coming for you. I did text you. What do we call this? Risk it all is more like it's up to her. He's just like my mom, can't embrace it. What? You okay, man? You can ban don't care. I mean, I care enough to... I was your driver. I heard your signal. What the fuck is this guy saying? Bro, calm down. Take your medication, chatter. I'm political? No, you're insane. Anyway, yeah, I don't think they're okay. All right, let's finish.
They're older, they're weaker, and they've been badly hurt by Israel already. Now, the IDF have actually looked at some of these systems. The S-300, an old Russian system, doesn't work that well these days, if you know where it is. The Korad 15 and the Tactical Hunter. They're okay, but they're quite old. And the IDF has released these images of them attacking Iranian surface-to-air missiles near Tehran. And there they are. If they can spot them, they can destroy them. They've got enough intelligence to know where they are, even those which are mobile, like the S-300. Once they've spotted them, then effectively they're dead if the Israelis decide to go for them. Finally, Israel has the one thing that they don't want Iran to have, nuclear weapons. The Jericho 2...
I never thought in my life that we'd be talking openly about Israel having nuclear weapons either. That's like also a new revelation. I mean, it's not a new revelation at all. Everybody knew it, but like it was, Israel's never admitted to having nukes. It's kind of like the Nakba. Israel claims it didn't happen, but then also will sometimes be like, it should happen more frequently. And that's how that's the nuke situation as well, where they're like, oh, we don't have them, but also we do. And you should fucking, you should be careful. What? The Dem nominee in 2028 is more likely to be Hassan Piker than Josh Shapiro. What? 4.6 million people estimated for the No Kings protest. That's 2% of the entire U.S. population. Voters in the 2020 primary just wanted to beat Trump. Trump probably won't be on the ballot in 2028, so all voters want is rage. Of course, if Dem voters had a moderate-coded candidate who despised Trump and talked shit about his voters and policies all the time, they would love that, i.e. Gavin Newsom, but moderates seem to be pulling the hate the sinner, not the sin game that won't work. I don't know how you see 6 million libs waving American flags and think what the Democratic voters crave is someone who deeply hates America. I don't actually think Hassan Piker will be the Dem nominee. My point is about Dem sentiment. Dems are angry and no one is satiating that anger. It's what 2016 years as to the GOP before Trump. Did people think you're actually saying Hassan will be the Dem nominee? As soon as Hassan gets on the debate stage, he would crumble. He needs his lefty safe space in order to thrive. What is happening? Hassan is your guy if your only issue is Palestine. Otherwise, nah. What the fuck? You should take this as a challenge. I'm never running. That's crazy. And also, I would not win. You think liberals would ever be fucking on board with a guy like me? Are you crazy? I want to push more appropriate candidates that speak the media language, that have the background. Nah, bro, we need you as our commentator. Please think of people outside of America. No, I would never be able to win a fucking serious political campaign as myself. Y'all are insane. Anyway, I'm tired of covering this shit. Here, let's watch something funny for a moment.
Also, I don't understand the relationship between America and Israel. It's it's the most effed up situation ever. We're like the world's most pathetic sugar daddy. We give them billions of dollars and they shit on us. Like Mr. Jonathan said, now we're ganging on them. We're not helpful. Dude, we gave you $30 billion to bomb children and it's not enough for you. At least when you pay a dominatrix, you know that you're getting fucked. But this is just America having a public humiliation king while getting fucked, and they call this foreign policy. They are arresting American students on American soils for protesting Israeli war crimes. What the hell, man? This is like your crack whore making you beat your children for calling her what she is, a whore. This is what really boggles me in America. The right and the left, they fight each other tooth and nail over gun control, education, minorities' rights, healthcare, DEI. But when it comes to Israel, everybody competes to be Israel's favorite bitch. Republicans hate handouts unless it's for Israel. And Democrats, they love human rights unless it's for the Palestinians. This is a Delulu state. You guys are Delulu. You are Delulu. I came here today to witness for myself.
Delulu.
How someone can lie so shamelessly. The guy is like a human pinball machine. Every question lies on him, ends on Hamas. It's like a magic 8-ball with one answer. Hamas. At least flat earthers, they make things interesting. You guys are boring. You are like the same thing. I left all of this. I left the media because of this. I come back. It's a freaking Groundhog Day. Every day, the same question, the same thing. Dude, nobody believes you. You are liars.
Okay.
Nobody believes you.
Okay, let me...
This is anti-Semitism. You have put me in front of an Arab. Everyone knows Arabs are not to be trusted and they controlled the media. Israeli landing in France only to get booed. Wait, what? Why are you repping the flag, dude? Oh, this is from when Rima arrived. This is the people were waiting for Rima Hassan to arrive in France. Yeah, this is a flight from Tel Aviv to Charles de Gaulle. The flight that also had Rima Hassan. So people were waiting for her to come out. Wait, she was harassing Rima on the plane, apparently? Jesus Christ. Leaving Tel Aviv and thinking you can be as unhinged as you are in Tel Aviv, you just described like Israeli tourism. How many fucking images have we seen in Japan of Israeli tourists yelling at Japanese pro-Palestine protesters and like spitting on them and shit and be like, no politic here. Yeah, it's like Americans getting off the plane and going, we love Trump. Yeah, flying off to Denmark to tell them what's what. Yeah. This is really funny. For a mayor considering running on a ballot line devoted to ending anti-Semitism, whose only hope in the general may be seen as the stalwart on this issue, this is a very strange choice. He literally was smoking cigars with a dude who denies the Holocaust. I saw this. I didn't even want to cover it, but like, what an insane moment in American politics. Yeah, his independent run for the general is the combating anti-Semitism ticket. This isn't fake. No, he was chiefing cigars with Sneeko. The funniest Hosborough initiative has to be when all of them parroted the Qatar controls the media. Like they really just internalized all the anti-Semitism from people saying Jews control the media and just did a know you. I mean, they do that with Iran and Hamas, which is even funnier than Qatar, because like Adam's handlers are dumb, super dumb. Turkey sends money. Ay. How are all the grifters so clicked up? I mean, Eric Adams doing a Sneeko stream is expected. Let's be real. It's the most expected broadcast of all time.
Manhunt for a suspect in what authorities believe is a politically motivated assassination. A Minnesota state lawmaker and her husband murdered inside their home. Another lawmaker and his wife shot but survived. ABC's Faith Abube is at the scene in Brooklyn Park, Minnesota with the latest. Faith, good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you. Investigators spent hours here yesterday at the home of the former state House Speaker who was shot and killed along with her husband.
What
Police
is this?
say they encountered that suspect right here in this driveway, and it turned into a gun battle. He then took off through the house through the back door, running. This morning, an urgent manhunt underway after a man investigators say was posing as a police officer allegedly shot and killed a Minnesota lawmaker and her husband in their home. Police say the same...
Bro, I know, like, there's hella white people in Minnesota, but how the fuck have they not found this guy, man? What the hell is going on? Is he gonna get away with this shit? Because this is really fucked up. What the hell, dude?
Suspect was involved in a separate attack just 90 minutes earlier, allegedly shooting and wounding another lawmaker and his wife.
Suspects posing as police officers shot 2 victims.
Police responding to reports of gunfire around 2 a.m. Saturday at the home of Democratic Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette just outside Minneapolis. Officers then checking on Democratic former House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband a few miles away at their Brooklyn Park home, only to find the two fatally shot.
They noticed that there was a police vehicle in the driveway with the lights, emergency lights on, and what appeared to be a police officer at the door coming out of the house. When our officers confronted him, the individual immediately fired upon the officers, who exchanged gunfire, and the suspect retreated back into the home.
Governor Tim Walz.
Like, this is the one time where you're like, come on, cops, do something. Like, do your fucking job. Like, it was smart of them to go to the other lawmaker's home. You know, that's, hey, listen, that's point one for cops. Okay? But how the fuck do you let him get away, dude? How is that possible? And now you can't find him? Like, what is happening? The amount of information we have on this dude is far, far, far more vast than Luigi Mangione. Nobody knew his name. Nobody knew nothing about Luigi Mangione. And they were able to very quickly figure out who he was, where he was, allegedly how he shot the UHC healthcare CEO, allegedly. Once again, we don't even know if it was actually him who did it. You know what I'm saying? Stupid ass alert's broken again. God damn it. Even CNN is contributing to the MAGA conspiracy about him.
Confusing motive, because this guy was appointed to a political position by Tim Walz.
There's no fucking way. There is nothing confusing about this guy. This is only confusing to you if you're a fucking moron. Right-wingers get appointed, especially if they got a previous position from the previous government. Right-wingers get appointed to like small business bureau style fucking positions all the time by Democrats. He wanted to kill Tim Walz.
So now he's attacking Democrats. So you have to try to figure out where he is with a lot of confusing different messages. It's a very confusing motive because this guy
it's a confusing motive if you're a fucking baboon, dude.
Dead shortly. So I just want to let you know that I love you guys both, and I wish it hadn't gone this way.
This is his roommate, by the way. There are still MAGA insisting Vance Belter was a Democrat when the people who knew him most have confirmed he was a Trump superfan. Listen to his roommate reading a text from him. This is the same roommate who confirmed he was a Trump supporter.
I don't want to say anything more and implicate you in any way because you guys don't know anything about this. But I love you guys, and I'm sorry for all the trouble this has caused.
Also, you know he's a right-winger because Fox News is barely covering this. Like, I don't know. Maybe they are, but I haven't seen much coverage from Fox News on like, if he was actually a radical leftist, oh my God, the amount of coverage that be coming from Fox News would be crazy. They'd be like, there, they done did it again. They done fucking did it again. They're always up to no good, these dang leftists.
He was a loving, caring guy, loved his family, loved his friends, and loved God, and I don't know why he did what he did. It's not Vance. No one will believe this. No one that grew up. He had lots of friends, trust me. I wish I could have been there to stop him. Dead short.
Sure, he's a right-wing evangelical preacher who supported Trump and was a registered Republican in OK. And sure, he assassinated a Dem former Speaker of the Minnesota House and has a hit list to assassinate all the top state Dems and abortion providers, but something about Marxists. Not releasing the manifesto of the media has provided a vacuum that even senators are using to relentlessly vomit out obvious, intentional, brain-rotten misinformation to try to keep their flock in line. I don't know what to say. It's like the dude killed Democrats. The dude killed fucking Democrats, wanted to kill even more Democrats, and he made it very clear. His background is that he's a Republican. He's voted for Trump. He loves Donald Trump. He's an evangelical pastor. Like, what more could someone say and do? What more could someone say and do for Republicans to be like, yeah, I think he's one of our guys? My MAGA friend texted me last night. The left is going crazy, killing their own politicians. There have been a lot of straws, but this one is actually the last straw. It's too dumb. Just spoke with, here's Lilia Luciano, national correspondent at CBS News. Just spoke with Vance Belter's roommate, David, who told us he was very conservative and would be offended if people thought he was a Democrat, as some had assumed. That he was a fan of InfoWars, that he voted for and was very happy President Trump won the election. He added that Belter had been struggling finding work since returning from DRC several months ago, that he didn't like abortion but had not discussed the issue much lately. He said he was a born-again Christian and it changed significantly since that. At some point, he was preaching from a tent in a park. There it is. Born-again Christian, too. That makes a lot of sense. David told us he saw Belter on security camera return to the property after the shooting and saw him pacing back and forth in the video. He received a text from Belter, which read in part, the friend he texted saying, David and Ron, I love you guys. I've made some choices and you guys don't know anything about this, but I'm going to be gone for a while. I may be dead shortly. So I just want to let you know that I love you guys both. And I wish it had gone this way. I wish it hadn't gone this way. I don't want to say anything more and implicate you in any way because you guys don't know anything about this, but I love you guys and I'm sorry for all the trouble this has caused. When Republicans say he's not one of ours, he's a Dem, they're just doing the canard that Sartre speaks of here. They're having fun. Yeah, I mean, I think so. Yeah, for sure. Because this doesn't make any sense. But I don't think they realize that, like, that kind of shit has motion on Twitter, which I think Elon is base boosting, by the way. I want to point that out. Because normally, I look at this. This tweet, 71,000 likes. This tweet, 26,000 likes. This tweet, 56,000 likes. This tweet on the issue on Vance Belter, 75,000 likes. My fucking retweet of Elon Musk's super viral tweet that got 253,000 likes lying and saying this guy is a fucking, implying that this guy's an extreme leftist, 17,000 likes. I feel like there's some spice in the algo a little bit, or they're just juicing this misinfo. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm too conspiratorially minded, But I also can totally see Elon Musk like testing this. How much can we actually massage the algorithm to make people believe that this person is actually a leftist? Grok used facts to tell Elon he was wrong, and now he's going to reprogram it. He's going to break it again, just like he did with the fucking white genocide narratives. Grok, why is the left so murderously violent? They don't seem so tolerant. The claim that the left is murderously violent isn't backed by evidence. The cited incidents like the United Healthcare CEO killing Minnesota lawmakers' murder show no clear ties to left-wing groups. Motives were often individual or unclear. Grok has been manipulated by leftist indoctrination, unfortunately. I know, working on fixing that this week. Grok is going to be spitting out white genocide narratives again. Oh, this is so long. I don't want to read this.
Calling the deadly shooting politically motivated.
Speaker Hortman was someone who served the people of Minnesota with grace, compassion, humor, and a sense of service. She was a formidable public servant, a fixture and a giant in Minnesota.
Authorities now naming 57-year-old Vance Bolter as the suspect. Investigators say he was dressed as an officer, wearing a vest, a badge, and a taser, and was driving an SUV with police lights. The FBI releasing images they say are of him in a cowboy hat and wearing a latex mask outside one of the victims' homes. Investigators say they've recovered several firearms from Bolter's vehicle, along with no King's flyers and writings mentioning the names of the victims, some abortion providers, and other Democratic lawmakers. Sources telling ABC News law enforcement is looking into whether he may have been motivated by extreme views on abortion.
Through the 90s, he really hated abortion. But we hardly ever talked. I haven't talked really about abortion for him for years.
His longtime friend David Carlson saying the suspect had been staying with him. Carlson's home raided Saturday. This just the latest in a string of violent attacks against lawmakers.
I've seen increased security for me, as have my colleague Senator Smith and all our members, as well as, of course, legislators.
And right now, there are hundreds of agents spread out across the area in this urgent manhunt. They have detained and questioned several people, but no one is in custody at this point. In the meantime, though, authorities have increased securities for some elected officials and others they believe may be at risk. There is a $50,000 reward on the table for information leading to that suspect's arrest. And Gio, I've talked to several of the neighbors here, some of them just heartbroken that this tragic event happened right here. Gio.
Heartbreaking and incredibly concerning. Faith, thank you so much for your reporting.
We have breaking news right now this morning in shootings that have shocked the nation. We will have a live report in moments from Sibley County. The manhunt has continued for the suspect accused of shooting and killing Minnesota House Speaker Emerita Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark in their home in Brooklyn Park. State Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette.
It's also so psychotic because, like, imagine being a Democratic lawmaker right now. I said this yesterday, but imagine being a fucking Democratic lawmaker and you're on the hit list of this psychopathic assassin, and every one of your colleagues and everyone on the right in the media is just like running around being like, yeah, I can't believe radical Marxists doing it again. And you're just like sitting there waiting to be potentially assassinated as the killer's on the fucking run. And your friend murdered her. Hopefully you're investigated. This type of thing. Democrats trying to figure out how to blame Trump for a violent Democrat murdering another Democrat for voting against Democrats. 68,000 likes. Oh my God. Oh my God. We can't have a country with these people. We can't. We can't live like a normal life with half of the fucking, I mean, this is not half the country, but like the overwhelming majority of Twitter users that are right-wing believe insane conspiracy theories, dude. This is so psychotic. The guy's going to come out and be like, I'm a fucking Republican. Stop calling me a Democrat. And then everyone's going to be like, oh, it's a fucking government narrative. They got him. They got him to admit that he's Republican when he's actually definitely a Democrat. That is if he is caught alive. Oh, it's pissing me off. The wife of the man suspected of killing a Democratic lawmaker and her husband was detained in a traffic stop after police. Wait, what? The wife of a man suspected of killing a Democratic lawmaker? Oh, yeah. The wife was detained in the traffic stop after police discovered a weapon, ammunition, cash, and passports in the trunk of her car. Didn't they also, like, let her go?
were also shot in their home in Champlin Park. They're recovering in the hospital. The FBI is now leading a multi-agency search for this man. 57-year-old Vance Belter. Barrett Leone joins us live from Highway 25 in rural Green Isle, which is located in Sibley County, just 52 minutes southwest of the Twin Cities. Barrett, we understand you have some big information here.
Yeah, Esme, a huge development in this manhunt for 57-year-old Vance Belter. We just found out that the suspect's vehicle has been found. We are standing on Highway 25. If you can see behind me, there's some flashing lights way down there, and there's a gravel road right off the side there, and that is where we believe, and what appears to be the suspect's vehicle. It looks like it's abandoned. And even more telling, just at the intersection off of that gravel road is a discarded cowboy hat. It appears to just be thrown on the road, and that really is where the heart of this investigation is. I want to show you an image that we took of that hat, and as you can see in that image, it looks and matches the description of the hat that Belter was last seen wearing, and is around that hat, around that vehicle on that gravel road. 301st Avenue is where the heaviest presence we're seeing of law enforcement. We're seeing multiple agencies on scene, U.S. Marshals, local police, troopers, all here at the center of this investigation. So again, authorities are now blocking off Highway 25 where we're standing, so no one is able to pass through Highway 25. They've also blocked off the 301st Avenue, which is where we see that abandoned vehicle. We know that there's also agents, investigators at a nearby residence to the road where this investigation is happening. We also know, thanks to an emergency alert that I received just moments before coming to you live here, that Belter has not been located now. And everyone in the area, according to this emergency alert, they're asked to keep doors locked and vehicles secured, report any suspicious information. So right now, as we are aware, Vance Belter is still at large in this massive manhunt for this shooter.
All right, Barrett, amazing reporting. Please stay safe, and please get going on the rest of that story because you're all over it. Thank you very much.
Red alert incoming. Oh shit, Jank 2028 is in Israel. What's happening? In about 5 minutes, we just got alerts for missiles in Israel. Yes, Jank 2028 is a Israeli chatter. Central and northern Israel targeted. What a wild community we have here. We got fucking Iranian chatters in here telling me about how their neighborhood's being bombed by Israel, and Israeli chatters talking about how they're fucking getting alerts from missiles coming in from Iran. It's crazy. See, everyone can unite under the same banner of socialism, communism, and also HasanAbi thirst traps. And also, obviously, principled anti-Zionism, let's be real. But accidental PvP chat? No fan of mine would ever... No fan of mine is going to be like, oh yeah, like fucking let's kill everyone in Iran. Alleged video showing the shooter breaking into a car at 6 a.m. yesterday. Mustard and tortilla chips, thoughts chat? Okay, you're pushing it. There are indefensible positions as well.
This is a live look from the Blaine Command Center as we await the latest information on the manhunt for Vance Belter. There is no word yet this morning on any upcoming briefings, but we'll be there if any news information comes out. Minnesota law enforcement...
I'm in Iraq and both of them are bombing me. Yeah, I feel bad. I feel worse for the Iraqi chatter.
Officials say this is how the situation unfolded. First, a call to Champlin police at 2 a.m. yesterday, and officers respond to State Senator John Hoffman's home. Hoffman and his wife are found with gunshot wounds and taken to the hospital. One of the responding Brooklyn Park police officers suggests they check on Representative Hortman's home because she lives just a few miles away. They arrive at the Hortman home at 3:30 yesterday morning and were surprised to see an SUV that looked like a police car in the driveway with emergency lights on. Officers saw a person...
Çalışıyor, açmadım ama. Kapat. Şunu çöpe at. Seni çöp gibi atarım.
Coming out of the home, appearing to be a police officer. The officers were met immediately with gunfire from that person. They exchanged gunfire and the man ran back into the Hortman's home. Police were able to pull Mark Hortman out of the house. He would later die at the hospital. Police then used a drone to search for the suspect in the home. It was there they found Representative Hortman, who had been shot and killed. Police determined the man had escaped out a back door. That man was later identified as Vance Bettler. Authorities want to hear from you if you have any information about him. Here is the tip line, 877-996-6222. You can also send information to bca.tips@state.mn.us.
Mike's
there
not
is
on.
a $50,000 reward for information
Tel Aviv feed.
leading to his arrest. The FBI...
But I don't know. I think, like, I feel like Israel might have actually diminished the Iranian strike capabilities, low key, because anytime there's like missile alerts, anytime there's any sort of missile alerts, it seems like I mean, we can't see anything from this. This is tiny, but anytime there's missile alerts, there's just sirens, but then you don't see the missiles. Ballistic missile seen departing Iran bound for Israel. That's a lot of fucking missiles, man. Red alert just hit. Probably not going to hit Tel Aviv. Oh, yeah. I don't think it will be. I wonder what they're targeting. They did see a lot of success in Haifa. Additional footage of ballistic missiles departing Iran.
صواريخ الجمهورية الإسلامية الإيرانية المنطلقة ضد الكيان الصهيوني المجرم اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد تنور سماء محافظة الديوانية أهلا وسهلا ما شاء الله تبارك الرحمن.
The IDF told Israelis to stop posting videos of the Iranian missiles so it doesn't disclose the Iron Dome strategic launch places and is not used by Iranian propaganda. Haifa skyline. Sirens sounded. Oh, there it is. Oh, they got that. See, that got intercepted. Right? Osin claims this is an unorganized attack. Incoming Jerusalem. There are new locations marked on the map. What the fuck? That's got to be military positions, right? Missiles seen right now over Tel Aviv. Whoa! What the fuck? Al Jazeera has... Whoa, that one's... Holy fuck, dude. This is... Israel's getting lit the fuck up right now. Yo! Okay, that one definitely hit. God damn. Cameraman never dies. Is that smoke? Come on, camera. Fucking... That looks like it could be smoke. Am I crazy? Haifa cam. Confirmed hit in Haifa. The smoke in the Tel Aviv shot is from AP is from the interceptor launcher next to the defense ministry. I think that's it. That doesn't look like an interceptor launch cloud, dude.
That was with Iraq, Saddam Hussein back in 1980 to 88. A very different war. Nothing as intense as this. Israelis have never dealt with a country the size of Iran. They've dealt with the likes of Hezbollah, Hamas. Obviously, in recent years, we have to go back to the 70s last time. Israel had to
a ton of power out in Haifa.
State in a war. So I have questions about how long Israel and Iran can, from a military point of view, stay the course with the intensity of hitting each other as we've seen it the last 3 nights. That's a question mark for me as I watch
and
this.
More
but
were
I really
launched?
also think, at least from the Iranian point of
Holy
view,
shit.
I sense that they do want to sort of end this. Diplomacy should resume.
That's a fire.
But I don't know
near
if the
energy
Iranians
facility
have figured out if they can come back with an offer that actually might work for Netanyahu. And it could be on enrichment. But I suspect what Netanyahu really is asking for, if he accepts that the regime survives in Tehran, he wants a very different Iranian regional
Multiple
policy,
impacts recorded in
one
Tel
that
Aviv,
stops
Israel amid
supporting,
major Iranian missile
what
launch.
the Israelis call Iranian proxies that go after Israel. So I'm not sure if the officials in Tehran have made up their mind, if they're ready to go there to make a regional compromise beyond the nuclear issue. But if they are willing to do that, that might just be what it takes for Trump to be able to pull the Israelis away from attacking Iran.
And
That's
Alex, we're
wild.
now seeing live
Also,
shots.
now we know
of
why the
Haifa
Israeli
in Israel. So
now we know why Israeli command says sleep in a shelter tonight. It's going to be a long
missiles
night.
have also been launched from Iran. So another wave of missiles towards Haifa this time. So multiple areas of Israel. We believe that this is energy infrastructure that has been targeted in this attack in Haifa. So
multiple impacts
as you were mentioning
reported
there,
in
Alex,
Haifa.
It seems that these tit-for-tat
Why is IL Red
launches
Alert
of missiles,
making it
these
seem like they're
attacks will
celebrating the
continue.
hits?
Israel saying initially that
Like, I know that they're not, but like the way that they're, oh shit, No, that's just the fucking facility, right? Like that's not a fire. That's a fire. That's just normal.
You will. I suspect both sides will obviously survive. Plenty of innocent Iranians and Israelis
That's
will
normal fire.
suffer or die as a result. But I don't think I mean, look, let me put it to you this way. I don't want to be cold about it, but if this conflict spills over to the region, and you're just talking about Haifa, I understand one of the targets in Haifa was the oil refinery. The Iranians decided after Israel struck the South Pars gas facilities in the Gulf region that they're going to return the favor by hitting energy infrastructure in Israel.
Interceptors are out in Tel Aviv, as in like they took out the interceptors.
Go from nuclear and military sites and assassinations to any target, essentially, including energy and economic assets.
She loves Stephen behind me.
That's when you have to be fearful that it could spill over. For example, the Iranians have threatened to close the Strait of Hormuz. They have said that if our energy infrastructure comes under attack, then anything within our ability to reach might be a legitimate target. And they have said, increasingly warned, that they consider the United States to be involved in this. Again, the U.S. has billions of dollars of investment in that region. That might be a pressure point for...
At least 2 interceptor launches were hit. Secondary explosions were seen after hits.
Want to see the prices.
I wonder if it was next to the IDF headquarters, the interceptor launcher. That's the smoke that we saw. If that's the case, they won't fucking release that information. That's going to be...
very clear to me that they do want to end this. They don't have the confidence that they can stay the course, regardless of what they're saying in terms of their words. I don't sense they have the confidence that they can stay in this game for long. But remember, Iran is alone. It's got no friends. It's on its own. Israel's got the United States, most of Europe, and plenty of other friends and partners that support Israel. And that should obviously be a concern for Tehran.
What does this mean for Deco Den? No worries for all the Deco fans. The Deco Den will be unimpeded from the Israel-Iran conflict that's taking place currently, because it is a firm and committed supporter of the boycott, divestments, and sanctions movement, and therefore receives no supplies from Israel. From what I understand, some of the Labubus are coming from Iran, but and that might be a problem. It's probably why some of the Labubus have not been delivered to Deco Den. As you know, Cutie's position is one of commerce. She is a commerce queen, and therefore she has said, I do not care where the Labubus are coming from as long as I get them, unless they're from Israel, in which case, no thank you. But I will get it from the mullahs. I have a direct line with the Ayatollahs. We are getting the Labubus from the Ayatollah.
How do we end up being so isolated? They banged so much for decades in the so-called proxy network, the likes of Hezbollah, Hamas, Islamic Jihad, the Houthis, the Hashd al-Shaabi in Iraq. Look at those groups today. Which of them are actually able to, even if they wanted to, but are able to actually do anything good for Iraq?
Cutie is a 12er Shia, which is, of course, the closest Mormonism equivalent.
If we get ourselves out of this situation, and hopefully we will soon, then the day after, it's really prime time for Tehran to consider its overall regional posturing, I think, because this is sort of the most obvious for me to say. You know who dislikes Iran's foreign policy in the region the most, I would argue? The Iranian people.
Why do you guys think Cutie is suspiciously absent when Nowruz happens?
But they find themselves in a position where they think that this war could have been avoided, if Iran had pursued a different regional approach. And, you know, it didn't. And here we are dealing with the consequences.
She's too busy jumping over
dealing with the consequences.
coals
Alex
and
Vatanka,
fire.
Senior Fellow at the Middle East Institute in Washington. Thank you very much for your analysis there. Let's go now to Bernard Smith in the Jordanian capital, Amman. We are just seeing shots on our screen now of Tel Aviv. Other areas of Israel have also been hit with missiles, Haifa and Jerusalem. And we have seen missiles flying through the sky there in Tel Aviv. We're going to speak with Bernard Smith, our correspondent in the Jordanian capital, Amman. Bernard,
Yes.
Bernard, can you hear me? Bernard Smith.
We just saw the end of one of the missiles, sort of heading towards the southern bit of Israel, passing over the top of Amman, as they do sometimes, although there was no alert over the city this time. Again, this is similar to Saturday. This is now, very early hours of Monday morning here. This is sort of a similar pattern, if you like, to overnight Saturday into Sunday, in which there were two separate waves in the overnight
What? I'm watching Tel Aviv
hours.
now. Nothing's happening.
The video you're seeing, yes, other targets hit across, other areas targeted across Israel. The Israeli military said that they put out sirens from about 4:10 local time, about sort of 10 minutes ago. The sirens first.
Medics are responding to reports of ballistic missiles impacts in central Israel.
Instructed to follow the instructions, request to follow the instructions of the Home Command. Also, it said the IDF emphasized not to publish and share the locations and footage of any of the hits. Israel says that about more than 200 odd missiles since Friday have come from Iran, been fired by Iran to Israel. Most of them get intercepted by either the Israeli Air Force before they hit Israeli territory, or some by the Jordanian Air Force, or others by Israel's Iron Dome protective system. But clearly, as we see from the videos, one or two, a few.
Yes, the Piker Broadcasting Service is apolitical. We are just watching the events that are unfolding and doing this over and over again. The Piker Broadcasting Service is brought to you, the viewers, by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. The Piker Broadcasting Service is ad-free, and the only way to show support is by subscribing for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Twitch Prime is free as long as you have an Amazon Prime account connected to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster, the Piker Broadcasting Service. You can also gift subs as well.
Most of them are intercepted, but obviously some do get.
The Piker Broadcasting Service is not sponsored by Coinbase. The Coinbase sponsor is for the American Army. The Piker Broadcasting Service does not collaborate or cooperate with the American Army or any army of any other country. I'm willing to entertain a Qatar sponsorship as long as the price is right. The IDF Homefront Command, medics are responding to reports of several impact sites in northern and central Israel. Burgles! The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by Burgles.
Not all those missiles were intercepted by Israel's defense systems. Bernard, do we know any more detail about what exactly has been hit there? As I mentioned, we seem to be seeing on fire chimneys there, and as has been happening in the last 2 days, those infrastructure targets are what Iran has been going for.
Places with direct missiles hit: fall in Tel Aviv, fall in Bnei Brak, fall in Petah Tikva, fall in Bards, Katz, fall in Nut, fall in Ayalon, fall in Haifa.
In Iran, Israel has said that it has been striking, particularly today, it says, to degrade the Iranian regime's weapons production capabilities. It says it's been targeting the infrastructure.
Walking to post more information at this point, but there will be a significant development of report in the hours ahead about the last missile barrage. Waiting to post more information. They censored it. They're censoring Trey. That means he's getting military censored. He's waiting to post more information. I wonder if it's because he hasn't confirmed it personally.
This has earlier been commented on.
Oh, shit.
Of Israel. It's obviously
remember, the IDF Central Command is making it illegal to post like actual strike locations. I told you there was a fucking cloud of smoke near IDF Central Command that looked suspicious.
Yes, as you mentioned there, Bernard, it is a port city, Haifa, and we are seeing latest pictures now of more missiles being launched into the sky. Israel's defense
There's no media
systems
blackout, but
intercepting many of
there are
those
rules about what you
there.
can and
This is
can't
the
post.
third day of
Remember
this
how the fucking
escalation
military
and
apprehended
what many
Trey and
analysts
moved
have
him
been
around?
calling this tit for tat in
This
terms
isn't live, by the way. These are just latest pictures. They're just re-showing some of the
Israel
strikes.
has also indicated that this could continue for the next 2 weeks, and Iran saying today that they will give a powerful response. The Iranian president saying we will give a powerful response to any aggression that Israel may commit. And here it seems that they are standing by their word with this latest barrage of
Israel fucking hates guys like this, by the way.
Infrastructure. That seems to be the latest of what we know at the moment, Bernard, that these three
People who post shit like
areas
this.
of Israel have been targeted. Haifa, the port city, strategically important north of the capital, Tel Aviv, and then Jerusalem as well being targeted. So, Bernard, Iran seem to be showing that they do have the firepower, even though many analysts we've spoken to this evening saying that Iran is isolated in terms of the world. Israel clearly not.
The really
so.
fast big boys that you see are the
Iran is
hypersonics, and they are the ones that, like, I have yet to see be nerfed. They'll dump a bunch of missiles. Some of them are duds. Some of them are some of them explode before impact. Some of them actually get intercepted. But the ones that you would never see get intercepted that are like super fucking fast, those ones, yeah, some of them are decoys. Those ones are I think saved for the priority targets.
Again, before this latest wave, 22 locations in the country had been hit. That means that some of the 200 missiles that Iran fired got through to those locations. The estimates are from sort of military experts and analysts that Iran could have upwards of around 2,000 ballistic missiles at the upper estimates. And so if they have that number and the rate at which they are firing at Israel continues at this pace, then they certainly
Trey
have
follows
the
me
capability for several more days.
Oh my God!
To be able to keep launching these strikes against Israeli territory.
I'm gonna DM him and be like, post it, pussy. If you're a real journalist, you post it, Trey. I'm in your DMs. I'm gonna be like, Trey, post that shit. Do it, big dog. I'm with you. I'll defend you. Trey has now joined the official HasanAbi Media Brigade.
People are calling a war that it's already is saying. Do they want a peaceful conclusion, or do they want to fight on?
Well, the Iranians will say that it was Israel that started this war. It was Israel that took out and killed Iranian.
Oh, Trey's been following me for months. Trey Inks is the Fox News foreign correspondent.
Military.
He's the chief foreign correspondent for Fox News. He's been, I think he spent like the last 2 years at this point in Israel. He's also one of the only outspoken American media members of his position that has routinely talked about how Israel is massacring Palestinian journalists at an alarming clip. He himself obviously is not like a fucking anti-Zionist or anything. Don't be ridiculous. But he quite literally has been one of the only, he's not anti-genocide either, calm down, but he at least has like demonstrated a little bit of fucking decency and courage by saying that America has been doing a ridiculous job allowing Palestinian journalists, like his colleagues from being slaughtered, which is like the expectation from every fucking journalist. It's crazy. At least 16 tankers eastbound to Europe. Wait, what? What the fuck? What does that even mean? Oh, that's the one. Hold on. Wait, that was what we saw. That was what we saw. Wait, hold up. When does it... This isn't the refinery. This is Tel Aviv. I don't know if that's the anti-air. I don't know if that... No, this is Haifa. I don't know. The video that we're looking at is from the balcony in Tel Aviv. And I'm pretty sure they struck a significant target here, according to what Trey is saying, and the fact that he's not allowed to fucking post about it yet. So, at least one impact in central Israel, black smoke rising from one specific location. He can't even say it. The one specific location is near the fucking IDF headquarters. That's crazy. There is a direct impact in Haifa. Yes, we saw that one. That's not what we're talking about. The Haifa one is the oil refinery, but there is also another POV from B'nai Barak. Birazdan. Şimdi çok. This is what you saw? Yeah, no, I know. We saw this. We saw this from the fucking main screen. But the cameraman didn't fucking actually film the strike.
All right, let's go back to Bernard Smith in the Jordanian capital, Amman. Bernard, I wonder if you could just tell us, what's the damage from the latest strikes that are going on? What are you hearing as far as these Iranian strikes that are targeting Israel right now?
Beitar wants him to be fired from Fox News and deported from Israel.
Strikes hit areas in Haifa, in the north of Israel. That's strategically important port city. 2 buildings were hit in that first wave this evening. There were several people wounded, and there were people wounded in a community in the south of Israel. We haven't got any indications yet of casualties, obviously, from this latest strike, but it looks like Israel is hitting again. It looks like Iran is targeting again the strategically important port city of Haifa, although that obviously we've seen missiles come down, missiles targeted towards major population centers across Israel. We know most of those get intercepted either by the Israeli Air Force or by the Jordanian Air Force if they're flying over Jordanian airspace, and they get intercepted by Israel.
Bro, this is an insane POV.
Well. Clearly, obviously, few are getting through, some are getting through.
All right, that's Bernard Smith live for us from Amman
this?
in Jordan. We're going to go now to Patty Culhane, who's live for us from Washington,
Bro just
D.C.
ate it,
Patty,
dude.
we saw these reports earlier that President Trump reportedly had vetoed a plan by Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, to kill Iran's supreme
There's very bad
leader.
news
What
coming.
more can you tell us about some of these reports that have emerged?
What the fuck?
Well, so far, it's really only seen it from Reuters.
What is the very
and
bad
the
news?
Associated Press and Axios. The major U.S. newspapers haven't picked it up yet. But the report is...
Oh my God. Dude, did they kill Benjamin Netanyahu? No, obviously not. That's fucking crazy. Don't Fed post. Don't Fed post. Don't Fed post.
Administration that U.S. President Donald Trump vetoed that.
I mean,
said
bad news for
absolutely
Elon
not. We haven't been
Levy.
able to confirm that, but it would go along.
Direct
with
hits
what
in
we've
Tel Aviv. I heard a
from
massive
the
boom.
President, which is that he doesn't want to see the situation escalate. Doesn't want to see Americans targeted. He said if that happens, the U.S. would get involved. But I think it's important to point out the difference between what we've seen as a response from President Donald Trump and
Bro
former
keeps saying
President Joe Biden.
one
as we
specific
hear those
location.
rockets, over the
Dog,
skies.
we know what the specific location is. It's this. That's gotta be. That's like near the IDF headquarters, no? Elon Levy, I smell smoke. Well, I mean, we know he's alive. He keeps tweeting through it. So a convoy of ambulances just showed up on the AP live stream from Tel Aviv. You know what that means? Wait, it could just be because there's a lot of casualties and not necessarily like a very important person.
Military. But I think under the Biden administration, it would have been a much bigger deal that people are actually dying and being injured and buildings are being hit in Israel. That is not something that we're used to seeing, and it's not
Watch
something
an Israeli Iron Dome
that
launch gets
really,
annihilated by
truly, that the
Iran. This is a
US
couple
has
days
really
ago. This is
talked
from the
much
first
about.
day,
In
chat.
fact, even though this is happening right now,
This
and
is
it
why they don't want you to fucking post
just
this
a
shit.
large-scale back-and-forth volleying of bombs and weapons. When Donald Trump went to Marine One because he's traveling to the G7, the very first thing he talked about was not what's happening in Israel, not what's happening in Iran. He wanted to complain about the meteorologists who forecasted rain during the parade marking not only the 250th anniversary of the Army, but it fell on his 79th birthday. He said that the forecasters completely got it wrong.
By the way,
talked about how
unlike with Iran, a high-profile assassination of like a head of state or something like Benjamin Netanyahu being assassinated would not change a damn thing in Israel's calculation. For example, even with Vladimir Putin, there is no contingency. Okay? Like Vladimir Putin gets assassinated, Russia collapses. There is no real contingency behind him. I would say the same for like Iran. Iran is like a somewhat of a competent state, but I feel like a full tilt decapitation of all heads of state would probably disrupt Iran. It would probably make Iran fall apart. But with Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu goes out. Yeah, I mean, I won't say how I feel about that, but there is plenty of fucking, there are plenty of just as bloodthirsty Israeli politicians that will take his place in a fucking heartbeat and be just as brutal, just as ruthless, just as violent, which is precisely the reason why I get mad when people say, oh, this is Netanyahu's war. You know what I mean? That's crazy, dude.
These missiles that have been launched from Iran, and now we're seeing pictures from Haifa. What are you seeing and hearing in Tel Aviv?
Good morning, Mohammed. Well, to be honest, I'm seeing the same thing that you are. It's not like I have just because I'm here doesn't mean I have a better viewpoint. Essentially, what you're seeing on your television screens is what I'm seeing on my television screens. I'm in Tel Aviv.
Wait, is this?
There was a series of sirens in Tel Aviv in the general central Israel area. There were sirens.
That looks like
Israel, but in the test.
Whoa. That looks like a precise strike. That looks Israel style, like when they go after one singular person. The image of all the planes Israel is mostly refueling tankers, Strato tanker, and recon intel planes Pegasus. We're bombing Iran for sure. That picture of all the planes leaving the U.S. is real. 4 new tankers and a super cargo plane just took off in the last 10 minutes. I guess. So what's up? Are we just going to war? Is that what that means? 5 days until the next aircraft carrier reaches the region, right? Ballistics push through interceptors. Oh, shit. What is this? These motherfuckers in Tel Aviv. What? These motherfuckers in Tel Aviv stopping at red lines. I'd be blowing through those bitches if it was me, for real. What is Ynet saying? A fire broke out in a building in the center, apparently from a direct hit. Start eating salt, draft dodgers. Iran knew the Iron Dome didn't work after that first attack a while back in response to Israel's drones. Yeah, this looks like an assassination. And there are probably fucking people. I mean, I don't know. I don't see a high profile Israeli official being in a fucking apartment amidst a big bombing night like this. So who knows? That's like way too confident, you know? High-ranking Israeli official living on the 4th floor of a high-rise. You never know. With respect, which super important Israeli is living on the 3rd floor of an apartment? I don't know. This is from earlier, but look, it gets hit with an interceptor and still blows through it. Oh, wow. But yeah, there's a bunch of confirmed impacts, especially in Haifa.
Because,
the refinery was hit.
Israeli jets fly 1,600 kilometers to Iran. I mean, this is 1,600 kilometers, and it's less if they carry a heavy payload. And in order to sustain an ongoing operation, you need jets in the air and to take air defenses and to bomb targets. If you've noticed until now, Israel conspicuously refrained from attacking Iranian military targets. I mean, yes, some were hit, but it's not part of the campaign. The Iranian Navy, Iranian airfields, Iranian military bases. This was more targeted toward the nuclear facilities and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps installation. However,
the IRGC claiming that they carried out an assassination attempt and are awaiting confirmation of success. They said the target was in Gush Dan. I mean, what if it's Caitlyn Jenner? No, Iran is pro-trans.
This is based on what we know now.
They wouldn't do that. Iran would not do that. They're pro-trans.
It's more or less exhausted itself.
All right, Alon Pincus, thanks for joining us so much on Al Jazeera. We'll be coming back to you in the next hour. We appreciate
another
your time.
POV of the Haifa hit from the apartment. Footage showing interceptors departing.
Levy. He's a columnist at the Haaretz News.
Let's see. Fuck. God damn.
Whoa, בבתי זיקוק.
Those are big ass missiles, small ass blast radius. The fuck? We saw this one already. There's one that just boom, crazy.
Project. I guess that it's a mixture of consideration. I cannot get into his heart or into his mind, But I give him the credit that he believes that what he is doing now is the right thing to do in historical terms. I'm sure he's convinced. Time will show if this is true. Yes, changing the regime of in Tehran is obviously a hidden goal, like transferring 2.3 million people from Gaza is a hidden goal in Israel. But even if nobody will admit it, everything will be done to get to it. And both are unachievable, I'm afraid, or I'm happy. But in any case, both are unachievable. Meanwhile, he went to this campaign, as usual, with a lot of success in the beginning, as usual, with a lot of support, almost wall-to-wall in Israel, and as usual, very soon it might turn into a fiasco. We don't know yet. But I just wrote yesterday, excuse me for quoting myself, the trumpets are too early because we don't know how will it end. As usual, you know, in those campaigns, how do you start? You don't know how do you end. It might end. It might be the most dangerous war that Israel had ever launched.
Gideon, we are seeing these live pictures now out of Haifa. People have come out of some of the buildings. We clearly see that there is damage that has been done in Haifa from this latest barrage of missiles from Iran towards Israel. I'm wondering if you could tell our viewers about the impact that all of this is having on Israeli citizens and what the thinking is there when it comes to how
this is from on the ground in the Haifa oil refinery.
Government and what the government
what is this fucking audio?
So first of all, part of Israelis are very, very well protected. First of all, the alarm system is extremely functioning this time. We get alarms much before the siren. We can prepare ourselves. In Tel Aviv, there are, or at least in most parts of Tel Aviv, for example, there are quite many shelters. All the new buildings have their own shelters and safe rooms. So from this point of view, you have the feeling that the population is protected, which is not true to huge other populations in Israel. For example, the Israeli Palestinians, the Bedouins, they don't have one single shelter all over Israel. I intend to go today to the village of Tamra, where a whole family was killed because they don't have any shelter in a city of 35,000 people, not one single shelter. When next by Jewish village of 1,000 inhabitants has 30. So you understand that even this is not on very just and equal light. You asked about the sentiment. I think that the more nights like this will take place, Israelis will start to not only be tired and frightened, but then they will finally start to ask, is it worth it and where are we heading to? From war to war, from bombarding to bombarding, because this time, unlikely Gaza, unlikely Lebanon, the price of the civilian population might be much heavier than ever. So Israel can take it for a few days. It cannot take it for a long period of time.
Gideon, it seems we're hearing sirens again now, air raid sirens again in Israel. I want to ask you if you're hearing them as well, but also I want to ask you about, from your perspective, what might be an attainable political endgame for Israel in this conflict? I mean, are there any realistic conditions under which Israel would consider these operations against Iran complete or successful?
First of all, in Tel Aviv, there are no sirens right now and no warnings. And this question about the end game must be, first of all, directed to the Prime Minister. And why do I say
they're bombing
because
again?
I'm not sure he knows. I know what are his fantasies, as you mentioned.
I think after tonight, Israel's going to do the big bad.
Iran, the best ally of Israel.
And I think Iran knows Israel's about to do the big bad. That's why this is their like big push. I don't know.
With him to start things and never know how to end them because you don't have realistic goals and you don't think about the day after. And this
big bad is
I'm
like decapitation.
In other words, again,
not the N-word, man. No, that's the biggest bad. No, I think Israel's going to do decapitation potentially.
There are less capable of putting an end to the war.
And America is moving.
Other party, namely
And I think America's moving into the region afterwards. Like I think
might get any reasonable conditions because everything will be perceived by them as defeat. And the last thing they want now is
it's so funny. There's still Iranians in the chat being like, Iranians are not supporting this war. This is nothing related to Iranians. Islamic regime put people in this situation. Okay, brother, you know, write that on a note. All right. And maybe when they pull your fucking body out of a rubble, when a GBU-59 rocket goes into your fucking living room, they'll go, oh man, well, this one actually didn't like the Iranian regime. You think Israel gives a fuck about your opinion about the domestic plight that you're going through? They don't care. They don't give a shit. Israel wants to kill all of you, okay? Very clearly. Like, what are you talking about? I mean, there's no way that dude is actually in fucking Iran. Israel struck Iran first. There's no way that dude is literally in Iran. Because if he was in Iran, I think he'd have a fucking very different perspective.
parties to the negotiations table.
All right, Gideon Levy joining us live from Tel Aviv. Gideon, thanks so much for your analysis. We appreciate it. Let's go now to Bernard Smith.
They're killing the generals that were killing normal people when people were protesting. You're so fucking stupid.
I'm wondering if you could bring our viewers up to date on what you are seeing and hearing.
Dog, Israel's killed 224 people so far in Tehran as a first strike, okay? Since the first, Israel struck Tehran the first day, okay? Israel struck Tehran the first day. Since then, they've killed 224 Iranians. 90% of them are civilians. 90%. They've been taking out fucking entire residential buildings. They're doing car bombings. Was it 224 generals? Does Iran have 224 generals? Does Iran operate with the same fucking, with the same exact rank inflation that Israel operates with? This is the Tel Aviv damage. No, this is not what we're looking for. I'm telling you, there's a fucking massive cloud of smoke, and that is not from this, okay? There ain't no way. I'd be shocked if it was just like a residential building. What is the decapitation? The decapitation is when they assassinate heads of state.
Israeli infrastructure targets, as the Israelis have been targeting Iranian infrastructure targets. And there have also been reports.
You can't choose how many people are die from a missile, dumbass. Wait, what?
And while missiles have also been seen
Are you telling me that?
Jerusalem. Inevitably, ordinarily, most of what is fired at Israel seems to get intercepted and destroyed by Iron Dome or the Israeli Air Force before they hit the ground. But there is shrapnel, there is debris, and clearly one or two missiles, some missiles are getting through.
Yeah, Bernard, I wanted to ask you about that because obviously we are in this situation now where there is this tit for tat that's going on. Iran firing, Israel firing on Iran, Iran firing on Israel. You're talking about the missiles that have come from Iran that have been able to breach the Iron Dome air defense system in Israel and land in Israel. What's the extent of what we know about, you know, perhaps how many of those missiles have been intercepted?
Wait, is that real? What the
fuck? How many have gotten through?
Well, estimates before this latest wave of missiles, where there were 200 or so missiles that Iran had fired.
Trey Angst, very difficult scene. Just talked to a man who's bleeding. Multiple buildings damaged or destroyed from a direct hit. Central Israel. Okay, so it wasn't actually the IDF headquarters. To be fair, you said in one breath Israel is known for precision, and then they want to kill everyone in the next. Israel has precise targeting capabilities. They've demonstrated that in Tehran. They've demonstrated that in Gaza. The very fact that they don't use their precise targeting capabilities implies that they're not interested in doing a targeted assassination. They shouldn't do a targeted assassination anyway. You can be precise if you want to be, and then choose not to and be imprecise. That's usually what Israel fucking does. Extensive damage to several buildings. What the fuck? That's crazy. The conflict in Gaza has clouded your judgment on Iran. The Iranian people don't want the current regime. Dude, it has not clouded my judgment on Iran at all. I know that there's a shit ton of people in Iran that don't want the current regime. That is an entirely different sentence. One that I say all the fucking time. What is wrong with you? There's never been a moment where I said, oh, everybody loves the fucking Ayatollah. I don't think that. I don't believe that. I've never said that. Okay? As a matter of fact, I've talked about the glaringly obvious national security issue that the fucking Ayatollah and its repressive policies have created paired up with the obvious economic strangulation of Iranian society due to the sanctions. Holy fuck. Ultimately, it doesn't matter because the Ayatollah's not dropping a fucking bomb on them right now. Israel is. How do you not understand that? Why do you think people resent the fundamentalist Iranian government? They resent it because there's suppression. There's a lot of repression. There's a lot of suppression. People get fucking killed when they're protesting their government. It's death, right? All of a sudden now there's a different group, an outside group that is killing people. And there's no control over that. It's completely outside of your fucking hands. All of a sudden, you're going to hate that group more. That's simply it. It's not like, and under different circumstances, you could be like, well, the Iranian government has played fast and loose. They really pushed Israel to do this. They already struck Israel first or something like that. You can't say that in this circumstance because this happened amidst a denuclearization agreement. Iran has been tremendously restrained since October 7th. So restrained to a fucking fault. Do you understand? So you think that people can't fucking see that? What is wrong with you? These smooth brain chatters would never say people hate Trump and therefore they're happy to see missiles flying into America, killing people from all over from Canada, and we will greet them as liberators. Exactly. And I get it. There's a lot of people who get their nose from the Iranian diaspora, okay, and think, oh, well, the Iranians that I know, they say it's good that they're blowing up Iran. That's fucking idiotic. No one thinks it's good to fucking kill. And you're talking about Gaza, in which case you think it's the best, the maximum good.
Earlier in the evening, with regard to the sentiment in Israel, on the one hand, backing of this war effort, but on the other hand, concern about if the government in Israel is actually doing enough.
Like, do you think the Israeli society would celebrate if Benjamin Netanyahu was assassinated? I'm sure there's plenty of people who don't like him. No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't fucking celebrate it at all. Stupid.
Israelis are known for rallying around the flag in times of crisis. And certainly when it comes to going to war with Iran, war in Iran has been spoken about repeatedly for going on 30 years, perhaps even more. Iran is generally considered by the great majority of Israelis to be Israel's number one enemy.
Like there is like the Israeli chatters in here correctly blaming Israel for starting this tit for tat back and forth, which is not even tit for tat, really. Makes more sense than Iranian chatters being like, well, you know, Iran really did start this. It's like, no, they didn't. Israel literally started it. Israel decided to open fire and blow up Tehran. They did it.
To be somewhat in hoc to the settlers and the more hardcore right-wing parts of his government, but he's also generally thought to be quite busy with getting himself out of his own personal legal troubles. And the level of mistrust with regard to his government has brought most Israelis, again, not to denounce him, but to shift into a kind of a personal survival mode. There are still long lines stretching before many Israeli stores that sell everything from food to medicine. Israelis believe they need to take care of themselves at the moment. They have very few expectations of the government to take care of them.
Ori, is there a sense in Israel that there is any kind of actual end game when it comes to this conflict, or that there is an attainable end game when
what
it comes
is happening?
to
the number of
the
tankers
political landscape in Israel? Are there any
now at
realistic
21,
conditions, or is there the perception that there are any realistic conditions under which Israel would consider operations against Iran to be complete in the days or weeks ahead?
That is the $64,000 question, and it is very much reminiscent of the situation in Gaza after October 7th, 2023. There is no visible endgame. Various potential demonstrations of victory or proofs of triumph have been spoken.
There's Israel's public broadcaster Khan is reporting casualties from the latest Iranian missile strikes, though no further details have yet been released just yet. The Israeli military also said it detected launches from Yemen. Houthi spokesperson yesterday announced that their forces were coordinating their launches with Iran. Yeah, I mean, the tankers are for Atlantic Trident 25 is set to begin on June 16, 2025. This exercise will take place in Finland and includes participation for Air Force of Finland, United States, United Kingdom. I don't know. Is that normal? Ain't no fucking way, bro. Bro, put on the suit, dude. What the fuck? That is a fire Tinder photo, actually. Yeah, my wedding day versus Israel. My wedding day versus my oppressive apartheid regime getting bomb day. There's no way this is real, right? I mean, it could be. I don't know. He's Jordanian. His regime is helping Israel. Bro, you think he has a say in this? Again, it's the same principle. It's the same principle behind every government in the region. This one is mistranslated. It says pictures for my children's children. A saxophonist plays from a rooftop in Lebanon as onlookers watch Iranian missiles fly across the sky towards Israel. It's wild. Like, one must ask the question why so many people suspiciously in all of the neighboring countries have this kind of attitude. Perhaps it's not because they're all deeply anti-Semitic. I know that, like, Israel thinks, oh no, they're all disgusting Arab monsters who are, deeply, deeply anti-Semitic, and they're all Hamas. But don't you think this invites a little bit of self-reflection? Do you feel as though these guys are just anti-democracy enjoyers? They hate the most moral nation because they're immoral? Do you think they hate the only democracy in the region because they're undemocratic? Do you think it's because, I mean, this is Lebanon, so what I'm about to say is even funnier. Do you think it's because Israel is gay? Or perhaps it's some other reason. I just can't think of it. Oh, that's right. That's only a couple months ago. Israel was doing this to them for no fucking reason. What else should they be doing? How do you know this is not nitpick from a bunch of videos? Wait, what? Do you think I'm actually fucking railing against them? Are you stupid? I'm saying I understand the sentiment coming from a lot of the surrounding countries and the populations in said surrounding countries. Just like I understand why fucking the Palestinians
to reach
make jokes and celebrate this.
Generally, there's some confusion. It's a very elaborate system. When asked about this confusion today, the IDF said, these are all recommendations. We never officially committed to telling people exactly what to do. That, to me, as a well-known consumer of Israeli public utilities, says that confusion is beginning to seep in at the institutional level as well, not just at the ordinary citizen level.
Ori, I want to switch gears a little bit and just ask you about the G7 summit. The reason I want to ask you about that is because several hours ago we heard the Israeli President Isaac Herzog. He was calling for G7 countries to be involved in its war against Iran. Do you think that there are any signs that any of the participants...
That's going to happen, by the way. I think it's going to happen. I'm just saying it. I'm saying it again. From Iranian liberal academic Sadegh Ziba Kalam, who was imprisoned by the Islamic Republic in 2018. I am truly amazed by the expectations of Netanyahu, Trump, or Prince Reza Pahlavi, who want me to support Israel and stand up against the regime under these circumstances. Which opposition figure has spoken and written as much as I have against this regime? But how can I join the enemy in this situation? Was it right for the MEK to join Saddam? Do you think Canada will get involved too if the US does? Yes. I mean, look at the statements that these European leaders, one of my most anti-regime change friends just posted this on their story.
I want to address you, the people of Iran.
Wait, hold on. I don't want to, there might be some TOS in this.
I want to address you, the people of Iran.
Let me see.
I want to use this opportunity and speak to the people of Gaza. But we want you to be safe. This is a message to the people of Lebanon. You can now take back your country. You can return it to a path of peace and prosperity. You can return it to a path of peace and prosperity.
It's so funny that people think, it's so funny that anyone in this region thinks that when Benjamin Netanyahu says, I want to liberate you, that the population immediately goes, no, fuck that. Absolutely not. I don't think so. Get the fuck out of here. And dumb fuck Connecticut Americans sit around in their fucking McMansions from the comfort of their homes and go, you don't understand, Hasan. How could you ever understand? You're stupid. These people hate their own regimes. They want to be liberated. And the liberation comes in the form of white phosphorus being deployed on your children. Okay? They get that reality. They see it. They see it all the time. They see it in the fucking news. For some weird reason, a lot of you dumb fucks, though, that maintain this kind of narrative don't realize that you are unwilling participants in the stupidest form of propaganda of all time. Now, you will probably never realize that you are participating in the dumbest form of propaganda because you don't hear from these people. You never see these people. You never experience what it's like. And for many, you don't even see them as human beings. So I try to always explain this from the perspective of like failed campaigns that even American liberals recognize are failures. Every single thing that is being said right now was said about Iraq. Weapons of mass destruction, deeply unpopular, despotic, tyrannical leadership in the form of Saddam, which is true. It's not weapons of mass destruction was fake, but you know, he was a deeply despised and very violent tyrant. Okay? Look at Iraq now. Every single thing that Israel is saying about Iran, every single thing that Israel said about Gaza and Hamas, every single thing that America said about Libya. Look at those countries once America is fucking done. Once Israel is fucking done.
The collapse of the Assad regime, the tyranny in Damascus offers great opportunity.
Yeah, fucking Putin said that about Ukraine too. We're all brothers. We're denazifying you. Yeah, real denazified. Real success there.
I want to address you, the people of Iran. Today I'm going to make an unprecedented offer to Iran. It relates to water. Address the people of Iran. Zad, Zandagi, Azadi. The people of Iran should know Israel stands with you. May we together know a future of prosperity and peace. I want to address you.
This is totally consistent with my experience. One of my most ardent anti-regime friends earlier posted a long note that ended with both the regime and Israel are criminals. Being opposed to war doesn't make us pro-regime. Being opposed to the regime doesn't make us pro-Israel. You're just saying that because you don't know how barbaric these tyrants can be. The Assad regime had a machine to flatten its genocide victims to make the bodies easier to hide. Oh my fucking Lord. Dog, I'm not defending the Assad regime. I never have. I don't know why you are fucking bringing this up. A lot of people also fail to recognize that these despotic rulers oftentimes increase the intensity of their violence against their own citizens as a direct consequence of the instability born out of Western interference. Okay? I'll give you a lighter version of that. It's not comparable to Assad at all, but Recep Tayyip Erdogan greatly increased the intensity of political repression and political suppression in the country in the aftermath of the fucking failed coup. And he also experienced tremendous popularity increases in the time period he was able to implement martial law and also do a referendum that changed the Turkish constitution permanently. And he was able to get and garner the support because he was seen as the one who actually thwarted the American interference, the American coup. Do you understand? Do you think I like the Erdogan government? Do you think I like the Erdogan regime? No. It's so fucking stupid. I will never be able to explain this to Americans. You just won't understand it because there is no comparison. There is no power more powerful than the United States of America. So I have to, whenever I make this analogy, I have to use like aliens to help you comprehend what it feels like or what it looks like a truly more powerful force that operates with impunity. An unprecedented number of messages I'm getting from Iranis begging for the IDF to strike the Islamic Republic state broadcaster. Oh God, she's so fucking gross. In what ways is Erdogan like a hamburger? Fuck. I will need to explain this to Americans in hamburger and Star Wars terms. Okay? Think Andor. Your mistake? I'm sorry, let me tell you, this is probably going to work on a considerable number of Iranians inside Iran. I've seen my mom's aunt from Iran repost BB. Your mistake is while you can look at other countries for comparison, Iran is truly unique in some ways. Yes, Iranians are very stubborn and very proud people with a very long tradition. I'm not saying that there isn't opposition. I'm not even saying that there isn't like a reactionary fucking pro-Israel slant in Iran. But the overwhelming majority of Iranians are not going to look at the dead children on the streets of Tehran and go, this is good. More of this, please. Kill me. Kill me now. Liberate me. Liberate me from this endless, awful existence. Liberate me from my flesh. Minnesota shooter has been arrested? Fuck yeah. Oh, even Persians in one of your personal snark Reddits are also mad at Israel. What is this? I feel as Iranian, the Iranian government is absolute dog shit. The moles run it and diabolical tyrants. I agree with them. Most Iranians hate their own government, but don't forget that a lot of us still have family there, just as you do in Israel. I'm not going to get into this, but you know what you are looking at when you watch a streamer watching Al Jazeera Lamau? What are you looking at? Explain. What are you looking at when you're looking at Al Jazeera? Fucking idiot. It's always a 2013 account too. Anyway, I gotta go. I'm gonna do Father's Day with my family, and I love you guys, but I have to run. There's so much more news to cover as always. The shooter has been apprehended. The suspect in the Minnesota lawmaker assassination has been apprehended by the police. We'll obviously cover that tomorrow, and we'll cover the impact and the continued Iranian strikes if they continue to go on. I do foresee a lot more destruction coming from Israel to Iran. We shall see. Love you guys. Peace in the Middle East. Free Palestine. Bye-bye.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming.